Gamers of the Underworld. Chapter 150, Meeting. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Please follow me, Lord Sherlock. The werewolf bowed to Sherlock politely and led the group inside. Winterfell was the most important financial hub of the Merchant Alliance in the northern area. As the core government administrative center, the Winterfell business unit looked grand and majestic both inside and out. From the tall arched windows, one could see the spacious dome and the vast blue monosimulated sky. Warm sunlight filtered in through the window lattices. Every arch door, arch wall, and dome support had detailed sculptures. The ceiling painting of the war between the devils and angels could be seen everywhere. Whether it was the colorful sunroof or the patterned tiles, they exuded a grand aura. When Sherlock entered the premises, his strong reaction was that they were rich. In Winterfell, Eternal Kingdom seems like a refugee slum, peasant, who was bearing the egg-face flag, commented. For the egg-face flag, the gamers used half a day to create and produce it after Brew assigned the mission. Though the material wasn't of good quality, the draftsmanship was superb. Is this your first time in Winterfell? Burning Chest Hair said, when we came last time, wasn't this matter confirmed? Evelyn turned her head in surprise as a Houndhead man and a gnome described the Devil Lord's dungeon as a refugee slum, which was a derogatory term. The creatures in the dungeon were exhibiting strange behavior. As a wanted criminal, with Sherlock's encouragement and help, Evelyn used mana to change her appearance so that she could attend the Dungeon Lord meeting. The reason Sherlock brought along Evelyn was that she was the more presentable creature besides Brainiac and the Black Dragon. Moreover, Succubus was a high-class race. It was just that Evelyn's capability wasn't comparable to her race. As for Arthur, Not Wearing Pants, Sylvanas, Peasant, and Burning Chest Hair, they were obedient, so they were allowed to come and make up the numbers. They could also help to carry the flag. When choosing the 5 of them, they couldn't be indicated directly as a lot of the gamers would be unhappy. Using the method of placing the flag for a team of 5 gamers versus 5 gamers, they were chosen after a day of fighting. The elite veteran gamers were superior in terms of equipment, combat experience, and connections. Perhaps there would be teams in the future that could challenge Arthur's team, but currently, there were no such teams. Lord Sherlock, please take a rest here. Because we have to wait for other dungeon lords, the meeting and the banquet will be held tonight. Someone will come and inform you. As for your servants, I've arranged a side room for them. Sherlock said, there's no need for such formality. My servants shall stay together with me in this room. As you wish, Lord Sherlock. Then the special services that we've arranged. It's not necessary. I understand. Please take a rest. The werewolf bowed to Sherlock and backed up 2 steps before turning and leaving. Humph, what an insolent servant. How dare they give such poor service? I'm the Dragon of Darkness, Master of the Devil's Flame, and the all-knowing, powerful dragon. They should have arranged a special, single lair for me. Eggface said unhappily as he fluttered his wings and sat down on the only bed in the room. Is it like the lair in Eternal Kingdom dungeon? Not Wearing Pants asked. No, no, no. How can you say that's a lair? The real Black Dragon's lair must have a chest of gold and precious stones. Eggface started describing his imagination. The other gamers, Sylvanas, Peasant, Not Wearing Pants, and Burning Chest Hair, also joined in. Arthur sat by the window and observed the outside scenery as he sharpened his short sword. Lich Brainiac was by the table observing a painting of the devil intensely. Evelyn stood beside Sherlock and pinched her hands as she didn't know what to do. Sherlock sat in the chair and kept quiet. 1 hour later. Peasant and Not Wearing Pants were chatting with Eggface. Burning Chest Hair had the word big above his head as he lay on the bed with his eyes closed. He was most likely offline. Arthur was by the window, and Sylvanas sat beside him. Evelyn rested her hand on the table as she was tired of standing. Brainiac stood at the doorway and looked at the room in a daze. Sherlock sat in the chair and kept quiet. 2 hours later. Peasant, not wearing pants, Sylvanas, and burning chest hair gathered to play poker cards. The poker cards were made from the torn wallpaper. Then they used their fresh blood to write the wordings and the diagrams. Eggface squatted at the side and watched them play poker. Arthur leaned on the wall and changed to a different posture. Evelyn sat in the chair that Sherlock had sat in previously, looking nervously at Sherlock. Sherlock chatted with Brainiac. 3 hours later. Peasant, not wearing pants, Sylvanas, and burning chest hair continued playing poker. Eggface, Evelyn, Arthur, and Sherlock started playing poker. Brainiac stood behind Sherlock and pointed and gestured. 4 hours later. The werewolf official stood at the door and adjusted his tie. Then he lifted his white-gloved hand and knocked on the door. Lord Sherlock, I'm inviting you to the banquet hall to attend tonight's meeting. A tall, slender succubus opened the door. Evelyn bowed nervously at the werewolf official and gave way. The werewolf official's acute sense of smell detected the thick scent of blood in the air. He wriggled his nose and looked at the floor and walls stained with fresh blood. He noticed a gnome whose head had strange words and whose clothing had a gaping hole at the chest. The bed sheets thrown on the ground had the marks of a blood-stained sword. Though the scene looked bloody and violent, everyone in the room looked normal and casual. No, that succubus was worried and afraid. Can we proceed? Sherlock asked. Please follow me. The werewolf official recovered from his daze and led Sherlock and his creatures to the banquet hall. At the same time, he informed the female slime cleaner to tidy up the room. Sherlock followed the werewolf official and arrived at the entrance of the banquet hall. As the werewolf official was about to open the big door and lead them inside, a deep and sinister voice came from behind. Lord Sherlock, I didn't expect you to receive an invitation. A devil with an octopus head brought along 12 fully armed werewolves who walked in sync. I heard Sherlock brought a hound-head man to attend the meeting. I thought that was a joke. So it's true. After consideration, since Lord Sherlock is able to recruit a black dragon, having a hound-head man is understandable. The octopus-headed devil had just finished speaking when Not Wearing Pants raised his hand and shouted, Gosh! That devil with the *TTY face. Tisk! The octopus-headed devil made a contemptuous snort, and the tentacles on his face waved in anger. But he didn't do anything to the unbridled Not Wearing Pants and calmed down very fast. He said, Lord Sherlock, I hope you can teach your servant some manners. If he talks this way to another dungeon lord, it may cause unnecessary trouble. Sherlock looked at the octopus devil without any emotion. Then he walked in front of Not Wearing Pants and faced the octopus devil. For example. Chapter 151, That is My Prisoner. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Lord Sherlock, Lord Octopus Ball. Sherlock and the octopus head were about to ignite fire sparks with their glaring. A tall vampire came from behind and said, Seems like both lords are already acquainted. I thought I was going to introduce both of you to each other. When the vampire walked between Sherlock and the octopus-headed devil, Not Wearing Pants started chatting. Lassie is here. There's going to be a series of plots. Lassie. Do you remember me? As if the NPC remembers you. Baron Nicholas was called his nickname by the excited gamers, and he appeared embarrassed. Sherlock exerted his dominant aura on the gamers to force them into plot animation mode. Baron Nicholas, in regards to the setting up of the commerce routes of the merchant band, I'll arrange for my servants to contact you, Octopus Ball said to Nicholas. Then he brought his 12 werewolves and walked past Sherlock. Once Octopus Ball had left, Baron Nicholas said softly to Sherlock, Lord Sherlock, I don't know what feud you have with Lord Octopus Ball, but his dungeon has collaborated with Eternal Fire. I suppose you know about the Eternal Fire dungeon? Lord Octopus Ball is the representative for Eternal Fire. I see. Sherlock nodded his head. Nicholas thought Sherlock would mind Octopus Ball's collaboration with Eternal Fire, but Sherlock seemed indifferent. Nicholas said, I came back yesterday. I thought of contacting you immediately to invite you to my manor as a guest, but I didn't expect Winterfell to encounter such problems. This problem, is it related to the ancient ruins number 85 excavation site? Sherlock edged closer to Nicholas and asked. That's correct. Did Lord Sherlock hear the news? Nicholas frowned and said, the problem is very serious. Nicholas surveyed the surroundings as a creature came over and nodded to Sherlock before leaving. I have an important meeting to attend. Lord Sherlock, we'll talk after the meeting. Sherlock nodded at Nicholas and entered the meeting hall. The meeting hall had a large round table that was seated with 20 various devils. Their servants stood behind them. Each devil had a name card in front. Sherlock found his name card Eternal Kingdom Dungeon Lord Sherlock. He went over and sat down. A devil attempted to chat with Sherlock, but Sherlock ignored him. The gamers behind Sherlock engaged in chatting. Though they spoke softly and restrained themselves, since everyone was quiet, the meeting hall was filled with their chatting voice. Gosh, look at that model. It's awesome. Why is he so ugly? Let's see if we can bring the sword with us. The one hanging on the wall. Every one of them wanted screenshots. I'll post many screenshots on the forum later. Give that sh*t face octopus ball a feature article. Keek. As the gamers continued chatting, a loud coughing sound interrupted them. Then, an elderly orc walked over from the door. The elderly orc was dressed in majestic clothing, and he held a scepter. His weathered face was full of creases. Intelligent brilliance shimmered in his deep eyes. Sherlock exerted his dominant aura to force the gamers into plot animation mode. The elderly orc surveyed all the devil lords in the room and shouted, "Let's welcome the Northern Merchant Alliance management member, Winterfell Dungeon Lord Onionhead." A gnome was dressed in a long flowing robe. His height was at the orc's hip. Compared to a normal gnome, this gnome was considered short. The green gnome wore a white onion head wig. He put his hands behind his back and looked serious. Wearing long pointed shoes, he walked briskly, which made thudding sounds. Day, 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 da. Dungeon Lord Onionhead arrived at an empty spot at the round table. He then sat on the chair noisily. A bundle of onions appeared above the tabletop. He looked like he was used to such situations. His seat emitted creaking sounds as he adjusted the seat handle that raised him up. He was now able to see the Devil Lord's eyes. Onionhead looked at all the Devil Lords and said, "Great noble Devil Lords, I'm the Northern Merchant Alliance Winterfell Dungeon Lord. Contrary to my Dungeon Lord title, I'm more inclined to decision maker. I'm a merchant and have collaborated with many Devil Lords on shady transactions. In short, let's get to the main point." Onionhead clapped his hand, and numerous meeting reports were placed on the round table. A yellow helmet with burn marks was placed in front of Onionhead. "Everyone, please take a look at the report and this safety helmet." Sherlock took up the report with the words, "Safety in excavation sites cannot be neglected." The safety helmet did a great job. The goblin guard had a heart attack from the huge dragon's breath. The dragon sent the goblin to the indicated fatality hospital for emergency treatment based on the medical insurance symbol on the helmet. The goblin was successfully buried. Good, the formal matter is settled. Onionhead threw aside the safety helmet and report and looked at the dungeon lords. Onionhead stood up and placed both hands on the table as he said, "We'll discuss some miscellaneous matters. Which one of you dungeon lords picked up a black dragon kid? Please return the kid as soon as possible. Otherwise, we're in big trouble." Sherlock extended his leg and hooked Eggface, whose buttocks was on the ground with his two legs curled together. Eggface was biting his front claws. Then he pulled Eggface under the table. Eggface gasped, "Chee! This kind of a sound." All the devils looked over. "I'm not kidding. Dungeon lords, the huge dragon has given a war notice. If the lost dragon is not returned within the stipulated time, the huge dragon is going on a rampage," Onionhead said again. Huge dragon. Something underneath the table hit against the table and made a pom sound. Then Eggface's head smashed through the table. Stone fragments were on Eggface's head. Is a huge dragon coming? Onionhead frowned and asked the aged orc beside him, why is a devil lord bringing a young black dragon to the meeting? Why didn't I receive notification? We informed you, but you said that a creature must have disguised himself as a young dragon. You also said that dungeon lords in such a meeting would try to make themselves look good and that there was recently a joke of a giant who disguised himself as a young dragon. I see. Onionhead straightened his body and looked at Sherlock as he said, Sherlock. Lord Overseer, please explain. From a technical viewpoint, the creature that I brought is a dragon. But from a legal viewpoint, the small black dragon is not a lost black dragon. In fact, he robbed my private gold vault and is serving his sentence in my dungeon. I can guarantee that the lost young black dragon that the huge dragon is looking for is not this small black dragon. Sherlock said with composure, as everyone knows, the huge dragon and his young dragon have a mysterious relationship. If the parent of this small black dragon is looking for him, do you think we would be sitting here comfortably? Suddenly, there was a booming sound. The entire building shook violently. Then there was another booming sound, and a huge claw broke through the wall. Razor-sharp claws left deep marks on the ground. The claws retracted, and a large pupil of a huge dragon peered through the hole. Who dares to steal my child? The huge dragon bellowed and asked. Chapter 152, Winterfell's Crisis. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. This feeling is like the power source of the Dark King. The Almighty God's initial creation. Eggface, who was stuck in the middle of the round table, shouted when he saw the pupils of the huge dragon. Sherlock frowned and asked the gamers behind him, what is he talking about? Peasant, who was free of Sherlock's restraint, said, Eggface said that the huge dragon is his dad. Why did Shirley ask us questions? Are we in the plot animation too? Burning Chest Hair asked, not wearing pants. The gamer's interactivity is 100% real. I've played for 3 months, and I'm not surprised, Not Wearing Pants said calmly. Nobody bothered with the chatting of a few gnomes and a houndhead man as there was a huge dragon around. The large eyes blinked and went away. Suddenly, there was a booming sound. A large wall of the meeting hall was pulled out from left to right by the huge dragon. Everyone could clearly see the huge dragon outside the meeting hall. A 100-meter-long huge dragon, whose body was covered with black scales and who had a lizard head that was grown with spikes around the silhouette. Compared to the rounded and plump egg face, the huge dragon was a closer picture of malevolence and terror. Outside the building, there were many terrified screams. Gosh, it's ultra-realistic. It's more awesome than watching the dragons in Game of Thrones. Sylvanas looked at the huge dragon and said. Don't mention Game of Thrones. It makes me mad. Though Not Wearing Pants was looking and taking screenshots of the huge dragon, he was babbling at a fast pace. Speaking of Game of Thrones, do you know about the 3rd season of Westworld? Burning Chest Hair asked. Yes, I have the film source, Arthur said. What are you talking about? Peasant looked at the huge dragon and asked, puzzled. The 4 gnomes and the houndhead man were chatting softly as they enjoyed the plot animation and the realistic modeling of the huge dragon. Every creature was solemn and got ready to fight. The orc and werewolf servants of the devil lords were more or less fearful of the huge dragon. However, the 5 servants of Sherlock weren't afraid. Even if the others weren't aware, it wasn't difficult to see that. As everyone looked back at Sherlock, he was sitting in his chair, looking composed. First, I have to clarify. Sherlock crossed his legs and his palms, which he placed on his knees. How do you prove that this young black dragon is your child? Kid. Dad. Sherlock frowned when he saw the huge dragon and the small dragon interacting intimately. Then I'll clarify my stand. I didn't steal your kid. Like I said, your child broke into my private gold vault and is serving his sentence in my dungeon. This is his claw-printed repentance record. Sherlock took out a piece of paper. With the help of mana, it floated towards the huge dragon. I know that our regulations are not binding to huge dragons. Let's seek the opinion of the creature involved. Why don't we ask the young black dragon? Eggface shrugged and flapped his wings as he shouted excitedly, "Ah! The time is ripe. The evil son of darkness should return to the lap of the void." Eggface was interrupted by 2 dry coughs of the huge dragon, who said loudly, "What nonsense! You're a black dragon, a black dragon." Eggface was dumbfounded and pondered for a while. His claw patted on the hound-head man. "Peasant," as he said, "can you say the last bit again?" "Ah!" Peasant was taken aback by Eggface's question. He recovered quickly and said expressively, "The Void Legion is getting close. Terrifying calamity is befalling the entire world. Eggface, master of dark flames, all-knowing eternal dragon, king of hound-head men, we need your power. Please bestow the hound-head men's power. I'll worship you forever. Is that good? I'm not leaving with you, Dad." Eggface looked determined at the huge dragon. "What nonsense! Just because these gnomes are willing to be your servants, you want to stay at this place," the huge dragon shouted in fury. "Dad! I've grown up. I should have my own life. I want to establish my own legend. Let me stay here. I'll never tell Mom." Eggface shouted loudly as tears welled up in his eyes. The huge dragon was silent and looked gravely at Eggface. He inhaled heavily, and his nostrils emitted hot streams of air as he said, "In that case, there's nothing I can do. You deserve to be punished for committing a crime. Don't be discovered the next time you steal from the gold vault. Take care of your safety. I'll travel for a few years before coming to fetch you. I can't do much when the kid's grown up. Remember what you said. Don't tell Mommy, otherwise, I won't let you come out and play. You're called. Mr. Sherlock? Please take care of my kid. He's a slow eater. Don't hurry him. He's afraid of loneliness and needs company. Accompanying him for 24 hours a day will suffice. I'm leaving. Be good, darling." The huge dragon flapped his wings, and the turbulent whines caused the meeting hall to become chaotic. Some of the creatures were unable to stand up. The figure of the huge dragon receded into the distance before it vanished. "Good, the issue of the young black dragon is settled. Are there any other matters?" Sherlock asked as he sat in his chair, pulled his windbreaker, and dusted his shoulders. "There's another small issue, Devil's Lords." Onionhead placed both his hands on the table and said gravely, "The Merchant Alliance would like to use your power to solve an unprecedented crisis." 30 minutes later, in the Winterfell Dungeon Lord office. "Dungeon Lord, why didn't you make Eternal Kingdom compensate us for our losses?" The Dungeon Lord already suggested making some token compensation. The elderly orc placed a cup of hot, steaming, and bubbling flaming mud on the table in front of Onionhead. "The son of the Grand Duke, Alexandria, mentioned things about Lord Sherlock to me. Though I'm not sure of their relationship, using this opportunity to befriend Lord Sherlock is a wise choice. The main point is..." Onionhead sat in his chair and sipped the flaming mud. Then he said in a low voice, "Most of the devils were fearful of the dragon aura, but his gnomes and houndhead man were not afraid at all. That devil lord's not simple." Onionhead narrowed his eyes and said, "Winterfell is going through a difficult time. We're friendly towards him because it might be easier to obtain his help in the future. Especially shady transactions that must stay hidden." "I understand, Dungeon Lord," the elderly orc replied and nodded. In the Ancient Ruins No. 85 Archaeology Section Office. "Mr. Sherlock, you're late. The meeting has concluded." Beast held his cup of sleeping worm red tea and frowned as he looked at Sherlock, who had just arrived. "I know. I'm here to confirm a matter." Sherlock walked to the front of Beast's table and noticed a pile of documents. He picked up a copy and asked, "Is this today's archaeology meeting report? So the problem's real?" Beast nodded gravely. "I understand." Sherlock took the document and walked out of the office. His servants were waiting for him outside. The documents that Sherlock held in his hand had the black words, "Ancient Ruins Number 85 Archaeology Records, Murmurs of the Ancient Gods." Chapter 153, Murmurs of the Ancient Gods. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom warmly welcomed Peasant, Sylvanas, Burning Chest Hair, Not Wearing Pants, and Arthur back to the dungeon. As for Sherlock, Eggface, Brainiac, and Evelyn, the gamers only surrounded them but didn't ask them any questions. Because they knew if they wanted to know first-hand information, it was best to ask the 5 gamers. "How was it? What happened at the Winterfell meeting?" "Gosh, we saw a huge dragon. Wait for our screenshots on the forum." "Why didn't the game officials release the plot animation? We want to watch it too." Sherlock brought Evelyn, Brainiac, and Eggface back to the dungeon core main hall. When Sherlock sat in the chair, Eggface noticed Sherlock's solemn face. He asked Brainiac softly, "What's the Ancient Gods about? The name sounds cool." Brainiac turned his head to look at Eggface as he said, "The compulsory educational textbooks mentioned that before. They are the ancient gods that ruled the underworld and surface world. 100,000 years ago, they were defeated by the underworld led by the superior devils and other new gods. Haven't you taken compulsory education? Dragon of the Void and Master of Dark Flames does not need an education." Eggface said. "All of you may leave." Sherlock supported his forehead with his hands as he spoke in a low, frightening voice. Brainiac bowed to Sherlock before leaving. Evelyn pinched her finger nervously as she looked at the worried face of Sherlock and left. As a useless succubus, she was unable to help Sherlock. Eggface brewed a cup of bloody chrysanthemum tea and sighed. Then he wobbled his fat body using his short rear legs and walked to Sherlock's side. He put the bloody chrysanthemum tea beside Sherlock and pulled out a chair. Sherlock leaned his forehead on his palm and extended the other hand out as he said, "Thank you." His hand grasped at the empty air. "Gulu, Gulu." Sherlock lifted his head and saw Eggface sit down and finish the tea all by himself. "Ha, the tea is very nice. Do you have more?" "I finished the last cup." Eggface put down the teacup and looked at Sherlock. "Aren't you playing the game in which the undead dodges the hammer? I'm going to watch you play." "Get lost," Sherlock said as he pointed at the door. Sherlock's not in a good mood. "I can understand since the ancient gods are troublesome. After I awakened, I didn't hear anyone mention the ancient gods and thought they were extinct. I heard they were being sealed tens of thousands of years ago," Brew said. "If Lord Sherlock's worried about the underworld losing to the ancient gods of the void, why don't we submit to the ancient gods? The other world's gamers are in harmony with the ancient gods. Most of the gamers were fans and believers of the ancient gods. Why do I have to submit to ancient gods who were obsolete for tens of thousands of years?" Sherlock lifted his head and sighed. "I'm not bothered by the ancient gods. What's that? If Lord Sherlock isn't bothered by the ancient gods, then what's bothering you?" Brew asked, bewildered. "I made a calculation. I suddenly realized I made a grave mistake." Sherlock spread out his hands and said seriously, "I tried all sorts of ways to keep Eggface, but after seeing his dad leave him without hesitation, I had a realization. There are no benefits in keeping Eggface." Sherlock asked, "Can Eggface participate in mining?" "With his lack of endurance, it's impossible." "Can he fight magical beasts?" "Eggface has difficulty dealing with a 3-figure number of large lizards. He will most likely be crushed by magical beasts within a second." "Can he help me earn magic stones?" "If we exclude selling Eggface, it's not possible for him to earn magic stones." Sherlock smacked the table and said, that Eggface finished all my bloody chrysanthemum tea. With his voracious appetite, he'll finish all my stockpiled meat. I'll have to spend magic stones to feed him. Besides making use of him to increase the mana skill's usage and create the Houndhead Man race, I don't gain any benefits. Only the gamers gain from him. Why don't we sell Eggface? Before that, we'll prepare tens of thousands of Houndhead Man potions, Brew suggested. That will help to recoup our losses. Your suggestion is good, but after the threats made by the huge dragon, who will dare to buy Eggface from me? Sherlock countered with a question. He stood up and placed his hands behind his back and pondered. Eggface has to work, but not as a secretary. Besides eating, drinking, and idling in the Dungeon Lord main hall, he's disturbing my research in computer games. If he's not working to show his value, it's better that I send him home. Sherlock paced around the room and thought for a while. Then he returned to the computer and started typing, ad hoc patch, new mana skills trainer NPC Eggface. Lord Sherlock, you're correct, but I feel that instead of putting our attention on Eggface, we should focus on the problem of the murmurs of the ancient gods. Sherlock pondered for a while and picked up the report from Beast. The contents were the same as Onionhead had discussed at the Dungeon Lord meeting. Ancient Ruins number 85 Archaeology Records, Murmurs of the Ancient Gods. According to the latest information, due to the damage caused by the huge dragon, the rune mana formation at Ancient Ruins number 85 was thrown into chaos. It caused the time and space of an unknown location to connect with Ancient Ruins number 85. The original Ancient Ruins number 85 has become the bridge connecting them. The aggravating factor is that our experienced investigators discovered the murmurs of the ancient gods from the torn time and space dimension. The most frightening thing is that believers of the ancient gods and the void creatures passed through the torn time and space dimension and appeared in the vicinity of Ancient Ruins number 85. If we don't act quickly, countless believers of the ancient gods will appear at a location that is 5 days' journey from Winterfell. We have to occupy Ancient Ruins number 85 and fix the torn time and space dimension. Brew, what do you think? Sherlock asked. Lord Sherlock, I feel it's a big crisis. We have to either submit to the ancient gods or resist the ancient gods with all our might. We have to submit to them before Winterfell is lost, Brew said seriously. We'll forget about submitting to the ancient gods. The believers of the ancient gods treated devils like their eternal foes, Sherlock said. This is a great opportunity for us, a new large instance dungeon. Lord Sherlock's suggestion is great. Let me refine it, Lord Sherlock. If we let the gamers participate in the battle, it should be called a battle campaign scenario, which is a more suitable term, Brew said fervently. I'm okay with it as it's only a term, Sherlock said indifferently. Is Lord Sherlock preparing to join in the battle? Of course. There are plenty of benefits, so why not? Even if I do very little, by just appearing at the battlefield, won't it add to the gamers' fun? I can also earn from selling standard equipment to the gamers. I'm starting to get excited about the ancient gods. Sherlock typed furiously on the keyboard. It's time to publish a new version update. Chapter 154, Version 0.2 Update Log. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In the Winterfell Black Shop Hotel. Fully armed orcs who were holding shields and crossbows charged into the hotel. They subdued the boss of the hotel within a split second. Another team of orcs charged up the stairs, while yet another 5 orcs guarded the underground rapid tunnel. Quick! The 6th floor. The informant said the poor female students are on the 6th floor, an orc said to his team members. Then a group of orcs charged up the stairs. In a room on the 6th floor of the Black Shop Hotel, the occupants were not aware that they had been targeted by the Winterfell garrison guards. Professor Bacon, this knowledge is pretty new to me. I haven't encountered it before. Professor Bacon, give me more. My family background is poor. I didn't have the chance to learn a lot of knowledge. Professor Bacon. Good, I'll teach, I'll teach. A few orcs had surrounded the room. They gave hand gestures and eye signals to each other. An orc extended his 3 fingers 3, 2, 1. Another orc turned his body, lifted his leg, and kicked. Palm. The room door was kicked open, and numerous crossbows were aimed inside the room. Nobody moves. Hands above your head and squat on the ground. Yay! Shut up! Don't say a word. Captain! We found the evidence. Beginner's Guide to Spiritual Mana, Self-Spiritual Cultivation, and How to Become a Moral Spectre. They are all spiritual-related materials. An orc walked in and looked through the books. He gazed at a skeleton in a long robe and a few subdued orcs and gnomes. Captain! These are female students with poor backgrounds. This lich is Spectre College's professor, Professor Bacon. This is his work permit. We caught them red-handed. They are having a tutoring session on spiritual knowledge. Professor Bacon. The Orc Garrison Guard captain looked at Bacon and said, "You've flouted the regulation that disallows the teaching of spiritual mana to living creatures. The Merchant Alliance is arresting you according to the related regulation. You may appeal for your rights, but every word that you say will not be heard. Bring them away. All of them." The garrison guards brought Bacon out but were stopped by the orc captain, who asked, "Wait, who gave you the information on these female students? Who asked you to teach them?" Professor Bacon kept quiet as he had unspeakable reasons. "If you talk, I'll consider setting you free. I, Professor Bacon, value integrity. Lord Sherlock treated me very well and directed me to teach these female students. Even if you smash my old skull, I'll not betray the Eternal Kingdom dungeon Lord Sherlock. Take him away." Sherlock sat in the Dungeon Lord main hall with a new copy of Winterfell Daily Digest. Who knew where the newspaper came from? Sherlock didn't mind reading a free newspaper. He worked on the announcement of the new version update and was feeling physically and mentally tired. He wanted to read the newspaper to relax. He browsed through the useless advertisements and found a piece of news. Spectre College Academic Department Director Professor Bacon taught orcs and gnomes spiritual knowledge and was arrested by the Winterfell Garrison Guards. Next is our reporter's interviews on this matter. Reporter: Greetings, Professor Bacon. You are a renowned professor in the spiritual realm. Why did you do such a thing? Bacon: Can you censor my picture? Make the testimony more formal. Reporter: Okay. Bacon: Censored. I only wish to let more creatures understand spiritual mana. I don't mean any harm. As for the Merchant Alliance's regulation, I'm not very sure. I am innocent. Reporter: Thank you, Professor Bacon, for accepting our interview. I will interview the Garrison Guard Captain. Greetings, Captain. Captain: Greetings, Reporter. Reporter: Who instigated Bacon? Oh no, it's Bacon. Censored, Professor? Captain: According to our investigation, the mastermind is Eternal Kingdom Dungeon Lord Sherlock. Currently, we have not confirmed whether Sherlock is closely related to Spectre College. As Spectre College is a representative of the spiritual realm, it is vastly different from the living world. Tens of thousands of years ago, the spiritual realm was also part of the Chaos Ancient Gods faction. According to recent rumors, we are led to suspect that there are hidden secrets. Reporter: The captain is saying that the spiritual realm may lead to the second spiritual calamity and that Dungeon Lord Sherlock is the mastermind? Captain: You said that, not me. If you write nonsense, I will sue you for libel. You cannot add words to mine. Black smudging and struck off. Reporter: Good, thank you, Captain. We have concluded the report. Sherlock was in deep thought. Oh ho! The Merchant Alliance's impression of you is taking a beating. Why don't we submit to the ancient gods? Said Brew. Will the Merchant Alliance believe this kind of low-standard media report? I don't actually believe in the report, Sherlock said casually. I didn't expect Professor Bacon to help those poor female students, Brew said. What are you thinking? Didn't he say that he was helping poor female students? Sherlock asked bewilderedly. No, perhaps I've been in the other world for too long. I'll see connotations when hearing words. I was mistaken about Professor Bacon, Brew said earnestly. Sorry, Professor Bacon. A door knock was heard from outside. Come in. Brainiac opened the door and walked in. Lord Sherlock. Brainiac bowed to Sherlock and said, Have you read the Winterfell Daily Digest? Is this the copy? Sherlock passed him the newspaper. Thank you, Lord Sherlock. Brainiac bowed to Sherlock before leaving. Isn't there a problem with giving Brainiac the newspaper? If he learns that Bacon has been arrested, he'll apply for leave. Apply for leave? Brew said worriedly. I knew such terrible things would happen, Sherlock said. I have my considerations. Only with big sacrifices will I obtain large rewards. Lord Sherlock, your sacrifices are too much. I hope that you're right, Brew said sadly. Enough, it's not necessary to make me feel good. I'll publish this new update log, Sherlock said as he clicked and published it. Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom Update Log version 0.2. Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom version 0.2 Official Update. Winterfell is facing an unprecedented crisis from the Void Legion, murmurs of the ancient gods. It will bring out countless void creatures and the followers of the ancient gods, who have only one objective: to destroy the entire underworld. Citizens of Eternal Kingdom, the underworld's heroes. It is time for you to save the world. Added new battle campaign scenario, Murmurs of the Ancient Gods. Gamers may receive numerous scenarios. I will publish the details in the game. Please look out for it. Added new NPC Mana Skills Trainer, Eggface. Besides being the Houndhead Man reincarnation NPC and Lord Sherlock's secretary, Eggface is also a Mana Skills Trainer. Gamers can seek Mana Skills from Eggface. Learn as much as you can, though they may not be useful. Added new bug, Prohibited Food. Due to Eggface's voracious appetite, from today onwards, gamers are not allowed to add meat to their meals. They can only consume clay. Added new long-duration mission, Hungry Eggface. Food is running out. Eggface requires more spider meat and large lizard meat. If Eggface is hungry, the power source of the Houndhead Man will be cut and Mana Skills training will end. Use all ways and means to feed Eggface. Note: Eggface does not feed on intelligent creatures. I'll leave a wild card. If you discover new content or a bug, add them yourself. Chapter 155, CO Defense Area Number 10. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Brainiac took the newspaper back to his burial hall and finished reading it. He returned to the Dungeon Lord main hall immediately after. Lord Sherlock. I hope to apply for a day's leave. Apply for a day's leave? Yeah, it's difficult. There's no precedence of your colleagues applying for leave. The recent Houndhead Man research has passed the critical stage, and the results were impressive. I intend to modify and incubate 100 Houndhead Man eggs. Of course, it's my interest, so I'll pay with my money. The eggs will come from Lord Sherlock. In that case, I'll have to approve your leave. At the Winterfell Garrison Guard Station. Yeah, this is a troublesome matter. I heard your Eternal Kingdom's lich? The relationship between Eternal Kingdom and Professor Bacon is muddy. We're investigating Eternal Kingdom. What do you know? I know Eternal Kingdom doesn't belong to the management of the Merchant Alliance and that the incident occurred within the Merchant Alliance's jurisdiction. Yeah, it's not a problem of magic stones. If you're posting bail, then the problem is easily solved. Hey guard, release Professor Bacon. Outside the Winterfell Garrison Guard Station. Brainiac. Why did you post bail for me? What? The newspaper reported it. Let me see. Lord Sherlock. Unscrupulous media. How can they report such stuff? No, bring me to see Lord Sherlock. At the Dungeon Lord main hall in Eternal Kingdom. Sherlock put a cup of boiled underground water in front of the despondent Bacon. The worried Brainiac was sitting beside Bacon. Sherlock patted Bacon's shoulder and sighed. Then he said, "Professor Bacon, don't be too sad. Since the bail has been posted, the matter should be resolved. As for the unscrupulous media, don't be too bothered. The rumors will break down on their own. Thank you, Lord Sherlock, for the consolation. This tea is..." Bacon held the cup of boiling water, but with his deep knowledge of teas, he didn't recognize it. "Oh, underground water, boiled." Sherlock poured a cup for himself and sat opposite Bacon. "Oh, boiled water." Bacon nodded and drank the boiling water, which dripped down his spine vertebrae. His bones started emitting steam. "Yes, did Professor Bacon return back to Spectre College? Did you stay in Winterfell all this time?" Sherlock asked. "As I intended to teach the students, I didn't return to the college. If I returned, it wouldn't be easy to apply for leave," Bacon said. "Understand?" "I fully understand." Sherlock nodded. "I'm ashamed to meet Lord Sherlock. Due to my negligence, the newspaper reports weren't factual. If I left without meeting you, Lord Sherlock might bear grudges against me. I feel that I have to clarify things with you," Bacon said with agitation. "Professor Bacon, with our relationship, it's not necessary. I don't believe a word of the unscrupulous media." Sherlock consoled Bacon. "It's good for Lord Sherlock to think this way. I created so much trouble for Lord Sherlock. If you have any requests, please inform me." Bacon stood up and bowed to Sherlock with a sense of guilt. He left together with Brainiac. At Sherlock's request, Bacon entered and left while he was cloaked in invisibility so that the gamers wouldn't notice. "We gained another favor from Professor Bacon, though he betrayed Lord Sherlock," Brew said. "Anyways, Lord Sherlock didn't lose anything. What's the situation with the reincarnations and online durations of the gamers?" Sherlock ignored Brew and asked about the gamers. Of the 2,100 gamers, 1,500 gamers had an average online duration of 12 hours or more. They are mostly undergraduates, as the current period is the Otherworld summer holiday. I postulate that the duration will remain stable. As for the reincarnations, from these 1,500 gamers, there are 300 gnomes, 200 houndhead men, and the rest are goblins, Brew replied quickly. "We'll report 20,000 creatures and apply for 20,000 sets of equipment worth of aid," Sherlock said solemnly. Winterfell Business Unit Meeting Hall. "What? 20,000 sets? This dungeon lord is too overbearing. Does he have 20,000 servants? Even Eternal Fire only requested supplies for 20,000 creatures." An armored orc general shouted angrily, "I suggest striking Eternal Kingdom off of the Merchant Alliance's collaboration list. Though they requested 20,000 sets, half of the requested armor is for goblins," a gnome sitting at the side said. "And it's not a small number for 3,000 houndhead men and 7,000 gnomes," another gnome said. "We can't accept such a request. If every dungeon sends similar requests, then Winterfell will lose face." "That's correct. I suggest we reject them with strong words. Without Eternal Kingdom's help, we can deal with the Ancient God's crisis. We can't let him be willful just because he's a superior devil." The creatures started discussing heatedly. Dungeon Lord Onionhead, who was heading the meeting, slammed down on the table and looked at everyone. He then calmly said, "I know a bit about Eternal Kingdom, which is a dungeon that was bought 3 months ago. Then it was upgraded to a level 2 dungeon, and Sherlock ordered a large furnace that will allow thousands of blacksmiths to work at the same time." "What? It's a level 2 dungeon after only 3 months? Even Eternal Fire doesn't require such a large furnace." Dungeon Lord Onionhead, "The fake red tea is causing harm. Quiet! Quiet! The son-in-law of Onionhead slammed down on the table violently. But the creatures didn't stop their discussion. The door of the meeting hall opened. Everyone stopped their talking as they gazed at a creature standing at the door. The tall creature wore dark red ceremonial clothing with double buttons and a white shirt with a high collar. Hidden within the shadows, one could clearly see the folded bat wings on his back. This was a superior devil with a distinctive trait. Everyone, if Winterfell is facing problems providing armor, I can provide assistance, the superior devil said. Lord Alexandria, Onionhead narrowed his eyes. Of course, there's a condition for my help. I hope everyone can listen to my opinion. Alexandria walked forward. Only his ceremonial clothing could be seen. Let Eternal Kingdom guard the location that I designate. Are you agreeable? In the Winterfell teleport portal VIP hall. Sherlock looked at the list of armor and the defense map in his hands and pondered. Winterfell values Lord Sherlock's capability. They agreed to supply the 20,000 sets of armor without thinking and arranged for our army to be stationed beside Eternal Fire's army. From the indication on the map, our allies have 20,000 creatures. We can go ahead with our plan at full speed, Bruce said happily. I hope so. Sherlock put down the defense map. On the map, a tunnel that ran along a valley had the words Sleeping Valley. On the side were the words Eternal Kingdom, CO Defense Area No. 10. Chapter 156, Dependable Ally? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In a room with white walls that were pasted with various anime posters, a gaming capsule was placed in the room beside the wall. The luminous computer screen reflected blurry figures. A Hatsune Miku figurine was placed on the computer table. The computer screen was showing the new content on the discussion forum. The battle campaign scenario is starting soon. Make a guess of the plot. Shirley is cool. After seeing Not Wearing Pants post on the plot, Shirley is hiding his shortcomings. The Octopus Ball Devil Lord must go into the instance dungeon. Is the name of the NPC Sirius? Who fought with Dragonborn before? I heard he's strong. Preposterous. I heard Arthur used traps to capture a large lizard single-handedly. The person sitting in front of the computer looked at the wall clock that indicated 8 a.m. The person stood up and walked into the gaming capsule. Game connected. Welcome to Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom. Current version 0.20, Battle Campaign, Sleeping Valley. Using the character Peasant, Houndhead Man. Loading game. Before Peasant opened his eyes, his nose was filled with the familiar stench of Eternal Kingdom, which consisted of the odor of gnomes, goblins, and Houndhead men. He wasn't able to vomit. The pain threshold was adjusted to 0, so he wouldn't react to any smell. But strong smells would still kill him. For example, the poisonous gas produced from the train's feces when placed in the bladder. The veteran gamer, Hemp Rope Technology, who had the alias of Pioneer, had tested that out using his life. Peasant, are you awake? The spider meat with clay in your backpack was eaten by us. When Peasant opened his eyes, he saw an ugly gnome face. Just by the face, Peasant recognized that he was not wearing pants. Ah! Peasant was surprised and sat up abruptly. He was in a daze for a while before recalling that he had gone offline in the dungeon so nobody could touch the belongings in his backpack. He quickly searched his frog-skinned backpack. Thank goodness, the spider meat with clay was still intact. Because of the updated bug, the gamers were unable to obtain any meat from the kitchen. If they attempt to take the meat raw or try cooking it, there was the possibility of food poisoning. If the food in the dungeon wasn't properly cooked, it was easy to get food poisoning. Peasant. Why are you always late getting online? Don't tell me you're going to classes during summer break. The gnome's burning chest hair and Sylvanas were beside him. The battle campaign scenario is starting soon. Let's hurry and join the expedition group. Sylvanas extended her hand and pulled Peasant up. The nearby Arthur was seated while sharpening his sword. In the Eternal Kingdom Teleport Portal main hall, a new teleport portal was created. A few stone golems were clearing up the materials that were used to construct the teleport portal. Lord Sherlock, who was wearing a long robe, stood by the teleport portal. He was surrounded by thousands of gamers. Peasant, not wearing pants, burning chest hair, Sylvanas and Arthur walked into the crowd. Lord Sherlock waved his hand and lifted his black cloak that had a red underside. Warriors of Eternal Kingdom. The Void Legion of the Ancient Gods has arrived outside Winterfell. The entire underworld is facing a catastrophic crisis. Warriors, your objective is to guard the Sleeping Valley Tunnel. Creatures from Eternal Fire will be your allies and support you. But don't expect too much as they are in dire straits too. Warriors, the fate of the underworld depends on you. Sherlock shouted at the top of his lungs, and the gamers cheered. For Eternal Kingdom. Let's begin. Kill all the ancient gods. I need a crowbar, elder sign, and a few friends. Why? Gosh. I can't attack this silly dude in the dungeon safety zone. The stone golems who were carrying materials turned to look at the astonishing scene. A stone golem at the side said nervously, "Don't look. Leave quickly. It's contagious." At Winterfell Ancient Ruins number 85. Boom boom. The original Ancient Ruins pit had become a distorted mana vortex. Booming thunder and lightning swirled within the vortex. Red-skinned creatures, monsters with bat wings, and ugly monsters ran out from the vortex. Faint murmurs reverberated in the ancient ruins. Any creatures who were near would lose their sanity. Those monsters gathered at the empty space of the ancient ruins. The land that was incinerated by the dragon's breath became dry and barren. It was just perfect for the believers of the ancient gods to gather. A 40 to 50 meter tall red-skinned devil had spikes all over his body. Black armor covered his bright red skin, and his eyes looked crazed. He lifted his gigantic hammer as his thunderous voice echoed in the sky above the ancient ruins. Make haste! Charge! Crush them! The Heavenly Father and Savior are looking at you. A green devil's eye appeared in the sky above the ancient gods' mixed army. The devil's eye floated above the dense and ugly monsters. In the underworld tunnel, the mixed army squeezed and charged forward. There was no end to the army. At CO Defense Area number 10. The Winterfell force constructed their defenses hastily in a bid to obstruct the flow of the tunnel at Area number 10. A large moat that was 3 tunnels wide was dug in front of the defenses. Metal pikes were placed behind the moat. They were used as the first line of defense against the ancient gods' army. At the fortified area, huge giants were transporting soil and rocks. Behind the defenses was a 20,000-strong underworld army that came out from the constructed teleport portals. They put up a wyvern flag that had a scorching flames insignia. An orc with full body armor and a werewolf helmet looked ferocious as he stood on a high vantage point and surveyed the 20,000 troops gathered below. Wah, wah, wah. An eternal fire army that consisted mainly of gnomes, orcs, and werewolves marched in synchronization. 100 fully armed giants with 10-meter bodies gave off an oppressive aura. They carried large maces and stomped on the ground heavily. Each of them was a battlefield meat grinder. Behind the giants were 10 enormous magical cannons with engraved mana runes on the black barrels. Even a superior devil wouldn't dare to take a shot from the cannon. The cannon was what every male creature wanted. Superior armor, courageous spirits, strict discipline, and the meanest equipment. They were the elites of Eternal Fire, which was the strongest dungeon in the northern underworld. The orc commander inhaled deeply, and his chest was filled with pride. Nobody in the underworld would look down on his steel army. Not even the ancient gods. He couldn't help gazing at the fortified defenses on his flank. There was nobody except the dazed logistics officer, who was sent by Winterfell. Are those the Eternal Kingdom's defenses? The orc commander asked his gnome adjutant. Yes, Commander Beefballs, the adjutant quickly replied. Those are the defenses belonging to Eternal Kingdom. They are responsible for supporting us. The dungeon lord is a superior devil. The dungeon was upgraded to level 2 within 3 months. They have a small black dragon. As for military logistics, Winterfell provided 20,000 sets of equipment. 20,000 sets of equipment? It seems like the Allied army defending our flank is quite dependable, Beefballs said, feeling pleased. Suddenly, the empty space on his flank flashed with the brilliance of multiple teleport portals. A group of goblins, gnomes, and a few houndhead men with messy equipment marched in chaotic formation and chatted noisily. Gosh! The modeling is awesome. Chapter 157, Troop Formation. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The Merchant Alliance was gathering all its resources to block the advances of the ancient god's army. In the Eternal Kingdom dungeon. Zi. A black Chiron dwarf was smoking a red-hot metal stick on a comfortable rocking chair. He was Eternal Kingdom's blacksmith and trainer Simba. Beside him was Mufasa, who was stirring the mixed clay in the cauldron. Cousin, where did you say the green-skinned monsters went? They all disappeared. Nobody's forging. I don't know. I heard they were fighting the ancient gods, Mufasa replied. Fighting the ancient gods? Are they using that to entertain themselves? Forget it, there's no fun without my apprentices, but an occasional moment of peace is most welcome, Simba leaned on the rocking chair and said comfortably. The nearby brainiac stood at the teleport portal in a daze. Succubus Evelyn sat in the commercial area, trimming her nails. There were very few creatures in the auction transaction area. Morose held 2 cups of bloody chrysanthemum tea and walked towards Simba and Mufasa. In the dungeon lord main hall, Eggface was busy looking for the computer device. Sherlock left with the gamers, and it wasn't easy for him to sneak in. He wanted to take a look at the rolling undead computer game. It was a peaceful and serene day in Eternal Kingdom. At Fortified Area Number 10, which was the Eternal Kingdom CO defense area. Great Lord Sherlock, I'm in charge of Area Number 10 during the war period. I'm in charge of supplying Eternal Kingdom. You may call me Logistics Officer, a sludge monster with a wet cloak and a matching style of the Underworld said softly to Sherlock, who walked out of the teleport portal. Behind Sherlock, a continuous stream of goblins, gnomes, and houndhead men walked out in a mess. Occasionally, there were some who were fighting and fooling around, but most of them were jovial. There were some who were particularly serious, and one of those gamers shouted, "Be serious! It's war! Don't disgrace Shirley!" These words fell on deaf ears. Thank you for providing troop supplies, Logistics Officer. Tell me, what supplies are you providing in this area? Sherlock put his hands behind his back. He didn't notice the chaotic gamers raiding the fortified area. We have fresh clay, 100 handheld magic machine guns, 20,000 sets of armor, etc. Your troops, they are moving the cooking cauldron, the sludge monster, who was introducing the troop supplies, shouted anxiously. Sherlock turned his head and looked in the direction that the logistics officer was pointing and saw a few gamers rolling the cooking cauldron on its side towards the teleport portal. Oh, they are showing their valor and fearlessness. Think about it, a group of ambitious creatures who are fighting for the underworld and peace don't need cooking cauldrons, Sherlock said without emotion. Please continue. Oh. I see. Then wait, are they removing the tents? The sludge monster shouted in shock. The empty space behind Sherlock was lined with rows of tents, which were prepared by Winterfell. The gamers were removing the tents and the ground pins that were used to fasten the tents. They carried the items in convoys to the teleport portal. After gazing at the gamers, Sherlock said confidently, they don't expect to survive the war, so sleeping is an insult to them. They are doing this to show their frustration. More or less. Beefballs stood on high ground and observed his temporary allies. At the fortified area of Eternal Kingdom, outrageous acts were occurring. The army was in a chaotic formation without any discipline. They were like a touring group of creatures. Why were there goblins and houndhead men in this serious and dignified war against the ancient gods' army? It was best not to mention the houndhead men, who would bite other creatures like mad dogs. But goblins were useless trash who would shout "Wah-a-a-a-ick" in their charge and then scream "Wah-a-a-a-ah" in their retreat. Beefballs was starting to get worried. With such allies on his flank, would the morale of his troops be affected? Thank goodness that their numbers were only about 1,000. Did Eternal Kingdom not attain level 2 dungeon within 3 months? They even had a small black dragon as a servant and a once-in-a-thousand-year genius lich. What was going on with this motley army? Why were they employed by Winterfell? The war hadn't started, but they were moving their supplies to the teleport portal? Before Beefballs, those goblins, gnomes, and houndhead men carried all removable supplies like tents and cooking cauldrons away from the fortified area. They were diligently transporting the items to the teleport portals. They looked more like movers than warriors going for a war. For the supplies that were unmovable, such as the huge storage chests containing fresh clay, the gamers would remove the clay using small bags before transporting the storage chests. The fresh clay wasn't the priority of the gamers since there was enough food to eat. Their main priorities were the wooden chests and tents, which weren't found in Eternal Kingdom. However, the combat supplies weren't removed. For example, the handheld magic machine guns and the 20,000 sets of armor. Because Sherlock had already tagged them with the words Lord Sherlock's private items. The gamers ran the risk of losing their accounts if they dared to touch them. Beefballs didn't know all of this. In his eyes, they were a bunch of bandits who robbed Winterfell blind. Commander Beefballs, the adjutant looked worriedly at Beefballs. At Fortified Area Number 10, Eternal Fire and Eternal Kingdom were supposed to be supportive allies. The adjutant was worried after realizing the quality of their allies. No problem, they won't affect us. This kind of motley army will flee the moment the war starts. A thunderous boom, sound pierced the air. Sparks erupted in the adjacent areas. A few goblins were familiarizing themselves with the magic machine guns, but they misfired, and the shots landed on their own comrades. Besides making a small pit, they blew up tens of goblins and gnomes. Eternal Kingdom's army fell into chaos, and faint laughter could be heard in the commotion. Beefballs shook his head. He must have been mistaken. In this circumstance, the motley army should be crying or cursing, but laughing? Incredible! When Beefballs had lost all confidence and hopes in his ally and denounced them as the trash of the trash, a wyvern flew in the distance. The wyvern swooped past area number 10 rapidly and flew off into the distance. Beefballs lifted his head only to see the wyvern shrink into the distance. Then he recovered himself and heard booming sounds coming from the dark areas of the distant tunnel. In the dimly lit tunnel, he saw densely packed monsters, which instilled fear as they charged forward. The entire tunnel was filled with the charging army of the ancient gods. Full battle stations. War horns bellowed from the Eternal Fire camp. 20,000 troops started to assemble in battle formation. The heavy war machines were placed into position with the direction of the gnome adjutant. The scene was somber. At the Eternal Kingdom camp, the gamers formed their battle formation noisily. From a distance, the dense army could be seen advancing towards them. Chapter 158, Stop Firing. They are our allies. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Gosh! Stop carrying the chests. The first wave of monsters is coming. If we fail to guard the area, the battle campaign scenario fails. Our rewards will go down the drain. Takia Spirit was busy carrying the chests when Sealhead Ling Chong grabbed him and ran forward. At the front line of Eternal Kingdom's fortified defenses, Sherlock directed the gamers to fill the gaps. Guarding the gap in the flank was Eternal Kingdom's mission. Mission title, Guard Area Number 10. Mission description, the Ancient Gods' army is attacking. The warriors of Eternal Kingdom are tasked with saving the Underworld. The fate of the underworld depends on you. Mission tips: Winterfell provided sufficient equipment. Gamers can purchase the equipment on credit. Death incurred during the mission will not have a reputation point penalty. Do not worry and have a good battle. As for the mission objective, that was subjected to change based on circumstances. The current objective was guard against the first wave of the ancient gods' army's invasion. Takia Spirit and Sealhead Ling Chong found Dragonborn, who was wading through the crowd. The three of them squeezed to the front row. The scene was filled with the noisy shouts of the gamers. Those with kite shields, stand in the first row. Make haste. Don't you see the first wave coming? D*MN, look at the dense mass. You call that the first wave? Aren't we densely packed too? Besides your back skulls, I can't see anything. Let me be the front row troop. I want to see the first wave of monsters. D*MN. Don't compete with me for the first row. The first row is mine. D*MN, my adrenaline's pumping. My dream of fighting in an epic battle is coming true in this game. It's too real. We're always passionate at heart. I'm going to charge and break enemy lines. If the darting birds were able to revive, I'd ride the darting bird and be a cavalry. Are we being silly? Do we have to wait? Why don't we charge and be done with it? Gosh, that makes sense. Wait, if we die a distance from here, what if we can't retrieve our equipment? Shirley kept you for a few months, yet you are cowering here because of equipment. Execute him. Who's afraid? Charge. Waiaic. The gamers were a mess. The formation that they had taken up with great difficulty became chaotic as a portion of them charged forward. Beefballs looked at the formation on his flank. He was cynical initially and pondered whether he should dispatch 2,000 of his troops to defend the small gap. Before he derided them, he heard charging screams. The loudest was the sound Waiaic. 1,000 goblins, gnomes, and houndhead men charged forward. They were for real. They charged towards the densely packed ancient gods' army in the tunnel. Were they nuts? At the Eternal Kingdom fortified area, with its temporary, crude clay wall, Peasant was holding a magic machine gun as he looked bewilderedly at a houndhead man, dreamless insomniac, and asked, "How do you operate this toy? Must a houndhead man operate it? I want to charge. I don't wish to operate the guns. But I received the mission. What can I do?" Dreamless insomniac said helplessly. "Someone said to press this button and infuse mana." "Good, I understand." Peasant said. 100 houndhead men with magic machine guns manned their positions at the clay wall. They adjusted the barrel angle according to the mission instructions. In the spacious tunnel below, the messy gamers were about to engage in combat with the ancient god's army. "All creatures, listen up." As the houndhead men were hesitating about when to fire the magic machine guns, Sylvanas walked to the fortified walls and shouted, "Listen to my command. Infuse mana." "Wait. Gosh. Sister Vanas, don't. Open fire." Sylvanas shouted out the command. Boom. Boom. 100 magic machine guns opened fire. With mana as the power source, the magic gun shells flew in a long arc and landed at the front line that was about to contact the enemy. The 100 shells landed consecutively on the gamers' front line. Boom. 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 While Dragonborn was charging with the group, a shell fell from the sky and landed tens of meters from him. The charging gamers were blown up into the air by the exploding shells. A gamer in the crowd shouted, "Go prone." Incoming shells from allies. Tens of shells landed precisely on the gamer's front line. As he was about to go prone, his heart thumped rapidly. He didn't expect the game to be so realistic. Sealhead Ling Chong grabbed Dragonborn and pointed to a shell pit as he yelled, "Quick! Get in the pit!" Dragonborn followed Sealhead Ling Chong into the pit. Takia Spirit ran to another shell pit. He looked at the bombarded surroundings and the grotesque corpses and started scolding, *T. You're hitting allies. A shell landed accurately in Takia Spirit's pit. More shells exploded, and the gamers at the front line cursed and swore. I'm wounded. *MN, you're hitting allies. Gosh, I'm bleeding all over the place. Shucks. I'm hit. We're allies. Allies. Stop firing. Dumb fools. The area around Dragonborn was a massacre ground. The carpet bombings continued. The revived gamers, who were half naked, appeared at the rear where the Houndhead men were holding the magic machine guns. They picked up short swords and started killing the Houndhead men on the fortified walls. The front line and the rear gun positions were in total chaos. The ancient god's army was indifferent. They charged forward and engulfed the front line gamers. When the magic gun shells exploded and cleared small pockets of the enemy, the holes were rapidly filled up by the monsters from the rear. Dragonborn, who was lying prone in the pit, saw the bloody scene. His adrenaline was pumping as he stood up and shouted while grasping his short sword. The gamers in front were swallowed by the ancient god's army. Red-skinned monsters, beasts with rat bodies and human faces, and tall, ugly giants pushed forward menacingly. Dragonborn raised his shield and charged forward at the monsters. He closed his eyes and hacked wildly. Then Dragonborn was engulfed by the sea of monsters. Sherlock stood at the teleport portal and surveyed the thinning front line. If the revival problem wasn't solved, within 10 minutes, the 1,000 gamers would all perish here. The sludge monster logistics officer at the side asked in a trembling voice, "That? Lord Sherlock, shall we close the teleport portals and go over to the Eternal Fire area?" "It's not necessary. You may proceed to the Eternal Fire area first." Sherlock turned his head to look at the continuous stream of new gamers coming out from the teleport portals. They went immediately to grab the equipment supplied by Winterfell. "Let the teleport portals stay open. Help me obtain another 20,000 sets of equipment from Winterfell. The size of the ancient god's army is much larger than I expected." Sherlock's figure vanished in a teleport portal. Chapter 159, Area Number 10 Battle Reports. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. When Sherlock returned to the dungeon, goblins, gnomes, and Houndhead men were reviving. Then they walked half-naked towards the teleport portals to rejoin the battle. The rewards in the Sleeping Valley mission were attractive. Besides receiving high-quality equipment from Winterfell, killing enemies, carrying supplies, and guarding rewarded reputation points. The Winterfell standard equipment could also be bought on credit. After dying, they revived, re-equipped themselves on credit, and dove headlong into battle. There was no sense of fear. Sherlock walked past the revived gamers and returned to the Dungeon Lord main hall. He noticed Eggface, whose buttocks was sticking out as he searched under the computer table. Sherlock walked over and grabbed Eggface's wings. Eggface's moving buttocks came to a stop. "What are you looking for?" Sherlock raised Eggface to eye level and asked. I followed the dark flames and discovered an unspeakable cordoned area here. The flames of the other world are about to be extinguished and require Soul of Cinder." Eggface's gaze was shifty as he spoke. "You wanted to play Dark Souls?" Sherlock frowned and said, "The game is unhealthy and isn't good for your mental development. Go and play with Brainiac." Sherlock put Eggface on the ground and kicked his buttocks using his toes. He shooed Eggface out of the Dungeon Lord main hall. Eggface turned to look back many times as he shifted his plump body and left reluctantly. Sherlock pulled out the screen from the dungeon core and activated the computer. Then he retrieved various tidbits and beverages from the chest behind and placed them on the table. "The frequency of gamers' deaths will be very high. I'm calculating their usage of mana skills and the magic machine guns. Is Lord Sherlock's mana sufficient?" Brew asked with concern. "It's not a big problem. Only 2,000 of them. Can they possibly die thousands of times in a day?" Sherlock said indifferently. Then he clicked on an icon on the computer. Dark Souls. Activated. Beefballs looked at the moving and tragic scene, which should instill deep veneration, but he felt weird. He was unable to use words to describe the strange feelings. A group of insane creatures who raided their own camps and then charged recklessly without any formation. It was easy to understand that they weren't afraid to die. But later, they aimed their guns at their allies on the front line before they fired on the enemies. After which, half-naked creatures charged out from the teleport portals, picked up short swords, and killed the magic machine gun operators. The events were out of Beefball's sphere of understanding. Perhaps Lord Sherlock had cast spells over these pitiful gnomes, goblins, and houndhead men. Would Sherlock not invite the Union's investigation and negative reactions from his servants? But that was the only plausible reason he could think of. "Commander," the gnome at the side shouted. Beefballs recovered from his daze. In the underworld tunnel in front, the ancient god's army was advancing rapidly. Those jovial creatures from Eternal Kingdom were engulfed by the enemy. "Let's begin!" Beefballs shouted, and the gnome relayed his order. The gigantic magic cannons aimed at the densely packed ancient god's army in the tunnel. Mana was infused in the magic cannons. "Open fire!" Boom! The gigantic magic cannons heated up the underground tunnel. The rippling energy created by the magic cannon shells decimated a large portion of the enemy. The magic cannons were more powerful than the handheld magic machine guns used by the Eternal Kingdom's gamers. After 2 volleys of the magic cannons, the charging army of the ancient gods clashed with Eternal Fire's troops. Emergency broadcast. Emergency broadcast. Request immediate reinforcements. They have too many creatures. This time, the ancient god's army is different. It's not a ragtag army. Area number 11 has fallen. Area number 11 has fallen. We are retreating to the valley entrance. Area number 8, we are holding the line. The enemy is greatly weakened. We've held the first wave of attack, but the enemy is still coming strong. They are preparing for the second wave of attack. What's that? Is that the commander of the ancient god's army? Nightmare Devil! Oh my god! Area number 1 requesting reinforcements. Requesting reinforcements. Ah! In the Merchant Alliance Battle Command Center located in Winterfell. Palm. Beast punched his knuckles on the stone table. The table didn't move an inch, but he felt pain in his knuckles. Despicable. Beast's eyes became red. Calm down, Senior Beast. Though the situation is beyond our expectations, besides areas number 11, no, 8, and number 1, the other areas are intact and in good positions. A fully armored orc said, according to experience, if we delay the war for a period of time, the ancient god's army will collapse once the time and space gap becomes unstable without a dungeon core's support. That's correct. As this commander said, only a few areas were overrun. It's nothing to be worried about. A superior devil who was wearing retro ceremonial clothing with dual buttons sat in a chair. His face was hidden in the shadows, and he said, to support the time and space gap at Ancient Ruins number 85 requires a dungeon core the size of that at Eternal Fire or Winterfell. We only need to delay for time and seal the time and space gap. Lord Alexandria is correct. Onion Head, who was seated at the helm, nodded. I'm interested in the situation at area number 10. Can you tell me about the battle reports? Alexandria leaned forward, but his face was still hidden in the shadows. Area number 10, found it. A gnome searched the related battle reports and said, only Eternal Fire submitted battle reports. There is no news from Eternal Kingdom except for a logistics request, which is an additional 20,000 sets of armor. What? Beast stood up abruptly and was about to hammer the table with his fist. He hesitated and punched his palm instead. Then he said, that is too much of a request. Let's take a look at Eternal Fire's battle report. Onionhead didn't object at the first opportunity. The gnome picked up the report and read it. Is the Merchant Alliance becoming silly? Treating us as fools? Giving us such an ally? If we lose area number 10, it's the fault of the Merchant Alliance. The gnome felt embarrassed as he turned the page. Battle report number 2, it's hilarious. Are you using Eternal Kingdom to provide pre-battle entertainment? These creatures are indeed entertaining. Ha 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 ha. Battle report number 3, the enemy has arrived. Our ally, Eternal Kingdom, didn't have any coordination. The first wave of their creatures perished. The handheld magic machine guns provided by you became the killer of their allies. Thank goodness they died fast. I must say, I respect their fearlessness. We retract the insults in the 2 previous reports. But they are really green and inexperienced. Everyone's expression was weird. Eternal Kingdom was deemed to be a strong and capable dungeon. Moreover, Lord Alexandria was very concerned about Eternal Kingdom. From Eternal Fire's reports, Eternal Kingdom wasn't strong, and the entire contingent was annihilated. As everyone was silent, another battle report arrived in flames. The gnome picked it up and looked around. This is the latest battle report from Eternal Fire. It says, please send Eternal Kingdom supplies. Armor is not required. Only short swords. They only need weapons to kill the enemy. By Satan's wrath, I have never seen such reckless goblins before. Chapter 160, I charged your phone account. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In the tunnel at area number 10, near Winterfell. Pits created by the explosions of magic cannons peppered the entire underground tunnel. The first wave of the Ancient Gods' army was now stopping for a rest. The corpses of the Ancient Gods' army, as well as those of goblins, gnomes, and the Houndhead men, were dragged away. A red-skinned humanoid creature emitted beastly bellows as he dragged a goblin corpse that was wielding a short sword. The corpse was gradually disintegrated by mana. The red-skinned humanoid creature looked at his empty hands in astonishment. In the tunnel, the corpses disintegrated and vanished. After the first wave of attack, which was like a tsunami, the Ancient Gods' army retreated to gather more forces. The Ancient Gods' army didn't salvage the dropped equipment on the battlefield, as it wasn't useful to them. The sizes of the equipment weren't fitting, so they were considered trash. The Ancient Gods' army depended more on brute strength for fighting. It didn't mean that other creatures wouldn't salvage the equipment. In the spacious tunnel, a group of half-naked goblins, gnomes, and Houndhead men were salvaging the dropped equipment. Those green-skinned creatures that had strange words above their heads didn't care whether the equipment was gross or not. As long as it would fit, they put it on. Beefballs stood on a tall platform and looked at Eternal Kingdom's creatures. They were happily salvaging in the tunnel, which looked like a massacre ground. That was correct, it was joy. It was the first time Beefballs witnessed creatures being so happy on the battlefield. Commander, the strength of the troops from Eternal Kingdom is more formidable than we thought. Though the warriors weren't properly trained, their fearless battle traits make them a dependable ally, the adjutant commented. It's indeed a formidable power, Beefballs said. Since Eternal Kingdom has so much combat power, why didn't they fully arm themselves and show up in a troop formation? Did Winterfell supply them the additional 20,000 weapons? The adjutant asked, articulating his doubts. I don't know, perhaps the superior devil has other plans. Since they have the power to be a dependable ally, I feel that we should meet them. Beefballs looked at his adjutant and said, Fishballs, contact their commander and check if our battle plans are compatible. Yes, sir. The green creatures of Eternal Kingdom were without discipline. They accumulated the dropped equipment and transported it back via the teleport portals. Fishballs brought his well-armed personal orc guards to the entrance of Eternal Kingdom's camp. 2 Houndhead men, who were wearing soiled equipment and laden with noisy equipment, dragged their load as they ran towards the camp. As they ran, they muttered to one another. Profitable, it's profitable. I only had white standard equipment, but now I have green excellent equipment. Gosh, this battle campaign scenario is awesome. My reputation points are in the negative zone since I bought quite a bit of equipment though. I'm good. My reputation points are positive. Every time I am revived, I just charge and use my fists to fight. When I see a short sword, I pick it up and start hacking. Wah, you cheapskate! Aren't you embarrassed? The two houndhead men dragged their equipment while they ran and chatted. Soon, they noticed the gnome adjutant, Fishballs, and his personal guards. Gosh, NPCs from Eternal Fire came over. A houndhead man elbowed the other houndhead man. I see him. Don't elbow me. The houndhead man kicked his comrade. Warriors of Eternal Kingdom. Fishballs walked up to them and ignored their strange conversation as he said, I'm the Deputy Commander of Eternal Fire. I'd like to talk to your commander. We have to cooperate for the war. The two houndhead men looked at each other in disbelief. One of the houndhead men asked, Are you giving us a mission? Mission? It's not a mission. It's more of a cooperation. Of course, if you're willing to complete the missions, we won't decline. We'll provide some rewards. Fishballs didn't expect the houndhead men to mention the word mission, which was an order given by a superior to a subordinate. Fishballs and the houndhead men belonged to different dungeons. Perhaps it was due to the low intellect of the houndhead men, who would attack all other creatures recklessly. Gosh! Is this a strange encounter mission? We're lucky. The two houndhead men talked softly before one of them stood up and braced their chest. The equipment clanked noisily. I'm the commander of the Eternal Kingdom dungeon. I'm Greenbean Precious Lady. Tell me what missions you have for us. We'll accept all missions. Can you tell us the rewards beforehand? The houndhead man said. Before Fishballs had the chance to reply, a sharp short sword penetrated Greenbean Precious Lady. The grotesque blood splattered on Fishball's face. Greenbean Precious Lady's chest was a mess. Shucks! Greenbean Precious Lady screamed and looked angrily at the houndhead man behind them. Sorry, Greenbean Precious Lady, the strange encounter mission is mine, the houndhead man comrade said. D*MN, I just lent you 30 yuan to recharge your phone account yesterday. Greenbean Precious Lady didn't complete her sentence because she couldn't speak. She fell down to the ground with a thud. Fishballs looked stunned at the incredible scene. His eyes almost popped. The houndhead man that had just killed his comrade walked forward and smiled earnestly. His face was stained with the blood of his comrade. He said to Fishballs, I'm Dreamless Insomniac, the most senior commander of Eternal Kingdom. Even Shirley has to pay me respect. What strange encounter mission do you have? Fishballs was stunned for a few seconds. Then he waved his hand and said, Arrest him. Not wearing pants carried a bundle of equipment. He wanted to transport it to his living quarters. This was his second trip. A few gnomes ran over and said, Not wearing pants, come quickly. There's a mission. An Eternal Fire NPC wants to speak to our commander. Come and do a live stream of the scene. Not wearing pants threw the equipment on the ground and followed the gnomes. A gnome and a few orcs were at the camp entrance. They arrested a houndhead man, Dreamless Insomniac. The gathered gamers were talking non-stop. Gosh! What's happening? A goblin called Carefree Cutie asked Dreamless Insomniac, who was being restrained. I don't know. I stabbed my comrade and was arrested. Shouldn't Sister Vannas be arrested and publicly paraded? What nonsense! Without my courageous command, would we be able to repel the ancient god's army? The angry Sylvanas shouted. Fishballs noticed that more and more creatures were surrounding and touching them. They didn't know the meaning of propriety. Their equipment looks awesome. Hands off the NPCs, they're here to assign missions. Shall we hack them? Calm down, calm down. Wait for them to assign the missions. The surrounding creatures said things that made the adjutant uneasy. I want to meet your highest-ranking commander. Fishballs shouted while the creatures from Eternal Kingdom were still sane. Chapter 161, Second Phase Battle Plan. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Just as Fishballs finished shouting, the goblins, gnomes, and houndhead men began to discuss loudly. Who's the highest-ranking commander? Is there such an NPC at our side? No, I don't think so. Can it be Shirley? Shirley is back at the Dungeon Lord main hall. There is a prohibition sign on the door. I don't think it's Shirley. I know, we're supposed to elect a representative to be our highest-ranking commander. Stop dreaming. We don't have an election system. Isn't it hilarious for us to choose? We won't have a representative even if we spend the day electing. Listen to my suggestion. Kill the NPCs and take their equipment. There are only a few NPCs. How do we split the loot? Gosh, I can't hack them. They are on the list of allies. Fishballs looked at the crazy gamers who were talking and was puzzled. What was the situation? Did they not have a highest-ranking commander? Why were they thinking of hacking him? Did they not know it would cause a conflict between Eternal Fire and Eternal Kingdom? While Fishballs was puzzled and losing his patience, the sound of discussion became soft. Then he heard them shouting among themselves. Choose me! Choose me! Cast your vote and choose me! Gosh! Who voted for Sister Vanna's? She can't be the highest-ranking commander. We'll get blown up. This is hilarious. They are choosing Sister Vanna's. Do you like to see your allies being blown up? Vanna's bro has the highest popularity. Steady, steady. Shucks. Do you want Sylvanas to be the general? Isn't she going to be the ranger general? The flag is too big. 666, wait for the Death Knight. A gnome, Sylvanas, who had a longbow and a short bow at her back, walked out. Both sides of her waist had quivers full of arrows. A small shield hung at her chest, and her thighs had a dagger each. A short sword hung by her waist, and her hands held a handheld magic machine gun. She was a gnome who was armed to the teeth. She looked clean compared to the other creatures. I'm the highest-ranking commander, Sylvanas, the gnome shouted. At the Dungeon Lord main hall in Eternal Kingdom. So they chose Sylvanas? Is she very popular? I thought they would choose either Pants or Arthur. Sherlock looked at the screen that dimmed gradually. His undead character perished. This gamer is rather popular in some sense. And her name is auspicious for a commander. I guess that's what everybody's thinking. Is that so? Sherlock shut down the computer and put on his black cloak that had a red underside as he stood up. Sherlock opened the door and saw a small black dragon sitting by the door. His buttocks was on the ground with his two rear legs extended. He was gnawing his two front claws, and his black tail was sweeping the ground. Eggface stood up immediately and said, "My eternal foe. Are you accepting a new challenge?" Eggface was peeping into the dungeon core main hall while he spoke. Sherlock pondered for a while and grabbed Eggface's wings. Then he placed him in his arms. "You follow me." "What?" When Sherlock walked through the teleport portal and arrived at Fortified Area number 10, the gamers were shocked by his appearance. Some gamers quickened the pace they were sending their equipment back. They said, "Gosh! A new plot is starting. Send the equipment back to the dungeon and then return to see the plot." Sherlock wasn't bothered by the gamers. He looked at the ancient god's army camp. Eggface flapped his wings and followed behind Sherlock as his short rear legs were unable to catch up with him. It was easier for him to fly rather than run. At the other end of the underground tunnel, the dark group of the ancient god's army was amassing. The empty space in the middle was full of pits made by the magic cannons. Just by looking, it was easy to imagine the ferocity of the prior battle. The gamers were equipped with a set of superior equipment, green excellent equipment being the minimum. Most of the equipment was Winterfell standard equipment. The gamers' reputation points weren't in good standing. Some of the revived gamers would pick up the dropped equipment from the battlefield, but most of the gamers bought short swords before charging out. If they wished to live longer, they would buy a full set of armor. As they were purchased on credit, they didn't care how much they owed. Many of the gamers had negative reputation points. With the appearance of Sherlock, more and more gamers gathered. Like previous times, they were unable to get too close to Sherlock. Sherlock walked to the middle of their camp, where Sylvanas and a group of gamers were talking using a map. Tens of veteran gamers were maintaining order, but the scene looked chaotic. Fishballs had returned to his camp. We'll act according to the discussed battle plan, Sylvanas said to the gathered gamers as she gestured to the map. Peasant was stunned, and he looked puzzled as he said, "What? How do we fight?" "Silly dude, I said it just now. Fight here, here, and then here." Burning Chest Hair shouted. "Gosh, Shirley's here," a gamer shouted. Sylvanas and the others noticed Sherlock. Sherlock walked towards them and noticed the map on the ground. On it were several bars, attack routes, and professional annotations. The map was provided by Eternal Fire. "Warriors, you've done well by repelling the first wave of attack. Subsequent, more ferocious waves are coming. You have to buck up," Sherlock said to the gathered gamers. Then he asked Sylvanas, "Can you explain the battle plan?" When Sherlock visited the Eternal Kingdom fortified area to find out about Eternal Fire's battle plan, Not Wearing Pants published a post at the earliest opportunity. Sleeping Valley Battle Campaign Map. The battle is going into Phase 2. Hello everyone, I'm Not Wearing Pants, oh. The Sleeping Valley map was officially opened today. Every gamer received a mission. Mission title, Guard Area Number 10. Detailed content with map. Picture. I will not elaborate on the contents. I will discuss some fine details of the battle campaign map. First, we appeared in a fortified area. These are pictures of the original area. Picture. When we arrived at the area, we carried off all removable items. This is what I like best about the game. We can interact with the props, and you can take any items you like. The other game, Brave Hero, is not that interactive. Picture. Then a group of the ancient gods monsters attacked us. The mission stated that this was the first wave of attack. The scene was incredible. I will let everyone take a look at the picture of the charging enemies. I was standing at the fortified wall taking the pictures. There were at least tens of thousands of creatures in the battle. Picture. More battlefield screenshots. Picture. I am going on to the main point. The second phase mission. The ally from Eternal Fire contacted us after the first wave of attack. An NPC called Fishballs gave us a mission and a battle plan. The details of the battle plan are on the map. Map. As detailed on the map, our second phase mission is to defeat the ancient gods' army. Do you understand? I am going back to the game. Continue fighting for the besieged Underworld. Equipment, here I come. Chapter 162, 3 Steps Battle Plan. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. At the Eternal Fire Camp. How was the discussion? Beefballs asked Fishballs while gazing at the amassing ancient gods' army. I met with their highest-ranking commander. She's a gnome called Sylvanas, who was elected at the last moment, Fishballs said thoughtfully. Elected at the last moment? Beefballs looked in disbelief at Fishballs. That's correct. They gave me very strange feelings. There were strange symbols above their heads. They chatted like crazy, were without discipline, and backstabbed their friends. I saw 2 salvaging houndhead men who were good friends 1 second and who started killing each other the next second. Fishballs looked shaken and said, everyone claimed to be the highest-ranking commander. Once they saw me, they wanted missions, rewards, and loved equipment the most. They all took huge piles of equipment and carried them back to the teleport portals. They even wanted to kill me for my equipment. Did their dungeon lord not shut down the teleport portals? They wanted to kill you. If the creature in front of him wasn't his adjutant, Beefballs would suspect that he was mad. Their dungeon lord didn't shut down the teleport portals, and they wanted to kill me. They didn't do it and only spoke about it. Moreover, the atmosphere was very strange. Fishballs pondered for a while and said, at their camp, everyone seemed happy. Those gnomes, goblins, and houndhead men who had perished seemed not to be related to them at all. It was as if they were celebrating a festival. Beefballs thought deeply before asking, is there a possibility that they were corrupted by the ancient gods? That's what I thought initially, but they don't look like the confused believers of ancient gods as they were logical. At least, they understood my battle plan. Besides her abnormal equipment, Sylvanas looked normal, Fishballs said solemnly. Is there anything else you want to report? That's all for now. The situation was too weird. After I talked to them, I came back immediately, Fishballs said fearfully. Good, go and do the preparations. Act according to our battle plan. Beefballs said as he waved his hand. At Eternal Kingdom Camp. That's a detailed battle plan, Sherlock nodded and said after he finished scrutinizing the map and listening to Sylvanas' explanation. Sylvanas completed a mission, reporting the battle situation to Lord Sherlock, and obtained reputation points and coins. Warriors, prepare according to the battle plan. We'll coordinate with Eternal Fire to defeat the Ancient God's army. Sherlock waved his hand and shouted to the surrounding gamers. He obtained the gamers' responses. Shirley's awesome. Kill the allies. We'll be merciless. Eternal Fire's equipment looks great. Buck up everyone. Do your best, and don't cheat. I'm going to have a meal soon. Make haste everybody. Then there were no more shouts. Sherlock found a place to sit down. He was looking forward to seeing the performance of his gamers. The small black dragon wandered around at the side for a while. He intended to chat with the gamers, but seeing Sherlock's reaction, he could only fly to Sherlock's side. He sat down on his buttocks and piled up his plump body. Then he started toying with the dust on the ground. The nearby gamers dispersed after Sherlock sat down. Is there no more plot? Let's go. Disperse. Let's transport equipment. Don't you skive. Keep the equipment. The Dragon Raja Guild is accumulating the equipment. We'll buy all the equipment. The Meat Vegetable Rice Alliance Guild is accumulating equipment. We pay more than Dragon Raja. D*MN, are you stirring up trouble? Brothers, there's a fight. Come and help. Where's the handheld magic machine gun? Bring it here. Gosh, they don't allow us to use the magic machine guns. We won't use them. Forget it. Don't take it to heart. Transport the equipment quickly. Dragon Raja, just you wait. After the battle campaign scenario, accept the Guild War challenge. I'll hammer you. In front of Sherlock, the guild gamers scolded and swore at each other, but they were still carrying the equipment diligently. Before long, the war horn sounded at the Eternal Fire camp. Sylvanas stood on a vantage point and shouted, "Gather! The second phase is starting. The transportation of the equipment shall stop. We'll complete the second phase before carrying the equipment. If we lose in the second phase, there will be no more equipment." The gamers gathered at the command of Sylvanas and moved in droves to the fortified area. 100 houndhead men with magic machine guns followed behind the main group. The troops of Eternal Fire also gathered. Sounds of massive movement reverberated in the tunnel. A large airship propelled by mana appeared above the Eternal Fire camp. With a roaring sound, the airship rose high up in the sky. The gamers lifted their heads to observe the magnificent airship. Takia Spirit elbowed Dragonborn and said, "Gosh, the airship looks cool. I'd like to have one," Dragonborn muttered. Advance! The shouts came from the Eternal Fire camp. The army of Eternal Fire marched forward in an orderly manner. Bruce Notice appeared in front of all of the gamers. Mission: protect Sleeping Valley. Mission objective: coordinate with Eternal Fire and provide cover for the airship. Defeat the Ancient Gods Army commander at Area No 10. Charge! Waiaic! The gamers shouted war cries and charged at the amassed Ancient Gods Army. Sherlock gazed at the gamers charging forward. Then he looked at the map in front of him. On it was the detailed battle plan. First step: start a preemptive strike. Second step: find the enemy commander and kill him. Step 3: kill all enemies in area number 10. Perfect. Chapter 163, War of the Armies. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Dragonborn was with a crowd advancing forward. Above their heads, a large roaring airship occupied most of the sky. It was moving slowly forward. Then there were boom, boom. With the consecutive booming sounds, blinding brilliance erupted in the midst of the Ancient Gods Army. A large portion of the army was decimated. Magic cannons on the airship fired continuously at the enemy like the flooding rain. Dragonborn felt his ears going deaf with the explosions and roaring airship propulsion. His ears were ringing, and he felt dizzy. Cheering was heard coming from the Eternal Fire camp. The airship accelerated as it advanced forward. There was a commotion at the rear of the Eternal Kingdom camp. They passed the message forward, and it reached Dragonborn. Sister Vanis told us to fight bravely. The Magic Machine Guns team will provide us support. If the situation turns against us, the guns will provide long-range firepower. It's hilarious. Aren't we becoming anti-retreat troops? Whoever isn't fighting well will be blown to bits. *T, can you stop teasing me? It's not easy for me to be in the mood, D*MN. Ha 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 ha. This is going to be exciting. We'll brace for friendly fire while we advance. Takia Spirit was as happy as a lark. The Ancient Gods Army is charging. The front-line troops will brace their shields. Those at the rear, stop charging. Listen to the commands. Otherwise, we'll be annihilated. This is the second phase. Buck up. At the Eternal Kingdom camp, there was cheering, while at the Eternal Fire camp, huge shields were placed in front of their formation. The gamers followed the NPCs and braced the shields on the ground. Brace yourselves. The shouting echoed on the battlefield. It wasn't known whether a gamer shouted or an NPC shouted. The rumbling of the beasts came closer and closer. The ground started quaking. Dragonborn felt his adrenaline pumping. Though he was in a game, the battle felt completely real. It was to the point that he almost forgot he was in a game. Explosions were heard coming from the front. The airship fired the white flashing magic cannons to open up the way and break up the Ancient Gods Army into pieces. The two opposing front lines collided. Pom! Dragonborn heard the collision sounds of bodies against shields. The gamers' shouts were drowned by the beastly roars of the monsters. Some red-skinned monsters leaped above their heads and landed behind the shield wall. More and more red-skinned monsters jumped over the shield wall. Dragonborn turned his head to glance at the adjacent Eternal Fire camp. The Eternal Fire Army formation was mowing down the Ancient Gods Army with high efficiency. Dragonborn felt that was the real army battle. The gamers were comparatively less efficient. As the gamers' formation was weak and there was varying quality at the front row, more and more red-skinned monsters charged into their formation. Soon, some monsters appeared before Dragonborn. Dragonborn lifted his shield and knocked against a charging red-skinned monster. Pom! He felt a strong power knocking into his shield and throwing him off balance. The red-skinned monster was also knocked backwards, and a gamer ended the monster's life with a sword. More and more red-skinned monsters appeared, but compared to the first wave tsunami in which the gamers were unable to react, this situation was much better. At least, Dragonborn was able to retaliate. Whether it was the veteran or the novice gamers, after the lengthy training in the game, they had mastered the basic combat skills. With their fearlessness and having a basic troop formation, the fully armed gamers had a chance in repelling the mixed Ancient Gods army. Compared to the Eternal Fire army, which was like a razor that cut deep into the Ancient Gods army, the Eternal Kingdom army was less impressive, but at least the gamers were able to hold their formation. A black figure was extremely prominent on the battlefield. A few gamers with superior equipment surrounded the black figure. The gamer Arthur formed a small combat team and killed the nearby Ancient Gods troops like a meat grinder. Dragonborn glanced at the combat team and was distracted. Then he was pounded to the ground by a red monster. The wretched face with sharp teeth bit at Dragonborn, but he only bit on Dragonborn's short sword. Sharp, yellow teeth grated along the short sword and made chilling screeching sounds. Though he knew it was only a game, the scene made his heart thump faster. A short sword penetrated the chest of the monster. Takia Spirit kicked away the red-skinned monster that was slumped on top of Dragonborn. Takia Spirit, who was stained with blood all over, extended his hand and pulled Dragonborn up. Gosh, you aren't being careful. If you die here, you won't be able to participate in this exciting battle. You'll die of regrets. Takia Spirit was covered with grotesque liquid. It wasn't known whether the liquid was his blood or that of others, but he looked all right. Where is Sealhead? Dragonborn knocked down a hululu shouting monster and ended its life with a sword slash. Then he turned his head and asked Takia Spirit. That beluga's out of luck. He revived and is running back to the battlefield. The lifespan of a beluga is short, Takia Spirit said with sarcasm. An incantation was heard coming from behind him. Who's that unbridled evil chaos? The fire spirit leaping on my hand, hearken my summon. By the name of our highest contract, incinerate my unbridled enemy. With the incantation, a huge fireball flew closely over Takia Spirit's body and exploded against a red-skinned monster. Dragonborn raised his shield to fend off the furious heat wave of the explosion. *T. Using a mana skill without saying anything. Who's the bugger? Takia Spirit shouted as his arm was badly burnt. You're dead. A figure ran to Takia Spirit and Dragonborn's side. He was Houndhead Man Sealhead Ling Chong. I treat you as my son, and you want to be my dad, Takia Spirit said and then added, what kind of a dialect incantation was that? Sichuan, Chengdu, country bumpkin. A red-skinned monster charged at Sealhead Ling Chong. Takia Spirit charged at the monster and penetrated the monster's body with his sword. Whistling sounds shot over their heads. Magic machine guns shells from friendlies. The gun shells hurtled over the gamers to their right side. Obviously, the battle situation wasn't working out for the gamers. Hence the magic machine gun team was bombarding the area regardless of friend or foe. Holy cow! What the heck? The NPCs are being massacred. A few gamers shouted, and Dragonborn looked over at the commotion. An ugly black giant who was holding a huge hammer was crushing the troops of Eternal Fire with ease. The Razor troop formation of Eternal Fire ground to a halt. Is that an elite monster? The modeling is gorgeous, Sealhead Ling Chong said in awe. Takia Spirit suddenly said, I have a bold idea. Chapter 164, The Crash. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Palm. A black giant wielded a huge hammer and crushed the Eternal Fire troop formation into disarray like a wolf deep into a herd of sheep. He used his brute force to destroy everything in his path. Takia Spirit looked at the black giant swinging his hammer and turned to say to his companions, I think our chance to become famous has come. Arthur used a trap to kill a large lizard and became famous. If I can kill a giant on the battlefield, I will be prominent. You are out of your mind. How do you kill the giant? By using the GM account. Sealhead Ling Chong was knocked to the ground by a red-skinned monster after he finished speaking. Dragonborn pulled him up quickly. What do you know? Takia Spirit shouted excitedly. Did you see the single eye of the giant? A monster like him has a weakness in the eye. I can't remember in which fable, but Kratos killed a single-eyed giant using this method. My plan is simple. Takia Spirit pointed at the distant giant and shouted, when the giant smashes down his hammer, I'll use my acute senses to predict the hammer's location. Then I'll climb up to his head via the hammer and give the single eye a fatal stab. Then I'll become the battlefield hero. Dragonborn and Sealhead Ling Chong were puzzled after Takia Spirit finished shouting. Are you daydreaming? Sealhead Ling Chong asked. D*MN, you have no aspirations. I'll do it alone. Takia Spirit yelled himself hoarse as he charged at the giant. The gamer's formation was close to the formation of the NPCs in order to maintain a consistent front line. There was only a small gap between the two formations. Crossing this gap became the first obstacle to Takia Spirit completing his plan. Before they thought of how to solve the problem, tens of magic cannon shells flew in an arc above their heads and landed. Boom! It was another series of carpet bombings that killed all the monsters in the gap. Take action now! Takia Spirit yelled and bashed through the red-skinned monsters and gamers in front of him. He brought along the gaping Dragonborn and Sealhead Ling Chong as they charged forward. The Eternal Fire Deputy Commander, Fishballs, fired a long-barreled gun continuously at the black giant. If the airship at the forefront hadn't fired its cannons and decimated the enemy at their rear, the army of Eternal Fire, whose formation was in disarray, would be suffering massive casualties. Brace yourselves! Don't let that ancient giant move forward! Fishballs felt three figures dart past him just as he finished yelling. He noticed the green words above their heads. They were gnome warriors from Eternal Kingdom. Give way! That giant's mine! Takia Spirit held his short sword with determination and charged towards the giant. Fishballs was stunned. Before he could stop them, the three gnomes had dashed forward. Wait! What are you doing? Fishballs yelled after the back views of the three gnomes. Takia Spirit turned his head and struggled to give an evil smile, but the gnome's anatomy didn't allow him to do that. He said calmly, We're killing the giant, you imbecile NPC. Fishballs was dumbstruck as he witnessed the gnome dash at the giant. Takia Spirit grasped his short sword tightly and dashed towards the raised hammer. Now! Takia Spirit braced against the falling hammer and was crushed flat. Shucks! This silly dude! Sealhead Ling Chong cursed and saw a gnome run up the hammer. Dragonborn held onto the edge of the hammer and was lifted up together with the hammer. That sudden acceleration almost made Dragonborn lose his grip. The black giant with a single eye felt something on his hammer. He lifted his head to take a look. Dragonborn took the chance and released his grip. He fell straight towards the eye of the giant. The blade of his short sword impaled deeply into the giant's eye. Ayo! The horrific screams of the giant shook the entire battlefield. The giant backed up 2 steps and fell backwards to the ground. Dust flew up and obscured visibility as Dragonborn stood in a daze upon the giant's face. Waiaik! The orcs of Eternal Fire broke into wild cheering. They looked in awe at Dragonborn. It wasn't the time to celebrate as more and more red-skinned monsters flooded towards them. On the distant airship, the gnome commander shouted to the gnome magicians on the deck, Quick! Infuse mana! Prepare for the next volley of the magic cannons! Captain! The magic cannons have exceeded their load, one of the gnome magicians shouted. Captain! 40 degrees to the port side. We discovered the enemy commander, a gnome that was perched in a crow's nest yelled to the commander below. The gnome commander took out a telescope and looked in said direction. A tall and burly devil that was corrupted by the ancient gods had become more devious. There were decaying blisters with dripping pus on his green skin. He held a huge trident and focused his mana as he aimed the weapon at the airship's location. Full rudder on the starboard, the gnome commander screamed. Soon, the command was relayed with repeated shouting. Full rudder on the starboard. Full rudder on the starboard. The airship started to dip and turn starboard with the help of the tail fin and the differential angles of the huge wings at the ship's body. The corrupted devil threw out the fatal trident. The trident was infused with grey mana as it hurtled towards the airship. It impaled itself into the body of the airship that was trying to change direction. The grey mana started to contaminate the entire airship. Consecutive screams were heard from the airship as it dipped in the direction of the gamer's location. The NPC airship is crashing. Find cover, the gamers shouted to warn the rest. In this situation, it was difficult to dodge the crashing airship. Within seconds, the huge airship crashed at a corner of the battlefield. The crash of the airship created a shockwave of wood fragments and rolling dust that engulfed the battlefield. It looked like a doomsday scenario. The rolling dust engulfed the gamers and the ancient gods' army alike. Arthur's elite team was sent flying by the crash impact. Then there was a grey mist shrouding their vision. Arthur inhaled and felt his lungs choking. He coughed violently. When he stood up, he threw down his shield and covered his nose. In the grey mist, a creature that emitted hululu sounds charged at him. Arthur swung his sword and slashed the red monster, which fell to the ground. Another figure dashed towards him at the side. Gosh! This is exhilarating. This special effect is so awesome. That was the soiled and dusty-looking not wearing pants. Arthur thought he would look as dirty as not wearing pants. Don't dust yourself. The airship's gone. Our battle plan has failed. Arthur frowned. It was the NPC airship that suppressed the ancient god's army. Without its suppressive firepower, it was close to impossible to kill the enemy commander. Arthur, the airship crashed at our side. Can it be, not wearing pants asked abruptly, that we're supposed to restart the airship? Is this a battle campaign plot mission? Chapter 165, Airship Series Missions. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. A huge trident was impaled in the large airship, and grey mana shrouded its body. Even those red-skinned monsters didn't want to be near the grey mana mist-infested area. Within the thick mist, a gnome yelled loudly, "Gather here! We can enter the airship. Those who hear me, gather! I'm not wearing pants!" Not Wearing Pants shouted with all his might. There were 7 gnomes and 2 houndhead men behind him. There are enough people. Let's enter, the houndhead man peasant said. The other gamers also shouted. Yes, let's hurry. I'm almost worried to death. There is nobody else. With such thick mist, they can't find it. Let's go in and take a look. If they notice the ship, they'll come in. Arthur also said, let's not wait any further. 10 of us is enough. Not Wearing Pants heard Arthur and stopped shouting. They turned and entered the airship. Wait for me. The group of gamers heard a cry within the mist. A half-naked figure came out. He was the goblin, Hemp Rope Technology, who was laden with bladder bombs. His name had the word Pioneer. Let's go. I'll study the airship. Hemp Rope Technology said as he shook the bladder bombs on his body. The large airship was very quiet. After crashing, there were no explosions. The large trident was slanted diagonally and touching the ground so that the gamers could climb up into the airship via the handle. There were battle cries in the vicinity, but with the thick mist, they couldn't see how many foes were around. Peasant raised his short sword and shield as he scouted the damaged part of the airship. The trident was deeply impaled into the airship, and the damaged part was big enough for a houndhead man like him to crawl in. The gamers were feeling surprised. The game's hidden scene and mission are too well concealed. If we weren't close by, we wouldn't have discovered it. This scene is, tisk, tisk. When I first saw the airship, I wondered if I could go on board. Never did I expect myself to be on it now. Wah, it's all grey and misty. What kind of mana skill effect is that? The gamers were curious about the airship, while Not Wearing Pants was busy taking screenshots. Though a fierce battle was still ensuing, the gamers who discovered the airship weren't in a hurry, not until they received a mission notice. Time-limited mission, find the airship control room. Mission description: the Allied airship was shot down by the enemy commander. Before the war takes a turn for the worse, find the airship control room and see if the airship can become airborne again. Mission time limit, 10 minutes. There are no rewards for exceeding the time limit. Mission reward, 1000 reputation points, 5 silver coins. Gosh! It's a mission. Let's find the control room. What's a control room? How do I know? We'll know once we find it and obtain the rewards. The gamers were in the thick mist shouting as they searched around. Dead NPCs were lying all around in the interior airship cabin. The gamers weren't bothered by the dead NPCs and treated them as part of the scene design. Though the airship was large, the internal structure wasn't complex. To facilitate the crew to control the ship and convey information, there weren't many forking paths in the airship. The sides were filled with functional cabins, and the control room was in the middle of the ship that had a protruding cabin. The gamers found the control room within 10 minutes. They didn't require the mission reward notice as the words control room were written on the door. Is the control room here? Peasant, go in first. Not wearing pants raised his shield as he said to Peasant. Shucks, it's me again. I'm a magician. Peasant said unhappily. Your armor and defense skills are the best. Burning chest hair said. Give way. I'll enter. Hemp rope technology, who was laden with bladder bombs, wanted to enter, but the other gamers stopped him. Wah, veteran, stop teasing us. Please stay back. With your bombs, if you meet with any mishap, even if we don't die from the explosion, we'll be poisoned to death. Yes, veteran hemp rope, just take care of the bladders. Veteran hemp rope is our trump card. You'll only help when it's our final moment. Hemp rope technology was being pushed behind. Peasant kept quiet and stood at the doorway. While the other gamers got ready, he kicked the door open. A fully armored gnome stood inside. His grey face looked weird. The gnome didn't believe that anyone would enter. He leaned on a huge machine and was losing consciousness. When he saw the gamers, he perked up. You are warriors from Eternal Kingdom. The gnome noticed the green words above the creatures and knew they were warriors from Eternal Kingdom. Do you have missions for us? Peasant looked at the listless gnome and asked immediately, afraid the gnome would be out of breath. We discovered the enemy commander's location. We have to activate the airship and magic cannons. Wait, why aren't you affected by the ancient god's contamination? The gnome said intermittently and looked in astonishment at the gnomes of Eternal Kingdom and a goblin who was laden with bladders. Perhaps it's because we're the heroes of the underworld. Is the contamination of the ancient gods in the grey mist? Peasant, use your wind mana skill. Peasant was taken aback, but he shouted, the wind fairy hidden in the air, hearken my summoning and cometh to my side. A mana-activated wind was summoned behind Peasant. The magic wind brought along the grey mist and swirled around Peasant. Go outside the door and then close it. The gamers gave way and let Peasant stand outside the door. The grey mist in the control room diminished by quite a bit. The breathless gnome was suddenly full of life. He looked in a daze at Peasant, who was suffering from the contamination of the ancient gods alone. He was in awe of Peasant, who was like a hero to him. So it was because of this great magician. That was what he believed. Warriors. We have to activate the mana core of the airship and provide propulsion. The gnome stood up with difficulty. Then he placed both his hands on the large machine and the mana core as he infused them with mana, but there was no reaction. The gnome tried several times in vain. He punched the machine and said hopelessly, we are out of luck. There must be a fault somewhere. Give way. Let me take a look. Hemp rope technology pushed the gnome away and examined the machine carefully. Then he muttered to himself, gosh, is this game so hardcore? Isn't this the motor? The propulsion engine seems different. Is it magical? Hemp rope technology said after a period of examination. Do you have any tools? Let me try to repair it. Why, you know how to repair an airship, Goblin? The gnome looked surprised at hemp rope technology. Wah, does the NPC look down on goblins? So realistic. This game is too hardcore. This is hilarious. I'll post on the forum that the NPC looks down on hemp rope technology. After hemp rope technology asked the second time, the shocked gnome took out a toolbox with strange tools. Hemp rope technology rummaged through the tools and started working. They heard Hululu coming from outside. A mission appeared before the gamers. Hidden mission: protect the repair site. Mission description: due to the contamination of the ancient gods, those corpses became monsters under the ancient gods. Warriors: protect the control room until the airship is airborne. Mission reward: depends on what the ally provides. Chapter 166, Do Not Waste Mana. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Hululu. A red-eyed gnome who was corrupted by the ancient gods charged at peasant, who was guarding the door. A few large kite shields and Winterfell standard square shields were braced in front of the control room. The gnomes were behind the shields wielding short swords. They closed their eyes and stabbed outside using the gaps between the shields. The gamers' tactic worked out. After 10 minutes, the monsters weren't able to get past them. In the control room, a gnome was gaping at hemp rope technology, who was using the tools to adjust the machine. Then hemp rope technology kicked at the machine and used the tools to hammer the machine. Great! After a series of strange adjustments to the machine, hemp rope technology threw the tool aside and said, D*MN, I thought it was an engine, but the difference is huge. I'll research this later. Let's see if this works. The gnome was looking at hemp rope technology as though he were a fool, but he had no other choice except to infuse mana into the magical core and machine. The magical core was ignited by mana and emitted droning sounds like a motor engine. The mana provided by the magical core made the large machine hum to life. The large machine started vibrating. Success, it works. The gnome looked in disbelief at the machine and then hemp rope technology. What do we do next? Can it fly? Not Wearing Pants had just finished asking when the airship started quaking violently. The gamers were thrown off balance and fell to the ground. The braced shields also collapsed. The attacking monsters outside the control room also lost their balance due to the sudden jerking of the airship. The airship lifted unsteadily as it roared to life. As the propulsion of the airship was activated, the trident was also lifted, and the grey mana mist dissipated. It was like a flying device breaking out of the clouds. The airship was a prominent object in the sky above the battlefield. Thunderous cheers erupted below the airship. Let's go! Warriors! You've completed an impossible mission. Let's return to the deck and control the magic cannons, the gnome shouted. Wait, what about the rewards? Not Wearing Pants tugged at the gnome. When the battle ends, you'll have your well-deserved rewards. Warriors, the Merchant Alliance will not treat you unfairly, the gnome said solemnly. How do we get out? Peasant looked tired as he gazed at the newly corrupted monsters that were advancing. Though the number was less than the monsters below, there were at least 100 monsters, while there were only 11 of them. 12 if the NPC gnome was included. To defeat them and access the deck was a challenging task. The gnome NPC took out a metal stick and ignited it using mana. Then he put it in his mouth and took out a handheld magic machine gun. He puffed out a mushroom cloud and said with determination, "Follow me, warriors. I hope the damaged airship is able to hold." Dragonborn received a hero's cheering, but only for a while. When the airship was shot by the trident and crashed with a grey mana mist, he realized that victory was slipping away. Their trump card, which was the airship, was shot down by a gigantic trident. The ensuing battle depended on the gamers and the NPCs. It would be extremely difficult for them to win if there were no changes to the plot. The battle had to continue. Without the suppressive fire from the airship, the strength of the ancient god's army swelled quickly. Dragonborn and Sealhead Ling Chong were taken unaware by the flood of red-skinned monsters. Fortunately, the Eternal Fire troops had reformed their formation after the ancient giant was defeated. Dragonborn and Sealhead Ling Chong followed this troop formation in the battle. They were occasionally protected by the formation. Some NPCs even spoke to them. "Take care, hero. Don't die here. This is the first time I saw a creature kill an ancient giant single-handedly. You're a powerful gnome." And other similar compliments. The battle became more intense. Dragonborn could no longer see the gamers' formation. As the Eternal Fire troop formation was stuck in a quagmire, and in a precarious situation, a roaring noise filled the battlefield. Miraculously, the crashed airship was airborne again. It broke through the thick grey mana mist. Everyone around Dragonborn was cheering. The slipping morale was uplifted by the airborne airship. The passionate war cries filled Dragonborn with adrenaline. Before long, small-scale explosions appeared within the cabins of the wobbling airship. Dragonborn was worried, hoping that everything was fine. Within the airship cabins, the magic machine gun fired small-scale gun shells that ripped through the wooden deck and sent tens of the ancient god's monsters flying with limited explosions. The gaping holes caused by the explosions created strong turbulence, making the gamers have to squint their eyes. The black-armored Arthur slashed with his short sword at a charging corrupted gnome who collapsed to the ground. With a shield bash, he knocked another corrupted gnome to the ground. Not Wearing Pants finished them off with his short sword. "The deck is just in front. There shouldn't be many foes up there. We have to use the magic cannons to kill the ancient god's commander before the airship crashes," the gnome yelled in the howling wind. "What? Before the airship crashes?" Peasant thought he had heard wrong. Then he noticed the gaping hole in the ship's body and the cabins, which were peppered with damage from the magic machine gun. "Gosh, this is getting exciting. We are helping to turn the tide while the airship is about to crash. We are like the lead characters in a movie." Burning Chest Hair grasped his dagger and said excitedly. Then, he asked bewilderedly, "Wait, if you defeat all of them using magic cannons, what about me, the critical strike warrior? There's no chance for me to be a hero. Forget it." In this kind of a battle scene, there will be various huge killing weapons appearing to fulfill the scene requirements. A warrior like you is responsible for clearing the small monsters, and the rest will be killed according to plot. Not Wearing Pants said. "Warriors, follow me," the gnome shouted to the gamers as he carried the magic machine gun and dashed to the deck. The other gamers followed closely behind. There was no time for salvaging equipment. When they arrived on the deck and surveyed the battlefield below, they saw the densely packed ancient god's army surrounding the diminished Eternal Fire troops that were still holding strong. The Eternal Kingdom troops were scattered all over the place. The gnome NPC pointed to the 2 rows of huge magic cannons and shouted, "Quick! You'll take control of the magic cannons. I'll control the helm." A new mission appeared before the gamers' eyes. Hidden mission: use the magic cannons to kill the ancient god's commander. Note: aim accurately. Do not waste mana. Chapter 167, Sacrifice for Research. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. How were the ship-based magic cannons used? The gamers weren't taught how to use the cannons. According to standard online games, pressing the button F would allow usage of the interactive props via the game interface. But Dungeon neither had the F button nor the usage interface. How does it work? Peasant, who was the most qualified houndhead man with mana skills, ran to the magic cannons. However, he was confused as to how to operate the guns. The cannons didn't even have an ignition inlet. Great magician, focus your attention and infuse mana. Then control the barrel to aim at your desired target. Fire the cannon like how you activate your mana skill, the gnome shouted. The other gamers located a magic cannon each and started trying. Peasant followed the gnome's instruction. He focused his attention and infused mana into the cannon. Compared to mana skills, the mana usage was different. Infusing the cannons with mana was like not using mana at all. To describe it in words, using a mana skill was like letting out blood, while infusing mana into the cannon was like letting out water. If there was no consideration for conservation, the gamers would overuse the cannons. Peasant focused his mind and felt the connection of the magic cannon with his mana. Boom! A magic cannon shell shot towards the location of the ancient god's army, followed by the second and third shots. The gnome at the helm looked dazed. He knew that the Houndhead Man was a great magician, but he didn't expect his mana to be unlimited. Though he was unable to understand why a Houndhead Man could become a magician, it wasn't a matter to be pondered during a war. Normally, a gnome magician would feel tired after firing a cannon shot, meaning another gnome magician had to take over the cannon. The previous gnome could only fire the second volley after a period of rest. Moreover, 2 cannon shots were the limit for the gnomes. But the Houndhead Man seemed to have unlimited mana as he fired 3 shots. Then he said to his comrades jovially, "Great stuff. It's fun." His comrades replied, "Let me try." His gnome comrade fired 2 shots. The remaining gnomes also fired 2 volleys. Those gamers chatted jovially while firing off a volley of cannons. A large portion of the ancient god's army was decimated. 11 gamers operated a magic cannon each. They had taken over the job of tens of gnome magicians. The gnome at the helm was gaping in astonishment. He had seen ghosts. Were all these creatures great magicians? At area number 10, in the Eternal Kingdom camp, the plump black dragon stood on the ground and looked up at the distant airship that was like letting off fireworks. His eyes reflected the majestic scene of the magic cannons firing in sync. Then he said with strong feelings, "Very cool." The black dragon turned his head and looked at Sherlock. "My eternal foe. Take a look at the power of mana." "It's not necessary." Sherlock covered his forehead with both his palms as he sat on the supply chest, looking very tired. He was quite energetic before but was depressed currently. "Let's go, Eggface," Sherlock said to Eggface. "Wait, how can I miss this important event? I'm the Dark Flames ruler, powerful, all-knowing." Sherlock grabbed Eggface's wings before Eggface finished speaking and said, "Let's go back and rest." The gamers were unable to fire off the third volley, but not because of insufficient mana. The magic cannons were unable to take the load of consecutive firings. As a massive magic weapon, though it was powerful, there were also a lot of limits. Though there was a mana restriction, there was also the limit of the cannon's endurance for mana. "Is it similar to the cooling down period of a cannon barrel?" Peasant asked as he looked at the magic cannon that couldn't be infused with mana. "AI, it's disappointing." Burning Chest Hair sighed. The airship shook, and the cruising speed slowed down. "Attention all crew. We're approaching the enemy commander. The magical core's mana is almost depleted. This is our final chance," the gnome shouted. "I'm very happy to be able to fly the ship with you. I'll maneuver the airship closer to the ancient god's commander. You'll use the chance to kill him. If we're fortunate to land safely, we'll exchange addresses. I'll burn some items over to you occasionally." "What are you burning?" Not Wearing Pants felt that he had heard wrongly. Was the NPC cursing them indirectly? Due to the urgency of events, Not Wearing Pants didn't have the chance to confirm if the development team was playing a prank on them. In the midst of the ancient god's army, a tall devil whose body was distorted by the ancient gods had pus-filled blisters all over his green skin. The devil commander shouted, "Charge up there! The Heavenly Father and Savior are looking at you. Destroy them! Pathetic ants! Do you think you can defeat me with that toy?" After encouraging his minions, he returned his gaze to the airship. Then he extended his hand and took aim at the airship. Peasant focused his mana and fired the cannon at the devil commander. As the magic cannon shell was about to hit the devil commander, it exploded in mid-air, and a faint ripple emanated in the air. The cannon shells that the other gamers fired also faced the same situation. D*MN. It's a magical barrier, the gnome shouted. This is a high-ranking commander. Warriors, we have to put in sacrifices. Wait, are you going to crash the airship into that devil commander? Hemp Rope Technology asked nervously. Do you have a better idea? I know death is frightening, but we have things that we want to protect. I have 30 kids in Winterfell. I have to make a decision as a dad, the gnome shouted with fortitude. I know it's inappropriate to say this, but with 30 kids, death isn't so frightening after all, a gamer suddenly commented. Stop joking at a time like this. You've made my day, another gamer said jovially. To the gamers, they were reaching the end of the plot. Wait, after the end, could their equipment be preserved? If they were unable to preserve their equipment, it would be a great loss. Don't crash. I'd like to research the airship structure, magical core, and the machine. Hemp Rope Technology said hopelessly. Veteran Hemp Rope, accept reality. Do you intend to negotiate with the plot? Peasant looked bewildered at Hemp Rope Technology. Gnome. You'll maneuver the airship to the side. I'll take care of that devil commander. Hemp Rope Technology stood at the side of the airship with his bladder bombs. Gosh, Veteran Hemp Rope, what are you doing? Veteran, don't be too hard on yourself. It's only a plot. Don't waste the bladder bombs. Under the shocked gazes of the gamers, Hemp Rope Technology screamed like a groundhog and dove straight at the Green Devil commander with his full load of bladder bombs. The gnome at the helm didn't have the chance to utter a word as the crazy goblin leaped down. Dazzling explosions ensued. The powerful explosions made the gnome turn his head away and shook the airship violently. The magical barrier of the devil commander wasn't able to fend off ordinary explosions. The power and flames of the explosions engulfed the devil commander. The gnome witnessed the scene with feelings that he couldn't describe. Chapter 168, Do you want to go to a hospital? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The huge shaking airship was billowing black smoke and dipped in the direction that the gamers were standing at. The ancient god's army retreated after Hemp Rope Technology sacrificed himself in the brilliant explosions to kill the devil commander. Nobody saw the devil who worshipped the Heavenly Father and Savior after the explosions. After the airship lost its propulsion and began its descent, Arthur and his comrades were no longer in control of the ensuing events. Though we may die here and lose the chance to research mana, as warriors, it was my greatest honor to be able to fight with all of you against the ancient god's army. The gnome Yoda, who was at the helm, shouted at the off-balanced gamers with utmost respect, all crew prepare for landing. The airship is going to crash. The gamers didn't have the chance to respond to Yoda as the airship crashed violently against the wall of the tunnel. With the huge collision and the airship's violent disintegration, it was the second crashing of the airship. The gamers couldn't help but look away in shame. The fragments of the airship scattered on the ground. Half of the airship looked intact. A huge shroud of dust was seen at a corner of the tunnel. The gamers didn't pursue the retreating ancient god's army. Instead, they gathered at the crashed airship to take a look. They thought there would be a huge explosion after it crashed since that was the normal way things turned out. After all, the airship was full of explosions while airborne just now. They waited a long time for the final explosion while they gazed bewilderedly at the wreckage. Is there going to be an explosion? Could this be a new scene? Wait, a new scene? Isn't there a public announcement for updates? Public announcement? The game updates new content randomly. Is this your first time playing this game? Gosh! Let's salvage the ship, someone shouted, and the gamers charged towards the ship. The gamers ran to the vicinity of the wreckage. A few brave souls entered the ship and carried a wooden plank as they shouted excitedly. Gosh! The wooden planks can be salvaged. That trident looks cool. Can we take it away? What was that? Wooden planks could be salvaged? But the trident was still stuck in the ship? The gamers were losing control of themselves as a mission notice appeared immediately before them. Hidden mission: salvage the crashed airship. Mission description: Winterfell's airship completed its task but was seriously damaged when it crashed. Perhaps we can salvage the ship. Mission objectives: salvage the trident, 0/1. Salvage the airship magical core, 0/1. Salvage the large-scale machine, 0/n. Salvage the magic cannons, 0/n. Mission time limit: before the ally arrives. Mission reward: besides the mission objectives, the rest belongs to you. Gamers who hit the salvaging targets will receive extra rewards. For the Underworld, warriors. Once the mission notice was published, the gamers went completely out of control. The gamers dashed wildly into the cabin and carried all removable items. The wooden planks were dismantled, and the broken dragon bones were transported out. The fallen troops from Eternal Fire were stripped of all equipment, including their clothing. Takia's spirit searched angrily in a pile of ruins. He lifted a wooden plank and saw a gnome being crushed underneath. His eyes were closed, and there were no green words above his head. It was an NPC, and he was still breathing. Takia's spirit was shocked because he didn't expect to find a breathing NPC. What should he do? Forget it, it was more important to look for equipment. Takia's spirit searched the NPC for valuables. He found a long metal bar with the words "The more you puff, the earlier you die" uranium stick. It is worth your money. What the heck? Takia's spirit was taken aback. He bit the metal stick and threw it to one side. Then he found an engraved tablet and a picture. The tablet had the words "Winterfell Mana Engineer, Yoda," and the picture was a group photograph of a gnome and 30 little gnomes. Takia's spirit searched further and found a magic stone card. Ding! Congratulations to Takia's spirit for discovering a hidden card. You may exchange the card for extra reputation points. Profitable. My luck's good. Are there any more cards? Takia's spirit felt his luck was getting better. He continued searching the NPC. The NPC started moaning. Takia's spirit was taken aback as Yoda opened his eyes. Yoda looked with his blurry vision and saw an ugly gnome searching his body. Several gnomes and houndhead men were salvaging the wreckage of the airship. The ugly gnome was shocked after seeing Yoda awaken. Then he searched Yoda's body solemnly and asked, "I'm the Underworld hero and warrior of Eternal Kingdom. Gnome, do you have a mission for me? Escort mission? Healing mission? Letter posting mission? Or a death will?" At Area Number 10, Eternal Fire Camp. Beefballs saw that they were at the end phase of the battle. There were troops pursuing the enemy. Though, at the Eternal Kingdom camp, nobody went after the enemy. Instead, they were gathered at the airship wreckage. The Eternal Kingdom warriors were transporting items from the wreckage. Some warriors were even riding darting birds. They were most likely trying to save the survivors of the crash, or so Beefballs thought. Beefballs had to admit that he looked down on the strange, badly equipped, ill-disciplined warriors of Eternal Kingdom. After 2 battles together, Beefballs recognized the terrifying aspects of Eternal Kingdom. A continuous stream of warriors who were all fearless. Even if they were half naked, as long as they had a short sword, they would charge into battle. Though the power of a single warrior and the army was inferior, based on their determined fighting spirits, they held off the advance of the ancient god's army. If they could improve the capability and discipline of the army and call upon a large number of troops. Beefballs shook his head. That kind of terrifying combat power wasn't what he wanted to fight on the battlefield. Send the battle reports to Winterfell. Beefballs turned his head and shouted the order to his communication officer. Yoda opened his eyes in a daze. His last memory was of the battlefield in the wreckage of the airship. He saw a crazy gnome who searched his body. But he fainted due to his wounds. The room was a dilapidated cave, and a skeleton was looking at him. To be exact, the skeleton frame was a lich. You're awake? Do you remember who you are? The lich looked at Yoda and asked. Yoda. I'm a gnome engineer of the Merchant Alliance. This place, where am I? Yoda wanted to get up, but he found his body fully bandaged. He was severely limited in his movements. You were stripped of all clothing when you were sent here, so I covered you with the bandages to save you from being embarrassed. The lich asked, I've treated your wounds. Do you feel any discomfort? Do you want to be admitted to the hospital? Chapter 169, Not Wearing Pants Battle Report Post. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. At the Winterfell Fatality Hospital. Give way. Give way. All give way. This is an emergency for a patient, a gnome doctor shouted as he pushed a bed. In the hospital, there were lots of wounded orcs, gnomes, and werewolves from the battlefields. They were all moaning. Ah! I don't want to seek treatment here. I can still fight. I'm next on the waiting list. Let me return to the battlefield. I can still fight. I fought for the Merchant Alliance with my blood. I want to see the Dungeon Lord. While they were wailing in pain, an orc nurse walked out and yelled in a hoarse voice, Patient number 444, get ready for surgery. No. I don't want it. Release me. I'm not injured. I can still fight. An orc whose chest was impaled with a short sword struggled to get up. He was spilling blood on the floor. You can't fight anymore. If you don't seek treatment, you'll die of blood loss in 2 days and 3 hours. You have to be treated immediately. A few strong orcs held down the struggling patient. Finally, one of them knocked him out using a surgery knife before pushing him into the operating theater. The Dungeon Lord Onion Head, who was in a long robe, put his hands behind his back. He walked worriedly along the hospital corridor. The patients were all seriously wounded, but they still had fighting spirit. He felt grateful to them and said to Beast at the side, Son-in-law, take notes of what you saw. Let the Winterfell Daily Digest write a report. Do we present the warrior's courage and fearlessness? Beast asked as he took out a small book and a pen. No. Report on the doctor's excellent skills and Fatality Hospital's professionalism and its comprehensive services. Beast nodded and said with appreciation, I understand. This kind of publicity will have a better effect on the morale of the warriors. The troops on the front line will fight harder. Yes, the main point is to increase everyone's combat efficiency and reduce the casualty rate, Onionhead said and brought the group of creatures behind him out of the Fatality Hospital. He was relieved to see the wounded properly treated. Yes, are there any new battle reports? Onionhead asked. We received a new battle report from Area Number 10. Eternal Fire and Eternal Kingdom have defeated the Ancient God's army in Area Number 10. But there is bad news. Beast stopped for a while, and Onionhead quickly asked, What's the bad news? Winterfell's airship was destroyed, Beast said gravely. What? Destroyed? How was it destroyed? Was the wreckage salvaged? Is the airship core still intact? Onionhead frowned and asked. According to the report, the airship was shot down by the Ancient God's devil. It crashed and broke into many pieces without exploding. When the Eternal Fire Commander, Beefballs, arrived at the wreckage, only the dragon bone structure was left. Beast took out another battle report and said, As for the Eternal Kingdom battle report, there isn't one. From the start of the battle until now, there has been no communication with our Unified Battle Committee. At the dungeon core in Eternal Kingdom, a group of gnomes used a rope made of killer vines and spider silk and tied it to a large machine. They pulled the machine with much difficulty to brew. They were submitting their mission, which was to salvage the airship. This was the last huge machine salvaged from the airship. The magic cannons and the magical core were all transported back to the dungeon. The only regret was that only 3 magic cannons were intact. The rest of the magic cannons were all damaged to varying degrees. The materials used to produce the magic cannons were all precious and fetched high prices. They were useful even if damaged. As for the magical core, the gamers were reluctant to give up such an item with mana potential. But to complete the mission, they had no other choices. Brew added an item to the description of the magical core. Magical core mission item: time before vanishing, 1 hour 11 minutes. When the gamers saw the time before vanishing condition, they gave up all thoughts of keeping it. They could exchange it for reputation points and coins if they submitted the core. Otherwise, they would lose everything. The salvaged parts of the airship and tens of thousands of pieces equipment filled up the empty warehouses of Eternal Kingdom. There were other trash items that came along with the salvage mission. Gosh! Why were the items salvaged from the airship trash? A gamer yelled out loud and threw a useless metal piece on a pile of trash. Of course, there were other delighted gamers who obtained useful items from the airship. There were ornaments, strange and rare pieces of equipment that could be exchanged for reputation points and coins. Even the metal dragon bone structure could be made into weapons. The gamers had bountiful rewards. Sherlock was exhausted for some reason. He thought of returning to rest, but upon seeing the computer, he couldn't help but play Dark Souls to perk himself up. Sherlock intended to chase Eggface out of the dungeon core main hall, but Eggface appeared right beside the computer and started talking. Aya, why are you so inexperienced? Why did you perish? Why don't you roll and dodge? You have to roll and dodge at this moment. Where's your two-handed overhead slash? Yes, that's the one. Ew, you're lousy. How can you perish 3 times? I can't bear to watch any longer. Isn't it better to upgrade your level before fighting the boss? Ew, how can you level up without fighting the boss? Sherlock grabbed Eggface's wings, opened the door, and threw him out. Palm. Gosh. I received a mission to stew Eggface in a cauldron. How do I stew a small black dragon? I don't have the recipe. Sherlock looked at the serene dungeon lord main hall and sat down in front of the computer. He gazed at the screen that showed a lonely undead sitting in front of a bonfire. Then he shut down the game and browsed the forum. On the discussion forum, the gamers and forum members were discussing the battle campaign scenario enthusiastically. There were many quality posts. Records of the contributions of the Dragon Raja Guild in this battle campaign and the mercenary behavior of the Meat Vegetable Rice Alliance Guild. Leather Bear. Dragonborn killed the ancient giant single-handedly. Pictures for everyone to see. Sealhead Ling Chong. Besides these posts, there were many posts from Not Wearing Pants, who was the most popular member of the forum. Records of the second phase of the battle campaign and the hidden mission airship. It was really cool and awesome. Hello everyone, I'm Not Wearing Pants, *. It's time to post about the game plot. I won't publish the gorgeous pictures of the 2 opposing armies as I wasn't a spectator, I was a participant. Therefore, I will publish some live pictures of the battlefield. This is the picture of our preemptive strike. Picture. Next is the main point of the post, which is the airship. Picture. It was really cool. The modeling was awesome. The airship crashed after being airborne for some time. As I was at the crash location, I managed to take the astonishing picture of the crashed airship. Please take a look. Picture. The crashed airship became the new scene of the battle campaign. I gathered 11 gamers and obtained a hidden mission, which was to fly the airship and bomb the boss. Take a look at the picture. Picture. Finally, this is the picture of veteran hemp rope technology, who sacrificed himself courageously. Picture. I discovered a hidden trait of the game. The gamer's behavior will affect the plot development. Chapter 170, Cauldron Stewed Eggface. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Who is not afraid of female bandit? Ha 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 ha, that is so silly. I am falling to the ground laughing. Salted fish fork, the airship has a magical look. It feels like a ship used by pirates. It has a proportion of 19.8 and numerous blue grains on the body. It looks extremely cool. Spiritual spellcaster, the modeling of the boss looks ugly. Fallen Angel 32123, the lousy picture is full of dust. There is nothing to be seen. Seeking Mystical White, why are the pictures unable to load? Is anyone having the same problem? Burning Chest Hair, D*MN. I looked so ugly in the picture. Sylvanas, what the heck? You had a hidden mission? If I knew, I wouldn't have become the commander. I want to join in the hidden mission. Peasant, we completed the mission, but the ally didn't reward us. Don't tell me that no Yoda is the reward. I sealed Luokan, Master Yoda? Can I play with his lightsaber? Ah! The Force. Carefree cutie, another nutcase. Who has urine to splash on him? Let him sober up. Pele Wong, my urine is sweet. I won't do it. I can't let him have a taste of sweetness. The gamers and forum members were talking on the forum enthusiastically. The gamers boasted of their loot in their posts. The gamers had brought along their lousy standard equipment to battle. The salvaged Winterfell equipment and the Eternal Fire equipment were at least of excellent quality. Hence, the gamers had a level upgrade of their equipment. Though the 100 handheld magic machine guns were retrieved by Winterfell at the first instant, tens of thousands of pieces of Winterfell standard equipment were left behind. Together with the gamers' loot, Eternal Kingdom had about 40,000 sets of armor. Though the gamers had lots of equipment, many of them had negative reputation points. They were unable to auction and purchase equipment. They were even unable to challenge the instance dungeon. Sherlock was ready for such a situation. He let Brew open up a new exchange function. Within 2 days, high prices were set for the exchange of the Winterfell standard equipment. The gamers understood that the game officials wanted to balance out the negative reputation points, so they were accumulating the equipment from the gamers. Some veteran gamers made an analysis: if they followed the game officials' instructions and exchanged their Winterfell equipment, they obtained the best benefits. 1. Negative reputation points would cause inconveniences. They had to carry bricks for 7 to 8 days to make their points positive. Then they could challenge the instance dungeon, go to Marsh Inkspewer Town to exchange for items, or upgrade their reputation level. Those things were more important than holding on to the equipment. 2. The Winterfell equipment would be on sale. Because Eternal Kingdom's warehouses were full of Winterfell standard equipment, they would be put on sale very soon. Most of the time, the equipment was put on sale right after being forged. Most gamers had about 10 sets of equipment. Even if they perished, they wouldn't need that much equipment. Since the exchange rate was high, it was worthwhile to exchange the equipment for reputation points and coins. They could also profit by buying it from the NPCs at low prices in the future. The gamers were in a hurry to exchange their equipment. The warehouses became extremely crowded. Even the empty space at the commerce area was being used. Eternal Kingdom was bustling with activity. An unspeakable horror was occurring at the plaza in front of the Dungeon Lord main hall. A cauldron from area number 10 was set up with magic flames burning underneath. The gamers obtained the fuel and ignition materials from Mufasa. The detailed information was as follows. What? Lord Sherlock's going to stew the small black dragon? Ah, I have the fuel and the ignition materials, but I haven't stewed a black dragon before. Oh, you are stewing the dragon yourself? That's easy. After obtaining the ignition materials and the diamond seam fuel, the gamers set up the cauldron and filled it with underground water. The remaining problem was putting the small black dragon into the cauldron. The gnome Yoda, who had awakened in Brainiac's burial hall, walked towards the Dungeon Lord main hall as he wanted to visit Lord Sherlock. He saw a group of goblins and houndhead men gathering in front of a cauldron. A small black dragon sat in the cauldron that was boiling with water. The black dragon wasn't in pain, he was even enjoying the experience. A gnome was stirring the boiling water using a wooden plank. As he stirred, he said, egg face, endure for a while. The dark forces of the underworld will accumulate in your body as long as we complete this ritual. Someone shouted, "You're too much. Egg face is so cool, and you're stewing him. Bro, that's a mission for a gamer. If you don't let him complete the mission, aren't you being difficult?" Yoda walked over and asked, "What are you doing? Can't you see that we're stewing egg face?" a gnome with green words said. Then he was taken aback when he noticed Yoda had no words above his head. Gosh! An NPC talked to me. I am having a strange encounter. When he shouted, the gamers who were watching the stewed egg face looked over and started talking. What NPC? Who is this gnome? It's Yoda. He's the gnome NPC that Not Wearing Pants wrote about in his posts. Is he the engineer who flew the airship? Is Eggface responsible for triggering the hidden mission? It's highly possible that it's a chain mission. Newly added NPC? The lousy game producers are adding content secretly again. Yoda was puzzled by the discussion of the gamers. Did the nutcases mention stewing Eggface? We're stewing this small black dragon, Master Yoda. Do you want to eat black dragon meat? A gnome shouted. Go to hell. Eggface is so cute. Whoever eats him will be my enemy. Your cute Eggface is already in the cauldron. The gamers started shouting again. Yoda didn't understand the situation. Didn't they know that the black dragon wasn't afraid of the boiling water? Even if they used fire against a black dragon, he wouldn't be harmed. It was the same for the young black dragon. The door of the dungeon Lord main hall opened abruptly. Lord Sherlock walked out and exerted his dominant aura, causing all of the gamers to enter plot animation mode. Sherlock looked at Eggface, whose fat body filled the entire cauldron. He looked so comfortable. It was as though he was soaking in a hot spring. He extended his hand and grabbed Eggface's wings. Then he pulled the wet Eggface out of the water. Sherlock pondered for a while. He used his cloak to dry Eggface before surveying the dark water in the cauldron. Sherlock frowned and asked, "Are you dirty or losing color?" "Ah." Eggface was puzzled by Sherlock's words. "You must be Lord Sherlock." "Greetings, I'm Winterfell's engineer, Yoda. Thank you very much for your assistance," Yoda said to Sherlock. Sherlock looked at Yoda, then opened the door. "Come in and talk, Master Yoda." Chapter 171, This is Karmic Reward. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Yoda walked into the Dungeon Lord main hall. The Dungeon Core main hall looked desolate. There were no decorations, only empty walls and a stone slab floor. A table, 2 chairs, a few large storage chests, and a shelf for placing things was all the furniture in the Dungeon Core main hall. Lord Sherlock carried the small black dragon like he was carrying a chick in his arms. Then he placed the black dragon on the table and patted his head before saying, "Start working." He took off his wet cloak and used mana to dry it before placing it neatly in the chest. The black dragon balanced himself and dragged his fat hind legs as he walked to the shelf and muttered to himself. He tiptoed to reach the box of bloody chrysanthemum tea. When he tipped the box, there was no more tea. Eggface held the empty tea box with his claws. He lifted his head and looked bewildered at Sherlock. "Why didn't you buy a new box of bloody chrysanthemum tea? I want to drink." "Drink water." Sherlock gave a simple order. The small black dragon placed the box at the side. He took up a flask and filled 2 cups with water. He finished all the water in the hot flask, but he wasn't feeling satisfied. Eggface carried the 2 cups of water and placed them in front of Sherlock and himself. Then he pulled out the chair opposite Sherlock and sat in it as he gazed at the gnome Yoda, who was at the door. Yoda stood at the door and looked at the small black dragon and the superior devil. They emitted dominant auras, and he felt breathless. Especially the small black dragon who didn't know how to curb his dominant aura. Yoda's feeling was like a human looking at an unrestrained male lion in the face. He was unable to voice out the fact that the devil and the dragon had taken up both seats in the room. Yoda walked to Sherlock and bowed. Then he said, "Thank you, Lord Sherlock, for taking care of me. Without Lord Sherlock, I would have perished. In fact, your great magicians and that goblin are the heroes of area number 10. I'll never forget that goblin with strange bladders and his back view when he did the leap of faith. Did Lord Sherlock invent those strange bladder weapons?" "No, I didn't. Let's put aside the bladder matter. From what I know, Master Yoda is Winterfell's mana engineer." Sherlock crossed his hands and asked. "That's correct. I'm a mana engineer with tens of years of experience," Yoda nodded and said respectfully. "Then you must be highly respected in Winterfell. How's the remuneration?" Sherlock asked abruptly. The benefits are good," Yoda said hesitantly. "Master Yoda, don't be mistaken. I have no ill intentions. You've received expensive treatment in my dungeon. The lich who treated you and the medical and mana materials used were of top quality," Sherlock said. "You might not know that the lich was Spectre College's once in a thousand years genius, Brainiac. His mentor was the famous Professor Bacon in Spectre College." "What a famous lich!" Yoda was surprised as the reticent lich looked ordinary, and he didn't boast about his skills. Those with capability were always low profile. "I employed him with generous remuneration. Though he's in the dungeon with healing responsibilities, you're a citizen of Winterfell. Treating you is not his responsibility." "So the price," Sherlock sighed. "Lord Sherlock, I understand your intention. Paying for the treatment is a reasonable request. If I wasn't treated, I would have perished," Yoda said gratefully. "Since we have a common understanding, that will be best." Sherlock took out a form and said, "This is the medical charge form." Yoda took the form and examined it carefully. The charges for the treatment materials were within acceptable ranges, but the last item, which was Brainiac's treatment, was in the astronomical range. Yoda searched for his magic stone card instinctively, but he couldn't find it. Where was Yoda's magic stone card? It was in his pocket a while back. "Master Yoda!" Sherlock shouted. "Ah!" He was shocked by the expensive treatment charges. He lifted his head and looked in a daze at Sherlock. His voice was shaking. "I'm not the ruthless devil from ancient times. I know you're unable to pay back the charges, so I have a proposal for you." Sherlock retrieved the charge form and took out a contract as he said, "This is a contract for a year of labor. It adheres to the Underworld labor regulations and will have a binding mana effect. The remuneration is the same as the genius Brainiac. I can bind this agreement using mana. What I want is simple. You sign the contract and work here for a year. That's all." Yoda hesitated. He took the contract and examined the remuneration clause that stated, "The same as Brainiac." As it is a commercial secret, it cannot be divulged. Though Yoda was worried, a genius lich would definitely have better remuneration than a mana engineer. Moreover, Eternal Kingdom looked like a promising dungeon. Though the goblins, gnomes, and houndhead men were strange, they were brave warriors. Each one of them was a great magician. Then there were the genius lich, the small black dragon, and the superior devil. Yoda even felt that this was his karmic reward. A chance for him to change his job and increase his pay. Eternal Kingdom looked dynamic and full of vitality. Yoda gritted his teeth. Without further consideration, he took up the pen and signed his name. "Lord Sherlock, let me return to Winterfell so that I can tender my resignation for my Winterfell job," he said. Chapter 172, New Assignment. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Tisk, tisk, congratulations Lord Sherlock on recruiting a new bro. The meaning of bro is an honest and dependable servant. Lord Sherlock, don't be mistaken. After Yoda had left the Dungeon Lord main hall, Brew said to Sherlock, "Yoda didn't doubt your words. He didn't check if Brainiac was the once-in-a-thousand-years genius. Why would he doubt me? Sherlock frowned and said, from my exhibited power, even if I tell him that Eggface is the most powerful black dragon, he'll believe me. But Lord Sherlock, I have a question, Brew said. Yoda is a gnome mana engineer with 30 kids. You knew this and still provided the contract. His children will have a hard life. Will this attract the attention of the labor union? If he makes a complaint, it will be troublesome. The main point is that if he is unable to support his children after resigning from his Winterfell job, it will cause the gamers to be unhappy. Sherlock responded, I gave him the choice of whether to work or pay up. To treat his injuries in decent time, Brainiac did use expensive mana materials. Moreover, I listed out the medical charges. Even if he works for me without a salary for a day in exchange for his life, it's worth it. Tisk, I seem to have made a loss. Brew, have you been in the other world for too long? Do you think his income as a mana engineer is able to support 30 kids? Indeed, it's not possible, even a senior engineer in the other world has difficulty supporting 3 kids. Does the Merchant Alliance subsidize families with a lot of kids? Brew asked. The Merchant Alliance is made up of merchants. They are not philanthropists. Every member of the alliance is either a merchant or a service member. There's no such subsidy, Sherlock said. Yoda won't care about the salary of a mana engineer if his family can support 30 kids. I see. But, to give him a Brainiac type of remuneration, which amounts to 0, isn't it a bit too harsh? The mana engineer is a talent. I suggest giving him certain benefits, Brew said. Brew, I let Brainiac treat him instead of sending him to Winterfell Hospital to die. Do you think I'm going to spend money to employ him and treat him like a master once he recovers? Why don't I publish a recruitment notice to hire a mana engineer instead? Sherlock spread out his hands and said, do you think I'm an angel with a halo and a pair of wings? No, you're a devil, a superior devil, Brew said. At the Winterfell Merchant Alliance Creature Resource Department, the 11 creatures controlled the magic cannons and fired them with ease as though they were drinking water. Their mana skills were superior to creatures of eternal fire. Eternal Kingdom even has a small black dragon who carried drinks for the Dungeon Lord. To save me, the Dungeon Lord arranged for the genius Brainiac to treat me. In order to repay his kindness, I've decided to work at Eternal Kingdom for a year. I'm here to tender my resignation. Yoda summarized his speech to the creature resource employee. Fill in the form. In front of a luxury mansion in Winterfell. Yoda was feeling tired when he arrived home. 30 kids dashed forward and buried him. His wife was happy that he survived the war. She pointed to the child in her arms and said, you haven't been home for 3 years. Take a look at your 1-year-old son. Our neighbor Wang has been taking care of us. It has been hard on you and the kids. Help me thank Mr. Wang. Yes, I resigned from my job. For various reasons, I'm now working in Eternal Kingdom. I'm here to inform you. The son looks like you. Yoda, go ahead. In my heart, you're the greatest. Don't worry about our family business. I know you don't like to be idle. I won't force you to give up your career. Of course not. In the Eternal Kingdom dungeon. This will be your rest chamber. I'll introduce you to your colleagues. Sherlock brought Yoda and walked through the dungeon. The surrounding gamers would enter the plot animation mode automatically. A group of curious gamers surrounded Sherlock to watch the plot. That is Simba, a passionate and friendly black Chiron dwarf. He's in charge of the blacksmith shop. He will be working with you most of the time. Try to get close to him. Sherlock pointed at Mufasa, who was in the carpenter workshop preparing mixed clay cuisine, and said, he's Mufasa, Simba's cousin. He's in charge of the meals in the dungeon. His main role is a carpenter. Mufasa and Yoda greeted each other. Sherlock brought Yoda to the training grounds, passing by the flower bed. That is the little fairy. Don't be surprised, I'll bring back some prisoners occasionally. She's shy and frightened of strangers. Don't bother with her. She's in charge of plant cultivation. He's Brainiac. Since you know him, I won't say much. That is Moros, also a gnome like you. He used to be a legendary gladiator. After bringing Yoda around the dungeon, Sherlock turned and said to Yoda, I'm formally welcoming you to Eternal Kingdom. Your job is simple. Sherlock pointed to the gamers at the side as he said, 1. Let those goblins, gnomes, houndhead men, and other races who are willing to learn from you study mana engineering. 2. Build engineering machines according to my requirements. For example, airships, magic cannons, etc. Don't worry, I'll provide the materials. Ah! Yoda was surprised. Leaning mana engineering required excellent mana skills and an intelligent mind. The engineering diagrams were able to deter most of the creatures. Mana engineering was a notably dry subject. Gnomes were able to learn this subject as their intelligence was higher. But houndhead men, were they able to understand? Don't be surprised. You only need to teach them. The rest is up to them, Sherlock said. I'm going to the Dungeon Lord main hall to discuss in detail your remuneration. Don't worry, it's the same as Brainiac. If you're not satisfied, you can choose to repay the medical charges. At the Winterfell business unit, the employees of the Merchant Alliance were busy with a huge sand table map. After an intermediate victory, the Merchant Alliance had to advance towards Ancient Ruins number 85 and reduce the domain of the front line. Dungeon Lord Onionhead stood in front of the map while his son-in-law Beast explained the details of the battle situation. Push the front line forward A&D. A communication employee ran over and handed over a letter. Onionhead frowned after reading the letter. What's the matter, father-in-law? The tall beast asked Onionhead. It's a letter from Dungeon Lord Octopus Ball. He's not happy we arranged for Eternal Fire and Eternal Kingdom to defend Area No 10. Well, what shall we do? Dungeon Lord Onionhead thought deeply for a moment before pointing to a spot on the map. We'll discuss things with Lord Sherlock and dispatch Eternal Kingdom to that spot. Beast was shocked when Onionhead pointed to the spot on the map, but he nodded and made the necessary arrangements. Chapter 173, Underground Forest Number 3. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In the dim lighting, the shadow of a depressed figure was projected on the rough wall. Without his uranium stick, Yoda put a red-hot steel stick in his mouth. Sizzling sounds were heard. Yoda puffed out a mouthful of smoke. The steel stick from Simba was not as strong as the uranium stick. However, he couldn't ask for more, given his current situation. He lowered his head and pondered over the discussion he had with Sherlock. Dong, dong, dong. Door knocks were heard coming from outside. Yoda was surprised. After the room was allocated to him, besides Simba, Mufasa, and Moros, nobody came. The goblins, gnomes, and houndhead men were gathering outside talking, but none of them disturbed him. Their discussion made him feel uneasy. What's the situation? Why aren't we allowed in this NPC's house? Perhaps the content isn't finalized. Do you have any bladder bombs? See if we can bomb the house. The NPC might run out. Don't you know that the previous update patch prohibited the use of bladder bombs within the dungeon? Perhaps they were the violent goblins, gnome, and houndhead men? Yoda stood up and opened the door. A skeleton was at the door. That was Brainiac. Sherlock asked me to chat with you. Can I come in? The Lich asked. Please enter. Yoda had a good impression of Brainiac as he was his benefactor. He gave way and saw many curious creatures gathering outside. The number had dwindled though. Brainiac entered the house with 2 cups of bloody chrysanthemum tea. He surveyed the interior of the house. There was only a bed. He sat down on the bed and gave a cup of tea to Yoda as he asked, "Do you drink?" "Ah, thank you." Yoda quickly took the cup of tea. Brainiac patted the empty spot on the bed and said, "Take a seat." "Oh, okay." Yoda sat beside Brainiac. Though Brainiac was a lich, he felt uncomfortable sitting with a skeleton. Actually, Eternal Kingdom isn't as frightening as you imagine. Lord Sherlock is an earnest and warm-hearted devil lord. Brainiac cupped his tea and continued, "Everyone in Eternal Kingdom has a place. The content Simba has his apprentices, while Mufasa and Moros have good jobs. They are pleased. I'm content to do my research." Brainiac sipped his tea without any emotion. The red tea dripped down his bones. Yoda felt his pants getting wet. As he was about to stand up, Brainiac said, "I believe you'll be able to find your own niche. Eternal Kingdom is a place for you to fulfill your dream." Lord Sherlock said that more than 2,000 citizens were happily pursuing their dreams. Brainiac stood up and bowed to Yoda as he said, "My mission is accomplished. I hope you can find your dream and niche." Brainiac left. Yoda was thinking while he smoked his red-hot steel stick. Dreams, perhaps become a man that doesn't depend on his wife? Like what Lord Sherlock had called him, Master Yoda. Yoda smiled. He tried to brush aside his unrealistic thoughts. He looked at his bed, which now had a pool of tea stains. Then he looked outside the window. There was the word dream on the wall. He muttered to himself, "The Devil Lord is very bad." Winterfell was still waging a fierce battle against the ancient gods. After defeating the enemy at Area Number 10, Eternal Kingdom earned a short, well-deserved rest, according to Lord Sherlock. Sherlock obtained a large sum of magic stones, a large cache of equipment, an airship magical core, mana propulsion device, magic cannons, and other miscellaneous loot. The gamers also had generous rewards. Besides having 2 sets of green excellent equipment, the greatest benefit was the upgrade of their combat skills. On the battlefield, they were repeatedly killed and revived many times. The death rate for the past month was equivalent to the death rate for the past 2 days. Hence, they gained lots of combat experience. Most of their weapon levels had reached level 3. Some gamers had weapon level 4. The result of the superior equipment and high weapon levels was the first challenge of Spectre College, training grounds without any injury. When this achievement was posted on the forum, more and more gamers were able to challenge the instance dungeon without any injury. This was very bad news for the graduating students of Spectre College. The graduation rate would decline, but not very sharply. With the new contract, if the gamers had 4 goblins with either a gnome or a houndhead man in a team, they would fight with 2 graduating liches. If there were more than 2 gnomes or houndhead men, they would have to fight against 4 graduating liches. That would mean fighting against 8 bosses. With such a setting, the graduation rate would soar. More and more gamers chose to reincarnate as either a gnome or a houndhead man. But the lich students' happy graduation period ended. Sherlock felt that the war with the ancient gods' army wouldn't end. As he had expected, a Winterfell envoy arrived at Eternal Kingdom. A gnome who was dressed in a tuxedo. "Respectable Lord Sherlock, I brought along the Merchant Alliance's utmost respect for you and regards from Dungeon Lord Onionhead. Thank you for contributing to the defense of Area No 10. Thank you. What else do you have for me?" Sherlock asked the gnome in his Dungeon Lord main hall. "The Merchant Alliance has a new mission for Lord Sherlock." The gnome took out a map and said, "Are Lord Sherlock and your citizens able to defend Underground Forest No 3? Chapter 174, version 0.21 blog update. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. At the Dungeon Lord main hall in Eternal Kingdom. Underground Forest No 3. Succubus Evelyn sat in front of Sherlock as she tried hard to recall. "When I was at the Special Talent Recruitment Center, I encountered recruitment notices for Underground Forest No. 3. The forest is a resource within Winterfell Area No. 3. Is Lord Sherlock developing the forest?" "No, we have been assigned to protect Underground Forest No. 3, so I'm trying to find out more." Sherlock waved his hand and asked, "Are there any dangerous creatures?" "Dangerous creatures?" "Let me think." Evelyn thought very hard and said, "I don't think so. It's quite a peaceful place." "I see." Sherlock placed both his hands on the table and nodded as he said, "Continue with your work. I mean, continue with your rest." "Okay." Evelyn stood up and bowed to Sherlock. As she was about to leave, she turned around and looked hesitant. Then she turned her head away and turned her head back a few times. "What's up? Are you doing head exercises?" Sherlock couldn't help asking Evelyn. "No, that." Evelyn hesitated for a while and said reluctantly, "I heard the ancient god's army appeared in the northern underworld and that Eternal Kingdom had been conscripted, so..." "Don't worry, I hate the ancient god's army the most. Even if you don't mention it, I'll hit them hard and protect the underworld," Sherlock said righteously and gestured for her to leave. "Enough, go back and rest." "Okay." Evelyn turned her head and left. "Wah, that head turning is tiring. She's pretty sweet though. However, I'm surprised by your indifference," Bruce said immediately after Evelyn left. "You're saying that Evelyn is worried about my safety, but I'm avoiding the topic," Sherlock said without emotion. "Isn't Lord Sherlock slow-witted? I thought that such an evil and cruel devil lord like Lord Sherlock would be cute if he was slow-witted," Bruce said in disappointment. "I don't understand what you're saying, but I've always been like this," Sherlock said solemnly. "How do you know that this type of a devil is attractive to females?" "From common sense, Lord Sherlock is indeed unattractive to females." Bruce agreed with Sherlock. "So, don't think about these strange matters." Sherlock starting typing on the keyboard. "Good, I'm publishing a new version update. Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom Update Log version 0.21. Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom version 0.21 Official Update. Warriors, you have defeated the ancient god's army in area number 10 and diminished their arrogance. Your valor is celebrated in the underworld. The female creatures look on at you with pride, but don't grow complacent. A new challenge has arrived. Added new area, Underground Forest number 3, if there are no mishaps, it will be opened soon. I don't know what's inside. I look forward to your strategy guide posts. Added new NPC, Yoda. Yoda is a mana engineering expert from Winterfell. He appeared as an NPC who provided hidden missions in area number 10, the Sleeping Valley Battle Campaign. After being rescued by the gamers and moved by Lord Sherlock, he became an employee of Eternal Kingdom. He will be in charge of the engineering projects in the dungeon. We are still developing new functionalities for the future. Removed the battle campaign area, Sleeping Valley. We achieved complete victory at Sleeping Valley. Warriors, you are now unable to enter this map. Added new mission, Airship Repair. We have the intact airship magical core, an almost complete piece of machinery, and 3 working magic cannons. Warriors, why don't we build an airship? Added new NPC, Evelyn. She has been in Eternal Kingdom for a period of time. She is not an employee but a self-declared renter, Missy Succubus. She is currently doing auction work. Added new service, auction. It was already added without a public announcement. This is an addendum. Gamers can auction their equipment and unbound items using auction. Gamers can also fix a minimum price or an immediate sale price. The description and attributes of the auctioned items are accessible via the game system. The auction period is 24 hours. There is a fixed tax on all auctions. Added new monster bestiary Ancient Gods, Ancient Giant. This is a large creature from the void. It used to be part of the giant race. After being corrupted by the ancient gods, the giant has a distorted body, a single eye, and a long horn. Their number is limited. The ancient giant is a powerful weapon on the battlefield. Added new monster bestiary Ancient Gods, Rat Thing. This is a creature of the ancient gods' army. The origin is unknown. Most likely a large rat corrupted by the ancient gods. Added new monster bestiary ancient gods, Chocho, a creature of the ancient gods. Before corruption, the creature is a goblin, gnome, or orc. The creature has red skin. Besides a mouth, there are no facial features. The creature is ugly, irrational, crazy, and looks terrifying. This monster is the main force of the ancient gods' army. Added new monster bestiary ancient gods, corrupted devil, a creature of the ancient gods' army that was once an underworld devil. After being corrupted, he retained his prior intelligence but became more violent. The corrupted devil is a disgrace to New Age devils. Added new monster bestiary ancient gods, others. If gamers discover new monsters, add them to the list yourself. There are simply too many monsters of the ancient gods' army to be recorded. Added new bug, mana failure. Gamers who misuse the magic cannons will receive penalties. Misuse of the magic cannons will cause unnecessary load on the servers. Within 3 days, there will not be any mana replenishment. Follow the system instruction when using magic cannons and other magical items that require a large amount of mana. Added new gamer group planning project. I will leave it empty until gamers discover new gameplay or game elements. Chapter 175, Terrifying Underground Forest. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Changeable capacitor of civilian mana terminal, can I auction myself? Soul spirits, underground forest. We can cut trees for wood. Scholar Wu, this game is not user-friendly for hand-disabled gamers. We don't want to shoot arrows at our comrades. Hopefully, the game will have assistive features for shooting arrows. Southern breeze going north, lousy game producers, you have forgotten about it. Because you were busy playing computer games. Moon Observer number 2. I have a dungeon core. We have magic cannons and most of the components. Why don't we make a Gundam? Hemp rope technology, according to the freedom accorded in the game, we should be able to make a Gundam. Peasant, I want to be the beta pilot. The gamers were supportive of the updated content, but Sherlock had doubts. What was a Gundam? Beast sat in his office and browsed through the official documents. Because of the sudden invasion of the ancient gods' army, Beast's workload had been increasing. A male orc in office lady clothing walked in. Senior, take a rest. You have been working for an hour. It's tiring. Since I started working, I haven't seen you work for more than 30 minutes before, the orc said in a hoarse voice with concern. No, I'm not tired. I can still work for another 10 minutes. Please leave me. Everyone in Winterfell is working hard. As a supervisor, how can I slack off? Beast replied loudly. Then he said in a firm voice, get out. Don't disturb me. The concerned orc glanced at Beast as he walked out helplessly. Beast put his focus on his work. He sipped his red tea and fell asleep on the table. His office door was opened once again. The male orc in office lady clothing walked in silently. A dark shadow engulfed Beast. The orc extended his rough palm towards Beast. He covered Beast with a blanket. He put the documents back in the drawers. He arranged the stationery neatly. He adjusted the devil's alarm clock to 27 hours. Then he left the room and closed the door quietly. Cheers were heard coming from the employees outside. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go to the House of Books to relax. SHH, lower your voice. Keep this matter quiet. Sorry, let's go. The voices of the employees receded into the distance. Beast was sleeping on the table. He muttered softly in his sleep. At the blacksmith shop in Eternal Kingdom. Palm. Simba hammered the armor in front of him into a distorted shape. The hound-head man in front of Simba was scared stiff. Every time equipment was sent for refurbishing, they knew it was 100% successful, but the way Simba hammered the equipment instilled fear in the gamers. It wasn't practical for his apprentices to reforge the equipment. There was only a single furnace, and their skills weren't up to par. A huge trident was placed by the blacksmith shop. The grey mana shroud had vanished. It was now an ordinary trident. Sherlock had wanted Simba to reforge the trident into profitable equipment, but it wasn't possible until the large furnace was built. The current small furnace was unable to accommodate the large trident. As Simba was hammering the armor, he saw Mufasa walking over with a bento. Simba hammered the armor to fit the size of a Houndhead man. Then he threw the armor to the Houndhead man and said, "I'm knocking off for the afternoon." The gathered apprentices and the queue of gamers dispersed. Nobody dared to make a single complaint. Mufasa walked into the blacksmith shop and placed the bento on the table as he said, "That's good, they are obedient in cousin's shop. You're too lenient with them, so they bully you." Simba took out a steel stick and warmed it up in the furnace. Then he looked at the bento, which was full of mixed clay. "There aren't any dishes today. It can't be helped. The small black dragon has a voracious appetite. A creature is coming over to my workshop to get some food for the dragon. The dragon is very picky and isn't willing to eat clay." Mufasa sighed. Simba put the steel stick into his mouth and puffed out smoke. Then he ate a mouth of clay and said, "It can't be helped. I wonder when we'll be able to eat black dragon meat." "What? Lord Sherlock doesn't intend to eat his small black dragon?" Mufasa looked surprised at Simba and said, "I heard rumors." "I don't think so. According to Lord Sherlock's vicious character, he'll make the black dragon his reserve rations," Simba said seriously. Mufasa was taken aback. He felt the topic was inappropriate and quickly said, "Oh, I heard some gnomes talking in my workshop. It seems they're going to Underground Forest No. 3. "What? Underground Forest No. 3? Simba was stunned. Then he said gravely, "By the wrath of Satan." "What? What is it?" Mufasa looked at Simba and was curious. "I bet you haven't been to the forest." Simba smoked his steel pipe and said, "It's a terrifying place." "Kulu." Mufasa swallowed hard and took out black melon worms from his pocket. Then he smashed them and shared some with Simba. Simba recalled with sadness as he said, "When I was young, I hadn't learned blacksmithing skills. I was a hard-working lumberjack. It was a serene underground forest, if you didn't cut down those trees." In the Winterfell Dungeon Lord's office. "Dungeon Lord, why are we tasking Eternal Kingdom with protecting Underground Forest No. 3? Though the ancient god's army has arrived near the forest, with Eternal Kingdom's behavior, they'll cut down the trees secretly," a young gnome employee said with concern to Dungeon Lord Onionhead. "Lad, have you been to the forest, seen it, or heard about it?" Onionhead, whose eyes were filled with wisdom, asked the gnome employee. "No. I haven't been there before." The employee looked at Onionhead's gaze and felt that things weren't as simple as he thought. Onionhead inhaled deeply and said, "It's not easy to cut down the trees in an underground forest. We have to find the underworld's most evil and wicked creatures to be lumberjacks. Every year, we spend large sums of money employing these scumbags." "Are the trees whomping willows? Or ants?" the employee asked. "Of course not. They are something even more terrifying. The underground forest has a comprehensive set of self-protection mechanisms." Onionhead said in fear, "The memories of that place are something not to be recalled by righteous and optimistic creatures. Especially when you try to cut down those trees." At Underground Forest No. 3. After a series of blinding brilliance given out by a teleport portal, a gnome with the word peasant walked out from the portal. He was fully armed and held a single-handed axe. He was excited as he looked at the beautiful scenery. He saw a boundless forest at the end of a cave, as well as the monocreated sunlight shining on the forest. Peasant raised his hand to block the glare. Then he dashed towards the closest tree and intended to cut it with his axe. A hallucination came over him. In his mind, a voice that seemed to come from the void said, "If you wish to chop the tree, please answer this question first. Suppose kf, x, equals 4/1 plus x. If f, a, equals 2, what is the real number, a? Behind Peasant, a group of gamers walked out happily from the teleport portal. Then they saw Peasant fall flat on the ground motionless, his eyes wide open. Chapter 176, Too Decadent. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. It was almost dawn, the number of gamers in Eternal Kingdom was at its lowest. Morose liked this time period the best because he could enjoy himself during his free time doing more than just sleeping. A new gnome, Yoda, who had no green words or the insanity ailment, came to the dungeon. The gnome looked normal. He was previously a mana engineer in Winterfell. Morose felt close to him as they were of the same race. He went to Yoda's door during his precious resting time. As he was about to knock on the door, a hand came out and pulled him in. An enemy? As a legendary gladiator, Morose was ready to retaliate, bluff, and beg his way out or even scream. "SHH, it's me, Yoda." Morose calmed down when he heard Yoda's voice. He turned to look, and that was Yoda. But Yoda was looking nervous. "Don't say anything. Follow me." Yoda looked at the surroundings. Once he was sure there was nobody, he took Morose to a small building that was 200 square meters. There was a sign that read, "Home of the Pioneers." Those were the words on the sign. This was the home of the veteran gamers. There was various graffiti on the walls. The prominent word "Dream" that was written on the wall was the symbolic icon in Eternal Kingdom. Even Yoda, who had just arrived, had heard of the Dream Wall. But this wasn't important. The important thing was that Yoda and Morose saw a wall full of numbers. If x equals 85, y equals, oh gosh. Morose was sweating in fear as he looked at Yoda. "Don't look at me, I don't know what happened. I was going to the bathroom when I saw this." "I'm sure it wasn't here yesterday," Yoda said firmly. "Scary. I have to inform Lord Sherlock," Morose said solemnly. "In the dungeon Lord Main Hall of Eternal Kingdom. Such a thing occurred in my dungeon." Sherlock looked at Morose and Yoda as he said gravely, "I understand. I'll not allow my dungeon to have such decadent behavior. I'll take this matter to heart and find out the decadent culprits in the shortest time." Morose and Yoda were relieved as they left Sherlock. Sherlock looked at the computer screen and the discussion forum that was filled with decadent posts. "Urgent request. Calculus veteran, please come in quickly. Why are the game producers mistreating us? If they don't want us to cut the trees, tell us. This is too despicable." The most popular post was from Hemp Rope Technology. Soliciting post for Underground Forest No. 3, Tree Cutting Strategy Guide. The game has added the new map, Underground Forest No. 3. If it's a forest, then we'll cut the trees. Wood is a scarce resource in the dungeon. But before cutting the trees, the gamers are required to answer questions that are not governed by any rules. On average, 4 correct answers to the questions are required to cut a tree. The difficulty of the questions is incremental. I intend to create a post to discover the rules of the questions or the chance that a similar question is repeated. Then the gamers only need to memorize the question and the answer. Even if it's an immersive virtual reality online game with arcane technology, it's still an online game. I spent a lot of time to create an app to allow gamers to upload the questions for me to collate the questions with correct answers. Within a day, I have accumulated tens of thousands of questions. I thought that some of the questions would be repeated. If it was created by a procedure, then there would definitely be repetitions. But I was wrong. The development team has already thought of this. Every question might have similar methods for the solutions, but they were never exactly the same. As for the development team uploading the answers and using a random generator to create new questions, I have done some initial research, but I have to admit that there were no identical templates in the questions. From the current situation, the development team seems to have created a database of questions that is as large as the forest. I shall not praise the development team any further. From today onwards, this post will teach mathematics. Those who are thinking of cutting trees, please visit this post to learn. If there are any difficult questions, you may upload and request for help. We'll try to help each other. Just doing the questions alone is not enough. You have to understand the solution methods, formula, and analysis. Rote learning is not going to help. Only if you have a solid foundation in mathematics will you be a good lumberjack. In addition, I am also recruiting various airship research and construction personnel. We have the magical core, machinery, and magic cannons. Like what the update log said, why do we not build an airship? Many gamers and forum members replied. Meet down, the mathematics professor on the forum, please verify yourself with your bald head. Paying 50 bronze coins for each question. If you miss this opportunity, there are no other chances. Until you, D*MN, I have to learn higher mathematics just to cut trees. Are the game producers that lame? Are they devils? Shadow of Famous Sword, if my math teacher plays this game, he will not be giving us exercise books. He will be telling us how many trees to cut. Donut Luke _ their Milk, I am not browsing anymore. I am studying Tongji University's Higher Mathematics version 7. Countless Bodhi, tall trees require the huge axe of philosophy to cut down. And you are talking mathematics, ha 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 ha. I think, therefore I am. Cutting trees is rational. And necessary. Do not stop me. I am not mad. I want to cut the trees. Glutinous Riceball devotee, I have to take out my collection of calculus textbooks that I kept for years. Gender imbalance, addiction protection system is online. Sarcasm triangle, that is hardcore. I am recalling how the various guilds were diligently learning EVE Online's terms when it cancelled the Chinese version. Sherlock was thinking hard when he finished reading the posts. These creatures are too decadent. Chapter 177, A Meeting for Group Planning. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In the morning within the green forest, a thin mist that looked like white transparent candy floss shrouded the trees. Large trees stood under the azure magical sky. Clear transparent dew dripped down slowly to the tip of the green leaves before falling reluctantly to the ground. Two gnomes with axes and a hound-head man with the names Takia Spirit, Dragonborn, and Sealhead Ling Chong arrived in front of the tree. Look for another tree. The older the tree, the more difficult the question. Takia Spirit looked at the huge tree and said in a dilemma. Let's go, let's go. Only veteran hemp rope technology can cut such a tree. Sealhead Ling Chong shook his head and said. Dragonborn was reluctant, but he could only glance at the tree and leave helplessly. At times, there were things that couldn't be done with brute force. The three of them arrived at a tree that was 4 to 5 meters tall. Sealhead Ling Chong was about to cut with his axe, but Takia Spirit extended his hand and said, Give way. Let me cut the tree. Wah, you're bad. I chose this tree first. Takia Spirit immediately said, You stinky beluga. Leave this tree to me. Go and find another one. Takia Spirit raised his axe, and a question popped into his mind. An undirected graph G has 9 nodes. Every node has a joint degree of 5 or 6. Prove that G has at least 5 nodes with 6 joint degree or 6 nodes with 5 joint degrees. Takia Spirit was taken aback for a few seconds. Then he lowered his axe and said, What the heck? What's an undirected graph? This kind of scene was seen throughout the entire underground forest number 3. At the plaza of the commerce area in Eternal Kingdom. Piles of wood were placed in the commerce area. They were the wooden logs after the gamers cut down the trees in the forest. They were mainly used for transactions. Selling wood. Selling wood. Get your wood here. I have both processed and unprocessed wood. Come quickly for the wood. Looking for 4 team members to challenge Spectre College. Equipment to be distributed by the roll method. Come quickly. Large lizards. Selling large lizards. Come and get them if you're exchanging for darting birds. Recruitment for a guild. Members get a free backpack. A group of gamers shouted and chatted in the commerce area. Even more gamers were cutting the trees in Underground Forest number 3. Making weapons, constructing houses, exchanging for reputation points, coins, weekly and daily missions, furniture, and the floor, required the use of wood. Wood was definitely a scarce resource in the dungeon. After a map with an underground forest was opened to the gamers, they logged the trees day and night. Cutting trees was tough and required solving mathematics. To achieve the mission objectives, even if the gamer was rich, had the highest reputation level, had the best equipment, or had the ambition to build a beautiful home, whatever the objectives, they boosted the determination of the gamers to cut the trees. It was a matter of solving mathematical questions. Learn it. As such, the official discussion forum had become a place for learning. Nobody would believe that it was an online game forum. There were many posts on solving difficult questions by helpful forum members. As there were only 2,100 gamers, the remaining tens of thousands of forum members posted daily in the forum with the hope of joining the game to build the beautiful dungeon. The efficiency of the gamers' logging was low. Within a short period of time, it wasn't expected to increase. Only learning mathematics would improve productivity. Of course, the development of the dungeon didn't slow down. In the middle of the commercial area and industrial area, there was an open area. Peasant carried his pickaxe and excavated the Veterans Guild land. The Veterans Guild had been approved. Peasant had the words Pioneer Alliance below his name. Because of the battle campaign scenario that lasted for the past few days, the excavation work had stopped. With the opening of Underground Forest number 3, the gamers were busy logging. The gamers had more free time compared to the period during the battle campaign scenario. Every guild listed their objectives to let their members excavate the guild land during their free time. Previously, the gameplay was limited. Now, nobody complained of limited gameplay. When the gamers went online, they worked very hard. The following was the detailed schedule. 1. Excavate for an hour to complete the system-assigned daily mission. 2. Try to complete an item in the weekly mission. 3. Challenge the instance dungeon Spectre College, Training Grounds once. If item 2 was completed, then it wasn't necessary to challenge the instance dungeon. 4. Spend an hour on constructing their own house. 5. Complete a 1-hour training session with Moros. After completing the 4 basic missions listed above, it was already noon. Beginners who were slow in challenging the instance dungeon would have taken half a day. To improve himself, a gamer had to do the following missions. 6. Complete a daily mission for the marsh ink spewers, like hunting the large lizards to earn the reputation points in exchange for the rewards. 7. Hunt the underground spiders to obtain raw materials. 8. If he is a guild member, he has to participate in a guild war. 9. Visit the commercial area to do business. The main point is to browse the auctions to see if there are any good bargains. 10. Cut trees at Underground Forest number 3. 11. Attend the mathematics class organized by Hemp Rope Technology on the forum. 12. To build the airship, Eternal Kingdom version. This step-by-step mission was added to the daily missions. 13. Learn life skills such as forging. 14. There were at least more than 10 items. There were other gamers who discovered gameplay and new plots, like finding new NPCs and interacting with Evelyn or Yoda. Then there was the interaction with Little Fairy to learn life skills. As it was quite improbable, most of the gamers learned plant cultivation from Raintia. There were too many things to do online. Unless a gamer spent at least 12 hours, it was hard to complete all the missions. While the gamers were working very hard, Sherlock was not idling. Besides playing computer games, browsing the forum, and teaching Eggface how to be a qualified secretary, Sherlock had to decide on creating new areas, new warehouses, the location of the large furnace in the industrial area, and other facilities. He was also responsible for approving guild applications, the purchasing of private land, guild lands, and furniture. With the logging of wood, Mufasa was no longer just a chef. The carpenter workshop was being used for making wood products. Simba was also busy mentoring his apprentices and forging equipment. Yoda had just arrived and wasn't involved in any work. He didn't know what he should be doing. Brainiac was in charge of reviving the corpses. Evelyn claimed she was a renter in the dungeon but was actually a white elephant in Eternal Kingdom. Morose was teaching the gamers combat skills day and night. Besides spitting saliva, Little Fairy was tutoring Raintia on how to be a qualified plant cultivator. As for making medicine, how could she make any without a medicine workshop? Eggface was in charge of eating. As for other areas such as enchantment, cloth weaving, jewelry making, alchemy, medicine making, and creation of transportation tools, they were still lacking in the dungeon. The areas that needed improvement, such as the contract with the Northern Underground World Gladiator Arena, the construction of the stronghold in the Marsh Ink Spewer Town, the construction of the airship, the excavation of new areas, and the improvement of the living environment were not developing substantially. After organizing his thoughts, Sherlock decided to arrange for an Eternal Kingdom meeting for all members of the dungeon. It was time to have a meeting with all of them to do systematic planning. Sherlock also made a post to solicit views of the dungeon's development from forum members. The post was created quickly, and it was titled, "Your suggestions on the future development and planning for Eternal Kingdom, Group Planning Item." Chapter 178, A Misunderstanding? No, how can it be? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. After Sherlock posted on the forum, he received the gamers' replies. Red Cheng, I am troubled by advanced mathematics. It's terrifying. It's another devious plan by the game producers. Nine-tailed cat carpenter, I am applying for the blacksmithing area to become an iron forge. Initial death herd, when a person is being forced, he can do anything except mathematical questions. Ink Porcelain Camp, I have a question. Why do I not see Missy Succubus go to the bathroom? The other NPCs go to the bathroom. There is always a fool trying to mess with the Emperor. Are you not updating the game with surface adventurers? I am waiting for the female pastors to fall into my goblin hands. Degree, Wakaka. Ocean Slaughter Pond, why do we not collect Little Fairy's saliva to make Kukikamizake? Surviving Beast King, we have guilds. What about Sworn Brothers and marriage? Please have the public beta soon. There are not enough goblins. Peasant, is there a sewing class? It's hard on a magician to wear armor every day. Hemp rope technology, I am publishing a recruitment advertisement to recruit cartographers, mechanical engineers, aerodynamics engineers, aesthetics professionals, and construction professionals for building an airship. Add to group XXXXX. The airship project is officially starting. Sherlock didn't understand some of the comments. For instance, Kukikamizake. Brew, what is Kukikamizake? In comics, it's a wine made using the saliva of beautiful girls. We don't have wine in the dungeon, so it's saliva with bloody chrysanthemum tea, Brew said. Does Lord Sherlock intend to give it a try? Door knocks were heard from the outside. Dong, dong, dong. Come in, Sherlock said. The door was opened, and Mufasa appeared timidly. He walked in after he saw Sherlock seated inside. Lord Sherlock, are you looking for me? Mufasa asked respectfully. Yes, you have been doing well in your job. We received a batch of good quality wood. I'm worried about your workload, so I'm checking in, Sherlock said. Lord Sherlock. Mufasa's eyes were welling with tears. Carpentry work is starting soon, and you're also working as a chef. You should be very familiar with chef work by now. The main thing is making arrows, tools, and the handles of weapons which will be used by the blacksmith shop. Bowstrings are huge problems. Without suitable bowstrings, do not waste the wood making bows as there are still bows in the warehouse. Make some furniture with delicate features, then sell it at high prices that are higher than weapon prices. Start with silver coins. I'll provide a list with prices. Update the prices on the price signboard. Mufasa said, Lord Sherlock, the citizens are making processed wood, wooden planks, and pillars. Oh? They have my permission. They exchanged for the materials using their labor. The way they processed the wood is too primitive and wastes a lot of material. It's also unproductive, Mufasa said. Of course, I'm not doubting Lord Sherlock. I understand. This is a big problem. I haven't thought about that, Sherlock pondered and said, you'll recruit apprentices. Simba is doing quite well with apprentices. Let them do some work to pay for their learning fees. AI. Okay, that will be all. Continue with your work. 10 minutes later, Yoda appeared at the Dungeon Lord main hall. Lord Sherlock, are you looking for me? Nothing special. I'm concerned that you might be working too hard. You may start the engineering projects. I noticed some gnomes and houndhead men were interested in making an airship. You may provide some technical advice. I'll designate a location to be used for engineering projects. Put the airship materials over there. The name of the location will be the Mana Engineering Project Hall. That will be your work site. Your main job is to help them build the airship. You may allocate the design assignments to the dungeon citizens. Of course, you may give your input. Do you understand? Yoda said solemnly, I understand, Lord Sherlock. With regards to Mana Engineering, you may create a list for the required materials, work platform, and tools. I will arrange for someone to make the purchases. Lastly, are you able to mentor apprentices from tomorrow onwards? 10 minutes later, Evelyn appeared at the Dungeon Lord main hall. Lord Sherlock, are you looking for me? Yes, Evelyn, are you free for the next few days? Sherlock studied Yoda's list and said, are you free tomorrow? I'd like to bring you on a trip to Winterfell. AI. Going shopping. Evelyn backed up and said nervously, I know. My clothes, there are no suitable ones. Suitable? Why aren't your clothes suitable? Sherlock lifted his head and noticed that Evelyn was not herself. He frowned and asked, how are you? Not feeling well? No, no. Evelyn said softly. Don't be nervous, it's not a big deal, I'll conceal you. I have a shopping list, and we'll go according to the list. Time will pass very fast, Sherlock waved the list and said. That. Lord Sherlock, I'd like to ask, why is it me? I'm clumsy and can't do things well, Evelyn said softly. How can that be? You have your strengths, Sherlock said solemnly. Okay, you may continue with your work. I have high expectations for you. Buck up. Thank you, Lord Sherlock. I'll prepare for the shopping trip tomorrow. Evelyn shouted courageously and left. Lord Sherlock. I'd like to ask why you have chosen Evelyn. Why aren't you able to shop alone? Brew asked. I have to give her work. I can't possibly purchase goods in Winterfell every time as I have many important computer games to research. I'd also like to take a look at the comics that you mentioned last time. I'm too busy. Isn't it good for me to distribute my work? Sherlock said casually, though Evelyn isn't that capable, at least she's able to shop for me. No, didn't you see that Evelyn thought that it was a date? The expression that she had was like the female protagonist in a romantic comedy. Bruce said excitedly. You are a popular character in the other world. If the gamers discover that Lord Sherlock has a love interest and has a relationship with a succubus, the repercussions will be huge. With Evelyn's capability, I don't think she's a good match. What are you thinking? Why do you have such strange ideas? Sherlock frowned and said, Evelyn thought that we're going on a date? I don't believe it. Lord Sherlock, face up to reality. Tomorrow, you'll see. Evelyn will be all dolled up. Bruce said confidently. Chapter 179, Strange Battle Dress. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Evelyn left the Dungeon Lord main hall looking miserable, as though she was feeling anxious over something. She walked in the tunnel that was filled with many goblins, gnomes, and silly-looking hound-head men. She wasn't bothered by the harmless stalking of the creatures. She was pondering while she walked into the auction hall. A hound-head man came to deposit a pile of wood for consignment sale. She didn't write anything. Instead, she was in deep thoughts. "Missy Succubus, how are you? You don't look all right." Evelyn sighed and said, "Ah, it's actually like this. At the blacksmith shop in Eternal Kingdom." Simba put away his tools as it was time to knock off. A handsome hound-head man was pleading with him. "Mentor, can you let me use the blacksmith shop? I have equipment that I have to forge." Simba was taken aback and asked, "Why?" "To protect an important person, even if it takes my life." "Please, Mentor." The hound-head man knelt down, and Simba patted his shoulders as he said, "I understand you, you're doing it for a woman. I don't know why you have taken a fancy to the hound-head woman. You must love her deeply, otherwise why would you be doing such things? Buck up. I'm going back to rest." Simba passed the key to the hound-head man and left. Two gnomes ran into the blacksmith shop. They were Takia Spirit and Dragonborn. "Wah! Settled?" Takia Spirit asked warily as he looked in the direction that Simba had gone. Out of habit, he talked softly even after Simba had left. "Settled. Don't you know who I am, the hound-head man, Sealhead Ling Chong," said proudly. He started preparing for the blacksmithing work. "You're awesome. You're indeed a beluga." Dragonborn couldn't help praising him and said, "What kind of a strange encounter mission did you obtain from the succubus NPC? You're forging equipment that is suitable for going out with Shirley." Sealhead Ling Chong frowned as he said, "No, it's complicated. It has to be durable and pretty. Stylish and yet with strong protective capability. It seems like she isn't able to go to Winterfell freely. There might be a fight if she does. So it's a battle dress, isn't it?" Takia Spirit asked, "What are the rewards?" "No rewards," Sealhead Ling Chong spread out his hands and said. "What? There must be some rewards for a strange encounter mission, don't you think so? Aren't you on the losing end if there are no rewards?" Dragonborn asked in disbelief. "What loss?" "Evelyn said she'll be grateful to me and repay me when she's able to. There is no reward now, but it doesn't mean there is no reward in the future." Sealhead Ling Chong said excitedly. "Wah, bro, you're like a fawning dog. I thought a beluga like you wouldn't be a fawning dog." Takia Spirit teased Sealhead Ling Chong. "I'll have my well-deserved reward in the end." "You don't understand." Sealhead Ling Chong asked, "Did you bring the armor?" "I've eyeballed Evelyn's measurements, I'll have to use at least 6 pieces of gnome-sized armor." "Gosh! That many?" Takia Spirit was stunned, but he brought in the armor from outside. The three of them started working. In Eternal Kingdom Dungeon. Sherlock wore normal daily clothing with a black windbreaker. He opened the door and walked towards the teleport portal main hall. The teleport portal main hall was surrounded by many gamers who were talking enthusiastically. "Gosh, what's up? When I got online, why did the succubus come over to the teleport portal? Is her dress part of a system update?" "No, it was made by some gamers." "That's genius. Who can think of making such armor? Was it done by the life connoisseur gamer?" "Cool, super cool. Where did they obtain the colored materials?" "They borrowed from Brainiac who lent them immediately." "Gosh, Brainiac has this functionality. It's a strange encounter mission, after all." "Shirley's here!" someone shouted loudly. Then the gamers saw Sherlock coming from behind, and they gave way. Sherlock saw Evelyn, who was standing by the teleport portal main hall. She was wearing a blue dress with a long white skirt and a silver breastplate which had blue designs and lines. The breastplate wasn't able to protect the shoulders and arms, so she was equipped with silver pauldrons, coutures, and gauntlets. On both sides of her skirt were two pieces of sheet metal armor that didn't have any protective value. Evelyn pinched her hands and stood nervously at the entrance. She was probably made nervous by the group of surrounding gamers. Sherlock noticed her strange outfit and frowned. "I didn't expect her to be dressed like Sabre," Brew commented and kept quiet. "What's that?" Sherlock asked. "Ah, a character in a comic, Fate's Day Night. Is Lord Sherlock interested? Let me finish Gundam first." Sherlock walked over and made an invitation gesture as he said, "Let's go." He had many things to buy, so he didn't want to waste time. As for Evelyn's strange outfit, he didn't think it was a big deal. Good, Lord Sherlock." Evelyn followed closely behind. The gamers were unable to speak because of Sherlock's dominant aura, but after they left, they chatted excitedly. "Gosh! The game official is going on a date. What's that? Are Shirley and the succubus together? I won't believe they're together. That's preposterous. My missy succubus. My hubby was stolen by that B*TCH. No, I have to create a post immediately. Yaa. Sherlock wasn't aware that the gamers were chatting excitedly over what they saw. When they exited the Winterfell teleport portal main hall and walked on the streets, they attracted many head turns and stares. The strange battle dress attracted many curious head turns and stares. "Lord Sherlock, apologies." As she was attracting too much attention, Evelyn was embarrassed. "You didn't do anything wrong, but the dress," Sherlock looked at Evelyn and asked. "A kind-hearted houndhead man and a few gnomes helped me make the dress. Since we were coming to Winterfell, I wanted a protective dress. But I don't have armor, so," Evelyn said in a soft voice. "I understand. Let's go, we have lots of things to buy." The shopping list included Yoda's requirements, some food and dungeon necessities, like a medicine concoction platform. Sherlock brought Evelyn to the bazaar. "Good, Lord Sherlock." Evelyn dragged her feet and followed Sherlock. At the Winterfell dungeon core, which was a prohibited area. The guards at the prohibited area surveyed their surroundings warily. This was the location in Winterfell with the highest security. Only the most vigilant guards had the qualifications to be on duty at this location. Low murmurs were heard by their ears. A tall figure whose body was shrouded with grey mana darted past the guards who became absent-minded. He made his way towards the Winterfell dungeon core. The Crimson Dungeon core was burning with magical flames, providing Winterfell with the energy required for operation. The tall figure looked at the dungeon core, then extended his hand that was filled with grey mana. Chapter 180, I said it twice. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Wah! With a black stone thrown into the fireplace of the Winterfell Dungeon Lord main hall, the flames burned more ferociously. Too extravagant. They attacked the ancient god's army with 1,000 magicians. Eternal fire is too strong, Beast said thoughtfully as he read the battle reports. Eternal fire is the largest dungeon in the northern underworld. We can't ignore this fact. Dungeon Lord Onionhead sat at the helm seat and asked, "What's the battle situation at the front line?" Ancient Ruins number 85 is surrounded by troops of Winterfell and other major dungeons. We're waiting for the final battle. The threat of the ancient gods has been diminished. The finance department has started calculating the remuneration of the various dungeons, Beast reported as he perused the battle reports. Very good. The situation is better than I expected. Onionhead nodded with satisfaction. Then he said, "The Dungeon Lord's remuneration will be calculated according to the agreed rate. Is there any complaint from Eternal Kingdom?" "Complaint?" Beast was taken aback. Onionhead said, we didn't deploy them at the front line to fight against the ancient god's army. Instead, we sent them to protect Underground Forest number 3. Give Lord Sherlock some benefits. We can't afford to antagonize Lord Sherlock. I understand, I'll send more discount coupons to Lord Sherlock, Beast said solemnly as he nodded. Good, send those coupons that give free gifts after a purchase quota is reached. After he has spent money, then give him discount coupons. After spending at 10 shops or a total of 100,000 magic stones, there will be a member card. It will give a 5% discount in Winterfell, 10% if the card is preloaded with magic stones. Onionhead continued speaking, remember Lord Sherlock's birthday. On his birthday, give extra benefits, like a box of bloody chrysanthemum tea. You're indeed my smart father-in-law, Beast said. Shall I send someone to check the situation at Underground Forest number 3? He's a superior devil after all. Don't worry, there shouldn't be any problems at Underground Forest No. 3. Onionhead said confidently. Father-in-law, I have a question for you. Beast pondered for a while and inquired, why are you treating Lord Sherlock differently? Is it because Lord Alexandria is concerned about him? Or is it because he's a superior devil? I'm unable to understand. Beast continued speaking, there are also other creatures with powerful backgrounds and capabilities, but I don't see father-in-law treating them that well. Beast, you'll understand once you take up my position. Onionhead looked wise as he said. This Lord Sherlock is different from the rest. At the Winterfell Bazaar. Are we done purchasing things? Evelyn, who was in the strange battle dress armor, held the shopping list in her hand. All the items on the list had a tick. I don't think there's anything left to buy, Sherlock nodded and said. Does Lord Sherlock want to have some tea? We've walked for half a day without anything to eat, Evelyn said shyly. Sherlock looked at the passing crowd. Evelyn was feeling shy because of their stares. No, a superior devil doesn't need to eat. Sherlock shook his head. As he was about to speak, he looked behind Evelyn's back and was stunned. Let's go back. Halfway through Evelyn speaking, Sherlock pulled her hand and walked towards a cafe. Let's go, I'll treat you to tea. AI. Sherlock pulled Evelyn and walked along the road. It was in the afternoon, and there weren't many patrons in the cafe. Sherlock brought Evelyn to the entrance of the cafe, and they perused the menu at the door. What drink would you like? Sherlock asked. Evelyn squatted down and examined the menu carefully. We'll have 2 cups of bloody chrysanthemum tea. Please wait a moment, the orc shopkeeper shouted and ran into the kitchen. Sherlock and Evelyn went in to find a place to sit down. Sherlock looked at a creature on the road. The tall creature had a huge robe. His pace was slower than all other creatures. His body was tightly bound. Where did Lord Sherlock study? For a superior devil, was it the best devil college? Evelyn was trying to strike up a conversation while waiting for their tea. We all went to that college, including myself. Sherlock turned his head and gazed at Evelyn. That's good. If a succubus intends to enroll, she has to go for the difficult entrance examination. Evelyn said enviously, Lord Sherlock is so capable. Are your results very good? Not very good, I was failing, Sherlock said casually. Evelyn was feeling awkward, and she didn't know what to say. Fortunately, the orc served 2 cups of bloody chrysanthemum tea to Sherlock and Evelyn. Evelyn cupped her bloody chrysanthemum tea and sipped it slowly. The atmosphere became awkward. Outside the window, the tall figure with the long grey robe walked past the cafe that Sherlock was in. He wandered aimlessly towards the middle of the bazaar. Then he looked at one of the shops. It was the don't have the most expensive stuff blacksmith shop. Welcome. Today's our 2nd anniversary. Our shop has discounts, the stone golem shopkeeper said proficiently, but was stunned when he saw the tall figure. Have we met before? Met before? How can that be? We've just been released from prison. No, we came from other places to Winterfell. The voice came from the hair of the tall figure. That's correct, we've just arrived. The voice came from the stomach. I'm tired and hungry. The voice came from the crotch. If you're looking for Lord Sherlock. The stone golem said, I already told you twice, Lord Sherlock is at the Eternal Kingdom dungeon, which is a 10 days journey from Winterfell. Chapter 181, Sherlock's Decision. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In the dim alley, 2 hamsters were muttering excitedly while a third hamster took watch at the T-junction for any intruders. The 2 hamsters started a fire, then they threw a tiny amount of black powder into the flames. The big boss hamster muttered, we have to succeed. This is the last bit. The flames turned azure with the prayers of the big boss. Ah! After seeing the flames turn azure, big boss and second boss screamed out like groundhogs. Fat Otaku, who was taking watch at the junction, came over. The 3 hamsters opened their eyes widely and stared at the azure flames. A devil's figure appeared from the flames, and a fuzzy female voice asked, why did you contact me so late? Where's Sherlock? The 3 hamsters shouted excitedly. Lady! We found Lord Sherlock's trail. At Winterfell. I'm hungry, lady. The 3 black-white hamsters finished speaking in one breath. The azure figure said, didn't you report Sherlock's presence in Winterfell the last time? The 3 hamsters looked astonishedly at each other before speaking. Lady, are you sick? Lady, this is our first time contacting you. Lady, have you eaten too much? Big Boss and second boss slapped Fat Otaku. Then Big Boss berated, how can you say that? Why would Lady overeat? You're the one who always overeats. Stop fooling around, the figure in the flame replied, and the 3 hamsters became quiet. Then they looked at the figure who said, you must have seen Sherlock. Think, where was that? The 3 hamsters responded immediately. Impossible. We were in prison. We were almost put to death. It wasn't easy for us to escape. We got to have a good meal. Big Boss and second boss looked at Fat Otaku, who immediately shouted, I didn't eat. Though I would like to. Check your back skull, the figure in the flame said calmly. The 3 hamsters lifted their fur and checked each other. Then they licked their claws and continued checking. Don't groom each other. See if there are traces of mana, the figure in the flames shouted in rage. The 3 hamsters were dumbstruck. They started checking. On their back skulls were 2 traces of mana. When were you affected by the mana? It's traces of Lord Sherlock's mana. I ate Lord Sherlock's food. As the 3 hamsters were in doubt, the blue flames increased in height, and the figure became taller. She looked down at the 3 hamsters while the 3 hamsters lifted their heads silently. Then she said, seems like you had met Sherlock. Lady, the big boss hamster pondered for a while and said, according to our investigation, Lord Sherlock bought a dungeon near Winterfell and became a dungeon lord. The blue flames abruptly extinguished. Big Boss was dumbfounded. Second boss patted Big Boss and said, I've told you not to say it. Wait for us to confirm before telling her. Fat Otaku walked over and patted Big Boss' shoulder as he said, can we go for our meal? When Sherlock brought Evelyn back to Eternal Kingdom, he saw a group of gamers carrying wood and waiting outside the carpenter workshop. A few gamers carried processed wooden planks from the workshop. Mufface's wood processing business had begun. 2 big cauldrons were placed outside the carpenter workshop. The first one was given as a gift when the workshop was built, while the second one was carried back from Area No 10. It was used to give Eggface a bath. Both cauldrons were lit with fire, and tens of gnomes were at the sides, adding clay and stirring the cauldrons. The gamers saw that Sherlock and Evelyn had returned. They ran over as they chatted noisily, but only a few gamers surrounded them. Lord Sherlock, thank you for taking me to Winterfell. I'm very happy. If I wasn't wanted, I would be able to walk openly with Lord Sherlock in Winterfell, Evelyn said with regret. After the war ends, I'll try to get your arrest warrant dismissed. It wasn't a serious crime anyway, Sherlock said. Really? Thank you, Lord Sherlock. Evelyn was almost moved to tears. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Sherlock waved his hand and walked towards the dungeon Lord main hall. Lord Sherlock, is your conscience pricking you? It wasn't easy for you to entrap your good brother, I mean, sister, and you're letting her go? After the war, are you really going to help her get the arrest warrant dismissed? Should I ask, is the arrest warrant a lie? Brew asked as Sherlock returned to the dungeon Lord main hall. No, I didn't lie to her. Sherlock sat down and activated the computer. There was really an arrest warrant for Evelyn. The reason why I wanted to help her is that I understood why the other bosses wanted to fire her. Besides being a white elephant, her capability is suspect, Brew said thoughtfully. With her character and capability, it's indeed a headache to bosses. But providing her with food and lodging in exchange for her labor might also be a good idea. Why doesn't Lord Sherlock reconsider? It's not necessary. Our supply of clay isn't sufficient for everyone. Eggface can take over the auction manager post. And Sherlock became silent. Then he waved his hand and said, "Forget it, it's nothing important." Lord Sherlock, why aren't you telling me? I'm your most loyal servant. Can it be that Evelyn has a special trait? Or is a mole sent by your enemy? Brew said with agitation. Why do you always have strange ideas? Door knocks were heard coming from outside. Please enter, Sherlock shouted, and Yoda walked in. Lord Sherlock, with regards to the decadence in the dungeon, do you have any leads? Yoda asked nervously. No, I don't have any leads. Sherlock propped up his hand and asked, what happened? Chapter 182, Design Blueprint of the Gamers. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. I only heard occasionally, some of the creatures discussing the evil and decadent things. But I'm not very sure, Yoda said worriedly. I understand. I'll monitor the despicable and decadent citizens closely. Are there any other matters? Yoda walked forward and took out a blueprint. He said, I spent 2 days to create a draft of the airship design blueprint. Most of the contents were created while I was in Winterfell, participating in the airship design. Please take a look. Yoda passed the blueprint to Sherlock. Sherlock took the blueprint and turned it around as he tried to figure it out. Yoda was at the side explaining. Sherlock's first reaction was the blueprint was crude. Perhaps Sherlock was used to the quality construction blueprints drawn by the gamers, the various detailed game maps on the forum, and the excellent large furnace design blueprint. It's not bad. You may go to the Mana Engineering Project Hall and discuss it with the citizens of Eternal Kingdom. To construct a functional airship, how long will it take? If you're able to prepare enough magicians to repair the airship magical core and provide construction assistance, it can be completed in 20 to 30 days, Yoda said. It's not difficult to construct an airship. The most difficult part is obtaining the magical core. I understand. I'll let you handle it. Construct the airship within the shortest possible time. Sherlock nodded. Yoda bowed to Sherlock and left with his blueprint. Yoda walked towards the Mana Engineering Project Hall in the industrial area. Though it was called the Mana Engineering Project Hall, the site was still being excavated. There were many gamers who were excavating diligently every day. To a newly developed dungeon, with that many achievements within a short period of 3 months, it was a remarkable feat. When Yoda arrived at the excavation site of the Mana Engineering Project Hall, a group of gamers had gathered. Yoda thought that being the new Mana Engineering mentor, those gnomes, goblins, and houndhead men would stand up as a show of respect when they saw him. They must be interested in Mana Engineering, just like the apprentices of Simba, who were interested in blacksmithing. But Yoda was wrong. The gamers surrounded him and chatted enthusiastically. He's here. The engineering mentor NPC is here. Veteran Hemprope, what did the mission description tell you? Yes, what did it say? While chatting, the gamers gave way, and a goblin walked out. This goblin was different from the other armed creatures. He didn't have any equipment except for the bladders hung from his body. Wait, bladders? Yoda was dumbfounded when he saw the goblin, who said, "This game is too realistic. We did a mission and brought back a mana engineering mentor. Yes, I received a mission saying that you can help us repair the airship. We have done the preparations. The blueprint is ready." The goblin pointed to the wall behind him. Yoda felt strange that the behavior, appearance, and voice were exactly the same as the courageous goblin who had sacrificed himself in the war. He looked at the wall pointed out by the goblin. On the wall was a detailed and strange-looking schematic of a huge airship. Yoda felt dizzy looking at the various lines and numbers. Though he didn't understand quite a bit, according to his instinct and professional experience, this was a high-quality design blueprint. What is this? Who made it? Yoda swallowed hard. Ah! Hemprope Technology was taken aback. He didn't expect the NPC to ask such a question. Yoda said immediately, "No, I'm not able to understand the airship blueprint. I have to admit that the blueprint is very good and detailed. As for practicality, I have to discuss it with the designer." "The designer isn't here, he's on the forum," Hemprope Technology said. Forum. Yoda didn't understand what a forum was. "Veteran, what forum are you talking about with the NPC? This game is about authenticity. Not wearing pants reminded us many times in the strategy guide. Let me try." The gnome burning chest hair walked over and said, "Respectable Master Yoda. This blueprint was created by a faraway, wrong. It was created by a group of creatures. A lot of information is confidential, so it isn't convenient to tell you. Our Hemprope Technology understands the blueprint, so you may discuss it with him." "Ah. I see," Yoda was puzzled, but he roughly understood. Hemprope Technology walked over and held Yoda as he said, "We completed the blueprint and obtained the basic materials, but we don't have welding tools or spare parts." The mission said, "Wrong. I heard that your mana engineering skills are able to help us solve these problems. I admire your powerful mana skills. I'll discuss the detailed portions of the airship. This is the most advanced design using aerodynamics." Yoda started discussing the technicalities of the airship with the gamers. Winterfell Defense Area Number 1. Numerous gnomes, orcs, and werewolves held different flags as they charged towards the ancient god's army, which was like a torrential wave. After half a month of battle, the Merchant Alliance of Winterfell collaborated with all independent dungeons to form an Underworld Alliance army. The Alliance army had defeated the ancient god's army at all defense areas except Area Number 1. This area had the largest portion of the ancient god's army. It was also the last defense area that had access to the time and space vortex. Beef Balls stood on the command platform, watching the battlefield with a firm gaze. Behind him, a communication troop brought a letter with an order. Beef Balls read the letter, then he put on his armor and raised his big axe. He said to his troops, "Let's go. Before the end of the day, we have to take down Area Number 1. Prepare the troops. Let's charge." Chapter 183, Prepare Well. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. It was another day in Eternal Kingdom. All citizens worked extremely hard. The tall Lord Sherlock put his hands behind his back and walked in the dungeon. Little Fairies, or more appropriately Raintia's medicine concoction platform, was completed 3 days after Sherlock returned to the dungeon. The medicine concoction platform was placed next to the teleport portal main hall. The dungeon was currently designated with the Dungeon Lord main hall area, living quarters area, warehouse area, commercial area, industrial area, and guild area. Each area was in development. Sherlock was planning the mana area for mana-related activities. For example, the medicine concoction platform, alchemy platform, and magical items workshop were to be placed in the area. The location was behind the teleport portal main hall. To excavate the mana area required quite a bit of time. After surveying one round and seeing the gamers working diligently, Sherlock was relieved. He went to the mana engineering project hall in the industrial area. It was an empty space with all sorts of messy materials. They were currently constructing the dragon bone structure of the airship. According to Yoda, once the structure was completed, the remaining tasks were easier. The dragon bone structure was made of expensive adamantine ore. Sherlock glanced twice and looked away. That was his magic stones burning. Sherlock returned to the Dungeon Lord main hall. Before he activated the computer, Winterfell Seasonal Digest was delivered via the flames. This must be Brainiac's newspaper? I feel Brainiac is a very good employee, Brew said. Sherlock didn't respond. He started reading the newspaper. As expected, there were tons of advertisements. To celebrate the Merchant Alliance's total victory, all daily necessities shops are offering a 1% discount. Once-in-a-century opportunity. Don't miss out on it. After the discount, a 10 magic stones item cost 10 magic stones. Oriental Magician College is offering the latest controversial crystal ball product, Find Your Soulmate. To discover your soulmate, use the Find Your Soulmate crystal ball. If you spend a magic stone, you will get to see the birth scene of your soulmate. If there is no indication of any scenes, we are not scamming you. This means you don't have any soulmate, ha 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 ha. Free tour. Free tour. A free tour without having to bring any of your magic stones. Jewelry shops, restaurants, magical items shop, underground nursery, over 100 shops waiting for you to tour. Remember to bring your magic stone card. Opening of Noble Hairstyling Salon. Perm your favorite bald head. If you top up your member's card, you will have 3 free hair perming chances. Sherlock looked through all the advertisements, but he wasn't interested in any. He looked at the news in the small column. Total victory. The teleport portal of Ancient Ruins number 85 is being sealed. Eternal Fire had excellent contributions to the victory. We are honored to interview the frontline commander Beefballs. The content of the interview is as follows. Reporter, greetings Commander, I am a reporter of Winterfell Seasonal Digest. Can I ask you a few questions? Beefballs, I am busy. Please be quick. Reporter, do you want me to censor the content? Beefballs, it's not necessary. Reporter, we know that Commander Beefballs is an outstanding general. How did you lead everybody to win this war? Beefballs, my family has been supporting me. I looked at photographs of my wife and my unborn daughter to think of those genius tactics. Reporter, I see, Beefballs is a family guy. Can we take a look at the photographs? Beefballs, of course. Here. Reporter, picture, is your wife giving birth soon? Beefballs, yes, my wife is giving birth soon. Reporter, are the war remunerations high? Beefballs, the remunerations cannot be compared to previous times. Reporter, what is that ring? Beefballs, I intend to give it to my lover. Reporter, what do you have to say to the ancient god's army? Beefballs, your lives are like the dying candles in the wind. Reporter, thank you, Commander Beefballs, for today's interview. We shall end here. This is the content for the Seasonal Digest. Sherlock put down the newspaper as Brew said, Tisk, 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 I'm in favor of this Commander Beefballs, but since he was reported on in the news, he won't live for long. I don't understand what you're saying. Do you think that the ancient god's army will make a comeback? Sherlock activated his computer and browsed the forum. Though I think that there is no chance of that, Lord Sherlock, if the war ends so soon, we won't be able to cut the trees at Underground Forest No. 3, Brew said with regrets. We've just cut the trees for a few days. I was thinking of leveling the forest to a plain. When Winterfell asks us, we'll say, what forest? Isn't this a plain? The idea's good. Sherlock nodded and said, however, if we cut too many trees, Winterfell won't stand back and do nothing. What shall we do? Lord Sherlock, are we giving up the forest? It's a pity. Sherlock didn't reply. A fire lit up in the air, and a letter was spat out. Sherlock picked up the letter with the words. To Lord Sherlock of Eternal Kingdom Winterfell Dungeon Lord Office. Respectable Lord Sherlock. We are now at the closing phase of the war against the ancient gods' army. Victory is confirmed. To express gratitude to Lord Sherlock and your warriors for the courageous sacrifices and brave fights, we prepared a sumptuous banquet for all of you. Please kindly attend our night banquet 15 days later. At the same time, we have prepared a generous amount of food which will be delivered to your dungeon. Love from the Merchant Alliance. The envelope had other benefits cards, discount cards, and shopping cards. The Merchant Alliance seems friendly and civil. Who does Lord Sherlock intend to bring along for the banquet? Shall we prepare? Brew asked. Indeed, we have to prepare well, Sherlock said as he pondered. Chapter 184, New Map for the Battle Campaign Mission. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In a room full of Marvel Comics posters, a blind monk figurine from League of Legends was placed on the table. A youth opened the bedroom door and walked in. He threw his black school bag to the side and entered the gaming capsule, which was beside the bed. He closed the gaming capsule and pushed some buttons. Then his awareness was channeled to the gaming world. Logging in. Character, Sealhead Ling Chong. Race, Houndhead Man. Confirm to proceed. A Houndhead Man opened his eyes and sat up on the empty ground. He had the word Sealhead Ling Chong above his head. Beside him, a gnome said miserably, "My father got me to build our house in the village. After that, I became very skilled. This game is too hardcore. I'm an otaku, but I can build houses." The gnome threw his shield on the ground, and another gnome said happily, "I obtained full marks on my math exam. I told my math teacher that I learned mathematics by playing games. He thought I was kidding. Don't talk about it. After playing this game, the knowledge that I gained is more than what I learned in school." A few gnomes were chatting while Sealhead Ling Chong shook his head to clear his mind. Then he took out a packet of clay from his backpack. He ate while he strolled outside. The house occupied 200 square meters. The first level was completed. There was a sign that said, "Springfield Flower Kindergarten," on the door. "Take ya spirit. Dragonborn." Sealhead Ling Chong shouted twice but didn't get any response. He walked along the surrounding wall to the back of the house. A few darting birds were secured to a horizontal wooden beam, which was buried deep into the ground. Sealhead Ling Chong made choo-choo sounds and took out clay powder that was ground and mixed with the marsh ink spewer's special recipe from his backpack. He placed the powder underneath a huge beak of a darting bird. The darting bird noticed the feed and immediately screeched. "Bye! Bye!" A long tongue with barbs rolled the powder from Sealhead Ling Chong's hand to its stomach. After several times, the darting bird screeched contentedly. "Shat!" The darting birds at the sides started screeching hungrily. "Bye!" Then there were such sounds. "Shat!" "Bye!" The sounds were heard repeatedly. "Bro, can you stop playing with the darting birds? I'm at my wit's end in regards to the malice of the game producer," the gamer in the house shouted. Sorry, I'll stop playing with the bird." Sealhead Ling Chong heard the shouts and apologized. Two gnomes who were behind him ran to him. "Gosh! Seal, you're back. Hurry! Take a look." Takea Spirit pulled Sealhead Ling Chong and shouted. "What's up? Sealhead Ling Chong was taken aback. Take a look at the veteran's airship. Takia Spirit pulled along Sealhead Ling Chong and Dragonborn as they ran to the Mana Engineering Project Hall. The Mana Engineering Project Hall was surrounded by the gamers. A large and cool-looking airship could be seen beside the project hall. Holy cow, they've built a Gundam, Sealhead Ling Chong exclaimed when he saw the sight. In the banquet hall of Winterfell. While the gamers were watching the airship in Eternal Kingdom, rows of servants were arranging various foods on a long table in the banquet hall. A few sludge monsters were wiggling along, using their bodies to clean up the area. Beast put his hands behind his back and stood in the middle. He said to the gnome butler, who was recording his words, Lord Octopus Ball is a VIP. He's the representative of Eternal Fire. Please take note of that. Yes, Senior Beast, the gnome said as he recorded down the details diligently. And arrange for more red tea at night, Beast said. A werewolf butler came over and said to Beast, the dungeon lords are starting to arrive. The Winterfell Dungeon Lord would like you to entertain them. I got it. Beast adjusted his clothing and walked out briskly. In a reception hall outside the banquet hall, tens of the Dungeon Lords or their representatives gathered for a reception. Beast surveyed the surroundings, but he didn't discover the creature that he abhorred. Then he walked over cordially and greeted the Dungeon Lords warmly. While the Dungeon Lords were attending the victory banquet, Sherlock was in Winterfell but not in the banquet hall. He walked alone in the Dungeon Lord main hall. Lord Sherlock, today is the victory banquet. There are lots of delicacies in the banquet hall. Instead of eating, you're wandering in the Dungeon Lord main hall. Is that appropriate? You could have brought along servants, but you didn't. I'm unable to understand. Brew was puzzled. I only wanted to confirm certain matters, Sherlock replied and held his cane as he wandered in the Dungeon Lord main hall. He walked into a room and said, I found what I intended to find. In the room was a locked chest. Sherlock walked to the chest. A mana seal flashed on his hand, and the chest opened. A weak and thin orc was in the chest. There was a bad stench coming from the chest. Beast? Why is the son-in-law of the Dungeon Lord locked in the chest? Who is that orc outside? Was Lord Sherlock already aware of it? Brew asked in surprise. No, I didn't know. I followed the murmurs of the ancient gods here, Sherlock said casually. When I was young, I learned some useless stuff. I didn't expect to be using it. When I was in Winterfell with Evelyn, I heard the faintly discernible murmurs. I thought I heard wrong. Wait, are they the murmurs of the ancient gods? How did that happen? Without the time and space vortex, the powers of the ancient gods can't possibly reach here, Brew spoke bewilderedly. Who knows? Sherlock shrugged his shoulders and turned around. A werewolf with red eyes was standing behind him. Brew, let the gamer's airship take off. You'll guide them here. Arrange for more creatures. Inform Brainiac to set up a rune mana formation on the airship. It's the same one that I set up previously. He should already be proficient. Sherlock walked towards the abnormal werewolf, who charged at him. He grasped the werewolf's head and buried the head into the wall. The werewolf became motionless. Sherlock dusted his hands and shoulders as he walked outside. The difficulty of the battle campaign map is going to be much higher, Sherlock said. Chapter 185, Winterfell's Battle Campaign Scenario. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. At a location near Eternal Kingdom Entrance Number 3. A large airship with the style of a ship was moored near Entrance Number 3. Rows of gnomes, houndhead men, and goblins checked their equipment. Then they transported the equipment from the warehouses to the airship's storage cabins. Gather. Board the ship quickly. Not Wearing Pants stood below the airship and shouted to the gathering gamers. Their constructed airship was much larger than the previous one that appeared on the battlefield. The lavish gamers used up all the adamantine ore in Eternal Kingdom's warehouse to construct the dragon bone structure of the airship. As an ore with excellent monoconductivity, when it was used to construct an airship, the space and capacity were much larger. Winterfell wasn't stingy. Winterfell's airship was small because it was able to satisfy the requirement of an airborne fortress. With tens of magic cannons, the airship was able to have a suppressive effect on the battlefield. The requirements of the gamers were different. The air transportation tool had to be as big as possible. The gamers were gathering to board the airship because they received full-service missions half an hour ago. Mission title: Murmurs of Winterfell, Single Battle Campaign Scenario. Mission description: Lord Sherlock discovered an unspeakable secret. The ancient gods may have infiltrated Winterfell. Warriors, the Underworld requires your help. Mission objective: activate the airship and navigate to Winterfell under Bruce's guidance. Complete the series of missions. 1. Look for Brainiac and convey Lord Sherlock's order to create a rune mana formation on the airship. It will be used for revival. 2. Ensure the safety of Brainiac. 3. Ensure the safety of the airship. 4. Transport the resources and equipment, as indicated by the system notices. 5. Proceed to Winterfell. Mission reward, to be arranged by Winterfell after the mission, assuming Winterfell still exists after the mission is accomplished. Mission tips: please reduce the number of deaths and bring more equipment. During the battle campaign scenario, you are unable to return to Eternal Kingdom to revive. All gamers who board the airship will be using it as the revival location until the end of the campaign. You may not be able to return to Eternal Kingdom for a few days. To the gamers, this was a battle campaign scenario mission with many benefits. The gamers profited immensely from the 2 previous scenes, Area number 10 and Underground Forest number 3. Now it was Winterfell's turn. Winterfell had been a strategic dungeon that was mysterious and bustling with commerce. They didn't expect Winterfell to be a scene for the battle campaign scenario. With the opportunity to visit Winterfell and obtain many rewards, the gamers had no reason to miss this battle campaign scenario. Most of the gamers boarded the newly completed airship. It wasn't even tested for reliability. The airship flew rapidly towards Winterfell from the entrance number 3. In the interior of the airship, the crowded gamers were packed like sardines in the airship. Even after using adamantine ore to expand its capacity, it was still a huge strain to carry almost 2,000 gamers. Brainiac stood without emotion in the crowd, indifferent to the pushing and squeezing. Yoda was at the helm enjoying the new, unusual smooth feeling of control. Though the gnomes, goblins, and houndhead men were ignorant of the airship-related mana and mana skills, they were extremely helpful in creating the dragon bone structure, cabin arrangement, creation of a control helm, and the empennage. Yoda. How long are we going to fly? Veteran Hemp Rope, who was draped with bladders, asked. Half a day. The speed of the airship is fast. Yoda shouted. Wah, you call this fast? I can travel half the globe within half a day. Why didn't you study the map? You're making us stand for so long. I hope that we don't stay like this for half a day. I want to go up. I'm regretting this. I want to go to the deck. D*MN, other online games drain money, but this game drains my time and health. Can I spend money to purchase time? Can I open the cabin door? Gosh, don't open it. If you do, we're all doomed. The large airship flew towards Winterfell in the commotion made by the gamers. In the banquet hall of Winterfell, different dungeon lords or representatives of the nearby dungeons were socializing cordially when a gnome with a fake onion head mask walked in. That gnome was Dungeon Lord Onion Head. When the dungeon lords noticed Onion Head coming in, they stopped their chatting. Welcome, dungeon lords and representatives. Thank you for attending the Winterfell Victory Banquet. Without your assistance, Winterfell wouldn't be able to defeat the ancient gods' army so easily. Let us toast to the Merchant Alliance and the Underworld. Onionhead raised his wine glass happily and finished the red tea within. The dungeon lords and representatives followed Onionhead and finished their red tea. The banquet hall became rowdy again. Nobody noticed a faintly discernible grey mana engulfing the entire hall. On the main street of Winterfell, the inhabitants of the underworld were unsuspecting of the calamity that was about to befall them. With various significances. 3 hamsters hid in an alley. Big Boss sprawled on the wall and looked around for any Winterfell garrison guards. How long are we going to hide? Second Boss asked sadly. Wait for Our Lady. We cannot afford to be thrown into prison again. Big Boss said quickly. Wait, I seem to smell a strange odor. Fat Otako shouted as he cleared his nose. Chapter 186, Hamsters in the Sewer. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In the Winterfell Dungeon Core main hall. Grey mana seeped out from the Dungeon Core main hall, and a few of the guards who were standing guard were depressed. A gnome who dragged 2 buckets of unknown contents came over. His eyes were radiant. Mealtime! Mealtime! The gnome shouted as he dragged the buckets in front of the guards. Gosh, why did you come so late? We're famished. The next shift is late. Why isn't the next shift here yet? The guards complained as they gathered and started eating. As the grey mana grew, nobody took notice. What's happening? An orc looked in a daze at the Dungeon Core main hall and asked, Is someone setting a fire inside? I don't know. The other guards were curious. They walked to the Dungeon Core main hall and opened the main door. A teleport portal was slowly manifesting in front of the Dungeon Core. A large rune mana formation appeared at the bottom of the teleport portal. Quick, inform the Dungeon Lord, a guard shouted. The grey mana had already engulfed everyone. 3 hamster ran on the streets. Fat Otako was leading in front, sniffling. Just straight ahead. The odor is very close. Big Boss and second followed Otako closely behind. The 3 hamsters ran to the entrance of a cafe. Ah! Fat Otako looked like he recognized something. Are you hungry? Big Boss walked to Fat Otako's side and asked in his helium voice. I'm indeed a bit hungry. No, that's Lord Sherlock's odor. He walked past here not long ago. Fat Otako said confidently. Second Boss went over and leaned his nose towards the door as he sniffed deeply. The door opened, and a box of food was thrown out. A sludge monster shouted, Don't stand at the entrance and obstruct my business. Go to the side and eat. The 3 hamsters grabbed the food immediately and kowtowed to the sludge monster. Then they walked to the side. No. It's not the time to eat. Let's continue to look for Lord Sherlock. Big Boss shouted abruptly. Fat Otako finished half the box of food like a tornado. Then he sniffed with his full cheeks, pointed in a certain direction, and shouted, That way. In the Winterfell Dungeon Lord main hall. The large and luxurious Dungeon Lord main hall looked serene and harmless from the outside, but a grey mana was filling up the hall insidiously. The mana brought along tempting murmurs, and it came from the Dungeon Core main hall. Half of the Dungeon Lords who were gathered in the Dungeon Lord main hall had collapsed. Even Dungeon Lord Onionhead had collapsed. Only the orc who looked like Beast was standing in the shroud of grey mana. The orc ensured that all the Dungeon Lords were in a deep sleep. A few orcs and werewolves with luminous red eyes were standing outside waiting for him. A few are missing. One of the orcs said, There are 2 missing guests according to the list. Alexandria and Sherlock. It's all right, these 2 superior devils are insignificant in the presence of the Heavenly Father. Quickly transfer the Winterfell Dungeon Core. This will be the descending location for the Heavenly Father, the orc with Beast's appearance shouted to them. Yes. In the dark tunnel, the smell of burnt torch lingered in the air. This was an abandoned sewer of Winterfell. Sherlock walked stealthily in the sewer. Only the sounds of a scurrying hamster were heard running towards Sherlock. Sherlock squatted down and gave a fruit to the small hamster. Then he extended his finger and massaged his small furry head. The hamster made zi, zi, zi sounds before running off with the fruit. Sherlock stood up and continued walking along the sewer. Can Lord Sherlock understand what the hamster is saying? Brew asked, puzzled. Due to some reasons, I learned a bit. A few months back, some creatures invaded their home and were busy excavating the surroundings, Sherlock said as he walked. Following the scent of the burned torch, Sherlock came to a dead end. A simple mana mechanism. It seems like someone was excavating underground. Isn't Winterfell aware of it? Brew said sarcastically, a careless dungeon core with poor capability, unlike me. I obtained all information for Lord Sherlock. If you're taking credit for your achievements, put them aside for now. Sherlock examined the dead end. Then he heard rapid movements behind him. We're being followed. The shadows of 3 hamsters darted in the dim sewer. Fat Otaku was in the front while Big Boss and Second Boss followed closely behind. Why did Lord Sherlock come to such a place? Big Boss asked curiously. I don't know. Second Boss shook his head. Fat Otaku was sniffing with full focus, searching for the scent. The 3 hamsters walked along the sewer until they arrived at a dead end. The scent of Lord Sherlock disappeared. But this is a dead end. What shall we do? I'm famished. I can't pick up his scent. The 3 hamsters panicked. Then they heard movements behind the walls of the dead end. The walls of the dead end started distorting like the tentacles of an organic creature. Then it separated, and a few orcs and werewolves came out. They looked different from normal orcs and werewolves, more wretched looking and with deep scarlet eyes. Zi. The 3 hamsters hugged together in fright. Their instincts were to turn and flee. When they turned their heads, however, they saw another group of orcs and werewolves. Chapter 187, A Passionate Superior Devil. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The 3 hamsters looked forward and backward. They were trapped. Big Boss straightened his fat body and shouted, no matter what you're doing, recruit us. We can do many things. Second Boss said, I'm very sensitive to mana. Fat Otaku stood up and said, I can eat a lot. Those orcs charged towards them. Boom. Ruptured rocks fell with a loud boom as the walls of the abandoned sewer cracked open. Dust that looked like smoke filled the sewer. A tall figure appeared between the hamsters and those strange orcs and werewolves. After the dust settled, the 3 hamsters could see clearly who that figure was. A half-giant's body that was motionless, and beside the half-giant stood a man in a tuxedo. Dust settled on the man's shoulders and peppered the exquisite tuxedo with small speckles. Lord Sherlock. We're saved. I can eat. The 3 hamsters shouted at Sherlock. Sherlock also noticed the 3 hamsters and was taken aback. He said, why are you here? Weren't you executed? Lord Sherlock, we escaped from prison. We didn't commit any crimes. The prison meals were delicious. The 3 hamsters shouted again. The 3 hamsters wanted to say more, but the current situation was not ideal for chatting. Behind the ruptured wall, a cloaked man walked out. Behind him was a huge wiggling figure. A large python followed the cloaked man, its bright red forked tongue emitting frightening hissing sounds, and its black pupils gazing at the hamsters as though they were delicious desserts. The cloaked man made hissing sounds as the large python wiggled its body and edged close to Sherlock. The python ignored the 3 hamsters as it raised its head and bared its sharp fangs. Shucks! The large python bit at Sherlock, but before the fangs touched Sherlock, a black figure charged and knocked the python against the wall. It was a black goat. The sharp horns penetrated the python's head and pinned it on the wall. Bright crimson blood flowed down the goat's horns, and the sewer was filled with a chilling stench. Aiming a sharp spear coated with bile at the night-howling Hades hound and spreading death as you walk. He who possesses the strength of Samael, since when did you start helping the ancient gods? Sherlock looked at the man in a long robe. Superior devil, aren't you scared when you invoke the name of Satan? The long-robed man quivered strangely, and his body continued to expand. All of you decadent superior devils have long forgotten about the glory of the devils. Your act of aligning with order is more disgusting than those white-winged angels. The voice of the grey-robed man became more irritable. The cloak's cape was supported by a flat head. He had sharp teeth and a long slender scaly neck. The grey-robed man was transforming. Before long, a large python appeared before Sherlock. This was a python that was too large for a black goat to deal with. Sherlock raised his hand to call back the black goat. Then, he somersaulted and sat on the back of the goat. The three hamsters leaped on the goat and grasped Sherlock's clothing tightly. The black goat ran fast in the sewer with the speed of a Hades horse. The abandoned sewer quivered with the movements of the huge python, and hissing sounds reverberated in the sewer. Sherlock lay prone on the goat's back. Darkness wasn't his obstacle. Faint quaking came from underneath his legs. He pressed on both the goat's horns and stopped it from running. Right after, a large python broke through the ground and spat its forked tongue as it hissed and narrowed its eyes. "Lord Sherlock! Let loose your killing mana! We are becoming its food!" Sherlock wasn't in a panic, but the three hamsters behind him were screaming in fear. The black goat started running as the large python charged wildly behind. Sherlock gazed in a certain direction and maneuvered the goat. They reached the end of the sewer, which was the way to the outside. The large exit was blocked by a metal grill, but to a superior devil, it wasn't an obstruction. Sherlock raised his hand, and the metal grill distorted as though a hand was grabbing it. Then it was pushed out, and Sherlock charged to the desolate grounds outside. Behind him was Winterfell. The large python charged out behind as its massive body crashed and damaged the sewer. Sherlock didn't continue running. He stood his ground as though he was waiting for the snake. The large python came out from the sewer. It had a 100-meter-long and incredibly powerful body that made the ground quake with a slam. The large snake gazed down at Sherlock, then it bit at Sherlock. Sherlock raised his hand and clenched his fist, hammering on the head of the snake. Boom! The snake curled up in a bundle. The great force landed on the snake's head and made the snake crash against the wall. Cracks that looked like a tortoise shell started appearing on the wall. Then there was the booming sound of the wall's collapse. The large snake became motionless. Half of its face was missing, and the smell of blood permeated the air. Is Lord Sherlock bald-headed? 100 push UPS, 100 sit UPS, 100 squats, and 10 kilometers of running daily. Aren't you a passionate baldy? Brew asked and then said, "No, I'm not insulting you, I'm complimenting you. I don't understand what you're saying." Sherlock dismounted from the black goat. The goat shook its head in a daze and bleated, then looked angry and ran off. The three hamsters weren't surprised by Sherlock's actions. They gathered around Sherlock as though they were looking for protection. Above their heads, they heard faint rumbling sounds as a large shadow was cast on them. A large, strange airship appeared in Sherlock's view. The three hamsters gaped in astonishment as they gazed at the airship. They were impressed by the airship rather than Sherlock's defeat of the pythons. "Brew, record the location. Let them transport the snake back. It's going to last Eggface for a long time," Sherlock ordered. "Yes, Lord Sherlock." "Wait, you let them fly the airship here just to transport the large python? The airship is crowded. It can't carry such a large python," Brew said with regret. "No, I didn't know that there was such a large python in Winterfell." Sherlock frowned and pondered without saying a word. The large bat wings behind him extended out, and the three hamsters climbed up his clothing to his shoulders before Sherlock flapped his wings and flew towards the airship. Chapter 188, Very Good Luck. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The three hamsters were sprawled on Sherlock's shoulders. The great wind velocity made the fur cover their faces as Sherlock flapped his wings and got close to the side of the airship. The gamers at the cabin windows discovered the flying Sherlock and the dead snake below and started shouting. Even Sherlock was able to hear the chattering of the gamers in the airship. Surely looks cool. Gosh! I want to play the role of a devil. Install the devil race for us. How about becoming a devilish person instead? What's up with the large snake? Is that a boss station that we have to fight? Please give way, I'll operate the magic cannon. Forget it, there are only 3 cannons. Let's see who's lucky enough to get the cannon operation mission. Sherlock arrived on the deck of the airship. There was nobody on the deck as the gamers were in the cabins. Only Yoda was on the deck controlling the helm. To prevent gamers from falling off the airship, I used the missions to have the gamers stay in the cabins, which are large enough to accommodate 2,000 gamers. Bruce saw Sherlock's doubts and explained. Let them out, we've arrived at Winterfell, Sherlock ordered. A commotion was heard from below. Give way! Give way! We are to go to the deck. I'm opening the door lock. Shucks, don't step on my toes. Who's tired of living? Who touched my buttocks? That's hilarious. Are there perverted fools in the game? Wah-eh-eh-eh. Pom, pom, pom. In the commotion, the sound of the gamers banging on the cabin door was heard. The 3 hamsters who had climbed down Sherlock's shoulders were frightened and ran back to his shoulders. The cabin door was knocked open. Pom. Pom. Dragonborn felt his shoulders almost breaking as other gamers knocked on him. He didn't know whether he was lucky or not. He was the closest to the cabin exit. Though he was the first to get out, he was being squeezed quite pathetically. The only good thing was that he didn't feel any pain. If he was squeezed like that in reality, he would have screamed in pain. Dragonborn was knocked out of the cabin. He saw Shirley dressed in formal attire and 3 unfamiliar black and white hamsters resting on Shirley's shoulders. Dragonborn was taken aback. Was the clothing of the NPC a bug? This was a battle campaign map. Was Winterfell not in danger? As a dungeon lord, why was Shirley dressed that pompously? Ah! Those 3 hamsters were the strange encounter NPCs. Big Boss, Second Boss, and Fat Otaku. The gamers at the side shouted as Dragonborn considered the senseless questions. Dragonborn recognized that those 3 hamsters were the strange encounter NPCs that Not Wearing Pants and the veteran gamers met at the Gladiator Arena. Later, Not Wearing Pants and the veteran gamers received very good rewards for the strange encounter mission. I know, Lord Sherlock, can you assign me the strange encounter mission? The gamers behind him charged out and shouted. Give the strange encounter mission to me. I'm close to Shirley. I know Shirley's fixed surveillance routes. The other gamers were pleading for the strange encounter mission. The 3 hamsters looked at each other in a daze. Who were they? How did they know them? What did they want? The 3 hamsters looked uncomfortable. Once most of the gamers had arrived on the deck, Sherlock used his dominant aura to restrain the gamers. Then he said loudly, "Heroes of the Underworld. Winterfell is in danger, and the lives of the inhabitants are at stake. You are immune to the murmurs of the ancient gods and the mana influence. We have to find Winterfell's dungeon core and rescue it from the clutches of the ancient gods' army." Sherlock waved his hand and pointed at Winterfell. "Let's advance. Citizens of Eternal Kingdom, help me take care of these 3 hamsters." Sherlock placed the 3 hamsters on the ground. They were a bit puzzled as they looked at the quiet crowd, not knowing what to do. Sherlock extended his devil's wings and leaped off the airship, gliding towards Winterfell. Once Sherlock left, the unrestrained gamers surrounded the 3 hamsters excitedly. The situation was out of control. Because the hamsters were too cute, some gamers started feeding them. The hamsters observed the various foods provided by the gamers. Though the food was mainly clay, it was better than being hungry for the past few days. A mission appeared in the minds of the gamers. Create a temporary stronghold in Winterfell and look for the dungeon core. That was the mission. The main character for carrying out the mission was the previous Winterfell mana engineer Yoda. As a mana engineer, he was most familiar with the location of the dungeon core. The gamers looked for Yoda to pick a suitable landing spot. Yoda was worried about a problem. I'm worried about my family. I don't know how they're doing. The despicable ancient god's army, they actually attacked Winterfell. How did they do that? The eyes of the gamers lit up with excitement. Where's your family? We'll rescue them. A few gamers were talking indiscreet. We encountered the strange encounter mission at the beginning of our battle campaign. Our luck is very good. Chapter 189, How did I become the adjutant? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. An airship was moored at the empty land in the outskirts of Winterfell. The large dungeon gate of Winterfell was just ahead, though Winterfell was now shrouded by grey mana. The scene was strange. If there were other underworld inhabitants nearby, they could probably feel the chilling murmurs. The gamers had different feelings. This game modeling is awesome. Gosh, Winterfell looks cool. When will Eternal Kingdom have the same grandeur? Probably have to wait until open beta. Did you obtain the screenshots? The scenery of Winterfell from the sky is cool. Pants already posted on the forum, and you're asking for screenshots. The gamers chatted excitedly as they construct their temporary base. They were carrying rocks and laying them in a circular formation to demarcate the base. Some gamers set up the cauldron and lit it with fire. It was simple cooking. The gamers had learned cooking from Mufasa, so it wasn't a problem. It was sufficient to feed the 2,000 gamers and prevent starvation. Except that the gamers had to work harder to prepare the meals. They had to remain in the base and couldn't go to other places. Many gamers were yearning for such jobs. In online games, every gamer wanted to show their worth and be given a chance to be prominent. Instead of joining the endless battles, being a unique chef was also a good choice. Yoda stood at the camp area and looked at the 100 warriors who volunteered to help him find his family. Yoda would like to follow them, but he was the only one who could operate the airship. The most important thing was that the gamers wouldn't agree to let him follow. Yoda was an important character who had to be protected. If he was killed by monsters, would that not be a big loss if the mission failed? Yoda had no choice since the gamers were determined. He had to depend on the gnomes, goblins, and houndhead men to find his family. The 100 warriors had the words Pioneer Alliance above their heads. They left to look for Yoda's family. The veteran gamers set out as guild members. They followed Yoda's map and walked towards the luxury mansion of Yoda's wife. For the gamers who didn't receive any mission, they stayed at the base to await orders. Without missions and rewards, why would they want to waste their time? They were better off staying in the base and participating in the future gameplays of the battle campaign scenario. The gamers had made a wise choice. Not long after the airship landed, a group of creatures advanced towards the gamers' camp. The first gamer who saw them shouted noisily to inform the rest of the gamers. Besides a few gamers who wandered off to seek adventure, most of the gamers gathered to watch when they heard of a group of NPCs approaching. Sherlock wasn't at the base. Brainiac was a spectre who didn't care about Winterfell, while Yoda was just employed by Sherlock and felt he didn't hold an important position in Eternal Kingdom. Moreover, he was only an employee. The gamers waited for a long time, but there was no leader who came out to meet the NPCs. So the gamers waited enthusiastically at the base entrance to meet the NPCs. It was a group of well-equipped orcs who were in disarray. Seeing the state that Winterfell was in, it was understandable to see the Winterfell creatures in disarray. Where are you from? Are you the reinforcements? Aren't all the underworld units stationed at the time and space gap of ancient ruins number 85 to fight the ancient god's army? The pathetic orc spoke rapidly. Then the gamers responded noisily. The troublesome ancient god's army. After this war, I'm going home to get married. We came from Eternal Kingdom. You thought we were reinforcements? We are DIO. Will there be a team to trigger the strange encounter mission? Where did you come from? The orc looked at the group of creatures with green words above their heads. The goblins, gnomes, and houndhead men were spouting nonsense. Wait, houndhead men? Why was there such a chaotic race? The orc became tense, and the hundreds of orcs behind him became wary and grasped their weapons. The gamers looked on excitedly. Was it going to be a fight? The equipment on the orcs looked powerful. Before they fought, the gamers received a mission. Mission title: Cooperate with the Winterfell Orcs. Mission description: if Winterfell is destroyed, it will not be beneficial to Eternal Kingdom and Lord Sherlock. Cooperate with the orcs to save Winterfell. Mission reward: after the end of the battle campaign scenario, the Merchant Alliance will disperse the rewards. The gamers started discussing things with the orcs after they received the mission. The situation became messy. Wait a moment. While the gamers were making a racket, a group of gamers started shouting. We are your allies. Don't fight. Calm down, everyone, we have to arrange for a representative. We can't hear anything in this commotion. I propose myself to be this representative. Why am I not the representative? The group of gamers became noisy again. The three hamsters ran over and captured the gamers' attention, and the gamers became quiet. The orcs saw that the gamers had become quiet. Then they looked at the three hamsters. Though they were wary, the surrounding gamers didn't attack. There was a huge airship moored ahead with the magic cannons aiming at them. Could bandits have such equipment? The three hamsters came to join in the fun, but they didn't expect everyone to look at them. Are the three of you the commanders? Are you the reinforcements? The orc asked again. The three hamsters were puzzled. They had just arrived and didn't know anything. I'm not. Big Boss shook his head. I don't have. Second Boss shook his head. Would you like to have some clay? Fat Otaku carried a pile of clay and asked the orcs. The three hamsters weren't commanders. The orc shouted again, it doesn't matter what you're doing, flee for your lives. Winterfell has been corrupted by the ancient gods. The dungeon core is now the power source for the Chaos Ancient Gods. We're informing the Merchant Alliance. This place will become an abandoned dungeon. The orc became depressed. The gamers started to discuss excitedly. This plot's awesome. After making a strategic dungeon, Winterfell is going to be abandoned. Every NPC has such an intelligent conversation system. The resources used are immense. So what if it's going to be an abandoned dungeon? Shall we salvage items from the dungeon? Is the development team running out of money? I want to see a Winterfell with millions of creatures. The orc looked at the gamers who didn't understand the severity of the situation. He shook his head and intended to leave with his comrades. When he was about to leave, a skeleton and gnome walked forward. They were Brainiac and Yoda. Beside them were a few gamers who received missions, which were to find Brainiac and Yoda and convey Sherlock's instructions. When Sherlock wasn't around, Brainiac would be the highest commanding officer and Yoda his adjutant. Yoda was bewildered. How did a mana engineer become an adjutant? Chapter 190, The AI interactivity is great. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. I understand now. Brainiac looked at the orc, and Brainiac's face showed that he understood. That is to say, the murmurs of the ancient gods came from the dungeon core main hall. Yoda asked. Some gamers spoke. Shall we occupy the dungeon core main hall? The airship can do that with the magic cannons. Wait, will the battle campaign scenario end when the magic cannons fire a shot? Gosh, please don't. I haven't entered the dungeon yet. The gamers started making a ruckus again. The murmurs of the ancient gods have corrupted the entirety of Winterfell. Did you see the grey mana mist? Once you encounter the mist, you will be trapped in the nightmare. To occupy the dungeon core main hall is impossible. Even if you use the magic cannons, they aren't able to harm Winterfell as it has an anti-mana shield. Without the Merchant Alliance's approval, nothing can penetrate the shield, the Winterfell orc said with a doomed expression. Moreover, there's a group of ancient gods believers who guard the Dungeon Lord main hall, which you have to enter to shut off the shield. Winterfell is doomed. The Merchant Alliance's army will come and destroy this area. Since the army hasn't arrived, leave quickly. We are seeking reinforcements. The orc left with 100 of his comrades. The emotionless brainiac returned to his post as though nothing had happened. Yoda sighed and gazed at the nearby Winterfell. Then a group of figures ran forward. They were goblins, gnomes, and houndhead men. Wait a moment. Why are you entering Winterfell? Yoda looked bewildered at the fearless citizens of Eternal Kingdom. We are raiding. Wrong. We're saving Winterfell, a gnome shouted as he ran into the distance. The gamers obtained a new mission. Mission title: Shut down the Winterfell anti-mana shield. Mission description: to allow the airship to have a precision strike on the dungeon core main hall, you have to shut down the anti-mana shield. Occupy the Dungeon Lord main hall. Follow subsequent mission instructions to complete the mission. Mission reward: Winterfell will provide the rewards. Mission tips: in Winterfell, there are lots of underworld traitors and corrupted ancient gods believers. Please operate in groups. The gamers started forming their groups. Dragonborn, Sealhead Ling Chong, and Takia Spirit formed a team as they advanced towards Winterfell. Dragonborn had been to Winterfell before, so this was his second time in Winterfell. Previously, he traveled via the teleport portal. This time, he walked in through the dungeon gate. The feelings were different. For all the gamers, it was a new experience to be in the huge Winterfell. It wasn't accessible previously, but it was now open to the gamers in this battle campaign scenario. It was dead quiet in Winterfell. The grey mana pervaded the entire dungeon. All the inhabitants of Winterfell were unwittingly controlled by the murmurs of the ancient gods and trapped in an endless nightmare. In the teleport portal main hall, the teleport portals were now controlled by the orcs, gnomes, and werewolves whose eyes were emitting red brilliance. Only devout believers of the Chaos ancient gods weren't affected by the murmurs of the ancient gods. After they controlled the teleport portals, the first thing they did was to change the coordinates of the destinations of the portals. Then countless ancient gods believers streamed out from the portals to occupy Winterfell. A tall werewolf was the commander of the corrupted believers. He was called Cruel Malevolence. He looked at Winterfell, which was pervaded by the murmurs of the ancient gods. More and more ancient gods believers walked out from the portals behind him. Previously, they could only struggle with their existence in the underworld. Soon, the situation would reverse. The great ancient gods would make use of the Winterfell's dungeon core to open the bridge between the underworld and the time and space dimension. They would construct a gigantic teleport portal that could allow the ancient gods to descend in this world. The evil underworld should have the look of an underworld. What had the underworld become? Order? Peace? Commerce? Going to work? Employers paying salaries? Even gnomes could become dungeon lord? What a joke! It should be a world dominated by the ancient gods from millions of years ago. It should be in chaos, with a strict hierarchy of status, and governed by the strong over the weak rule. That was the real underworld. And I, Cruel Malevolence, will be the new superior devil with the help of the ancient gods. These current superior devils who are dumb will be disposed of by the changing times. The more he thought about it, the more excited Cruel Malevolence became. He envisioned himself having a dungeon and becoming an evil superior devil with the help of the ancient gods. His entire body was covered in green, pus-filled blisters, and he had a pair of bat wings. He would have unlimited power provided for his use. He saw himself massacring others on the battlefield. Those decadent New Age devils knelt on the ground to plead for forgiveness. After conquering the underworld, he, Cruel Malevolence, would lead his innumerable ancient gods' army and attack the surface world and the high almighty heavenly kingdom. He imagined the beautiful life in the future until a group of green-skinned figures appeared in his sight, a group of 10 gnomes. The gnomes were all equipped with various weapons and armor. What was that? Comrades? Cruel Malevolence was taken aback. He raised his hand and beckoned his ancient gods believers not to be rash. The group of gnomes also stopped in their tracks when they were 30 meters away. He could hear their conversation. Gosh! There are monsters here. Don't attract aggro. Let's go and get more gamers. Wait for me to grab some screenshots. Gosh, this scene is way too cool. There, that creature looks like an elite team leader. I'm nervous. Don't you panic. At most, we'll die. Haven't you died before? Don't die, it's not easy for us to salvage good stuff. There are lots of motionless guards. The equipment is more than enough for you to salvage. The group of gnomes chatted enthusiastically. Then some gnomes ran over while some ran to Cruel Malevolence's side. One shouted and said, "Let me attract the aggro of the boss to see if I can get the alias Train King." His other gnome comrades shouted as well. Shucks! You lousy dog! Don't sabotage us! Run! D*MN. We won't form a team with you next time. Cruel Malevolence looked at the well-equipped gnome who had strange green words above his head. He was relaxed and turned to his comrades and shouted jovially, "This is hilarious. You'll flee while I get a taste of the ancient god's army's power." In close proximity, that gnome unsheathed his weapon, which looked common to Cruel Malevolence, and then hacked at him. The short sword hacked on the breastplate of Cruel Malevolence, but the sword didn't harm the armor at all. The gnome was stunned and said, "Gosh, the armor defense is so high? This is confirmed a small boss." Cruel Malevolence strangled the gnome single-handedly. To do so, he even had to bend his back. Cruel Malevolence lifted the gnome up. He was sure that the gnome wasn't an ancient god's believer. "Your world will be completely cleansed by me, you scumbags," Cruel Malevolence said with a malicious smile. He thought that the gnome would cower in fear, but the gnome's face was red from the strangling. He said with pleasant surprise, "Gosh, the AI interactivity is great." Chapter 191, Enemies Attack. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Cruel Malevolence was infuriated by the gnome. He applied pressure and broke the gnome's neck, then threw the body to the side. "Capture them. I'll interrogate them." Cruel Malevolence was curious why these gnomes weren't affected by the murmurs of the ancient gods. These scumbags who had no respect for the ancient gods should be trapped in the nightmare after hearing the murmurs of the ancient gods. Only true believers weren't affected. Therefore, he wanted to capture these gnomes and interrogate them properly. These gnomes ran fast, but they couldn't outrun werewolves. Many werewolves pursued the gnomes. The gnomes saw that they couldn't escape, so they scolded their dead comrade before unsheathing their swords and engaging the werewolves that caught up with them. The gnomes were quickly killed by the werewolves. Only 3 gnomes survived, and they were full of blood and grotesque wounds when they were captured by the werewolves. The 3 gnomes were Leather Bear, Demon Realm Evil Kiss, and Very Normal Researcher. They were placed in front of Cruel Malevolence, after which, they started chatting. "I should have followed the guild team. I won't follow the random teams in the future," said Leather Bear, who was bleeding profusely and had a broken arm. "Leather Bear, don't be angry. We won't form a team with that silly dude." Another gnome said, "We were sabotaged this time. Could that guy be from the Meat Vegetable Rice Alliance Guild? The more you mention it, the greater the possibility. He must be from the Meat Vegetable Rice Alliance to create trouble for Leather Bear." "Enough!" Cruel Malevolence roared, furious that he was being ignored. He gritted his teeth and growled. Cruel Malevolence gazed fiercely at the 3 gnomes and asked, "You pathetic scumbags! What devious ways are you using to negate the nightmare effects? Tell me quickly so that I can give you a painless death." Cruel Malevolence was very furious and threatened them. He expected them to cry and plead for mercy, but one of the gnome's very normal researchers shouted, "Gosh, what's the situation? Am I being interrogated by the AI?" Another gnome said, "That's interactivity. It may be a strange encounter mission." Leatherbear said excitedly, "Really? The enemy AI will provide a strange encounter mission? Am I that lucky? What do we do? Do we defect? I don't know, let's see what the werewolf says." The three gnomes disregarded Cruel Malevolence and chatted. Cruel Malevolence reached out and grabbed Demon Realm Evil Kiss. He bared his fangs and bit on Demon Realm Evil Kiss' neck. After tearing his neck, Demon Realm Evil Kiss became a bloody mess. Then, he remained motionless after being thrown to the ground. Very normal researcher lowered his head and looked at Demon Realm Evil Kiss, who was covered in grotesque wounds. He thought deeply and asked, "How did this game pass the censorship board? Stop spouting nonsense. Otherwise, you'll end up like him." Cruel Malevolence interrupted their chatting. He grabbed a gnome and asked, "Tell me. How did you negate the effects of the murmurs of the ancient gods?" "Negate the effects? Perhaps because we're the heroes of the underworld. We're the chosen ones," the gnome shouted. He was thrown to the ground after his neck was broken. Only Leatherbear was left. Cruel Malevolence grabbed Leatherbear, who thought about the immersive nature of the game as discussed by the veteran gamers in the forum. In order to propagate the plot, she had to pretend to be a native in the game. She replied, "That's Mana. I don't know Mana." "Mana? Perhaps it's a superior devil." Cruel Malevolence muttered, and Leatherbear shouted, "Yes, yes. My dungeon lord is a superior devil." "Surely, no, he's Lord Sherlock. The ruler of Eternal Kingdom." "Sherlock? I've never heard of that name. How many of you?" Cruel Malevolence asked. "About 2,000. We're making camp outside the northern gate of Winterfell." Leatherbear was afraid that Cruel Malevolence might kill her, leading to the strange encounter mission being lost, so she divulged the information. "Hee, only 2,000. You're overestimating your abilities," Cruel Malevolence said sarcastically. Then he ordered his subordinates, "Bring 1,000 troops and destroy their camp." Soon, the werewolves and orcs left in the direction of the northern gate. "Wait, is there anything I can do to help? Are there any rewards? What are you doing in Winterfell? Where is the boss? Give me some information." Leatherbear asked nervously. "Pitiful scumbag." Cruel Malevolence grabbed Leatherbear's neck. He slowly applied pressure as he loved this kind of torture. Then he said slowly, "We'll occupy Winterfell's dungeon core. Then, using it as our base of operation, we'll set up teleport portals for the real ancient gods' army to arrive in Winterfell." The time and space gap was a distraction, all of you were fooled. Our target was the Winterfell dungeon core. It's too late for you to know because you have no chance to destroy the rune mana formation at the dungeon core. Unless... Cruel Malevolence enjoyed the slow death of Leatherbear. He said happily, "Unless you swallow the entire dungeon core of Winterfell. But that's impossible." "Ha ha ha." Cruel Malevolence broke Leatherbear's neck and threw her to the side. Cruel Malevolence looked in another direction. Another group of green-skinned gnomes appeared. When they saw the scene, they turned and fled. "Capture them!" Cruel Malevolence ordered his subordinates. He was excited about having more targets for torture. In the airship that was moored at the camp located outside the northern gate of Winterfell, a gnome, Leatherbear, revived at the rune mana formation. She immediately shouted, "Prepare! 1,000 ancient gods believers are coming. They are well equipped. The condition for winning the battle campaign scenario is to swallow Winterfell's dungeon core. Who can do that?" There were only about 500 gamers left in the camp. They panicked and were in chaos, and a few of the gamers quickly went offline. "I'll post on the forum to get reinforcements. Gosh, let's organize our defenses." The enemy is attacking our camp. Let's call the guilds for help. There will be deaths in the plot, don't panic. Magic cannons. Prepare the magic cannons. The gamers started discussing strategies for the impending attack. Finally, the guild leaders decided to push aside their differences and collaborate for this battle campaign scenario. They would settle their differences back in Eternal Kingdom. Everyone agreed to cooperate. Previously, it was impossible for guilds to work together. The feuds of the guilds were like grievances caused by the killing of their fathers. The guilds could be friendly yesterday and be enemies the next day. From there on, it was only the daily killing of each other. All the guild leaders would also spend lots of money to buy houses in order to raise their guild's reputation. But the game dungeon was different. The scenes and missions were all one-time affairs. If the battle campaign scenario failed because of the guild's differences, then all the gamers would be offended. A single player didn't have any influence, but if a guild offended the rest of the gamers, then the guild wouldn't be able to survive in the game. Everyone reached a common agreement rapidly. Then the gamers returned to the camp quickly while the gamers at the camp started building the most basic defenses. Chapter 192, The Highest Priority Mission. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. At the Winterfell temporary camp. Dragonborn dragged a large pile of equipment noisily as he ran towards the camp. He followed the Springfield Flower Kindergarten Guild to Winterfell to salvage equipment. After running halfway, a gamer shouted, "Check out the forum." Dragonborn browsed the forum and saw a post by Leather Bear. Ancient Gods believers are attacking the camp with 1,000 troops. They are very well equipped. Everyone, please hurry back to defend the camp. Though he wasn't sure of the details in her post, Dragonborn quickly left the forum and ran back to the camp once he saw the title. Fortunately, they weren't far from the camp since they were salvaging near the dungeon gate. There were many sleeping garrison troops with pikes and axes that were very good weapons. Especially the pike. This kind of a weapon with a long handle was very rare in Eternal Kingdom. The gamers were unable to appraise the weapon's attributes and qualities. They thought the weapons looked awesome and carried them back. They would be able to check the attributes at the rune mana formation on the airship. For example, Dragonborn ran back to the camp and stood on the rune mana formation to appraise the equipment on his body. He used some reputation points and coins to check the attributes. Winterfell Standard Pike, Green Excellent Equipment. Damage, 0-20. Weight, 20. Durability, 5. Forger, a Winterfell blacksmith who doesn't want to be known. Item description: Winterfell's Standard Pike has good damage ratings and a large attack radius, but it's not good for very close combat. Equipment requirement: Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom Reputation Level 2. Winterfell Garrison Guard Captain's Long Sword, Blue Superior Equipment. Damage, 0-30. Weight, 20. Durability, 10. Forger, a Winterfell blacksmith who doesn't want to be known. Item description: the weapon of the Garrison Guard Captain. The quality is very good. Equipment requirement: Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom Reputation Level 3. Most of the armor was for the orcs, so the armor had to be reforged to be used. Their quality was very good though. Dragonborn changed his weapon and placed the salvaged equipment from the garrison troops on the airship. Then he followed the gamers to the front of the camp to defend against the first wave of attack from the Ancient Gods believers. It wasn't the first time the gamers participated in this troop battle. Though they were badly beaten at area number 10, they had progressed from random charging to the current troop formation. Though the formation was ugly, with clustering, their killing efficiency would be higher. The gamers didn't want to die and revive repeatedly. Who didn't want to have an enjoyable game experience? Only a small number of gamers liked to be killed. There were gamers who were carrying equipment at the dungeon gate and running back to the camp. The gamers were occasionally summoned back on the airship. Then they ran half-naked to the cabin to equip themselves with new equipment by paying reputation points and coins. They were the gamers that ventured deep into Winterfell and were killed. The 1,000 ancient gods believers whose eyes were shining with red brilliance charged from the Winterfell gate. A battle between the ancient gods believers and the gamers was about to begin. In a large manor at the outskirts of Winterfell, Not Wearing Pants and his group completed the mission assigned by Yoda. Then they accepted a new mission. The details were as follows. Greetings. We're not bandits. Your husband, Yoda, assigned us to find you. Where are your 31 kids? Winterfell isn't safe. Come to our camp for your safety. What? 20 of my kids are in the Winterfell kindergarten. I have to save my children. Don't worry. Give this mission to us. Right, what are the rewards? Winterfell is very dangerous, and it's not safe for us to enter. If there are no rewards, it's hard for us to risk our lives. I can provide magic stones. Is 100,000 magic stones enough? I can give you the magic stone card without a secret code. Ding! Congratulations on triggering the hidden mission Gnome Mother's request. The priority is the highest. Please complete this mission first. After completion of the mission and submission of the magic stone card, everyone will be rewarded a blue superior equipment and a purple legendary equipment. Gosh! We'll set out now. Do you have pictures of your kids? Yes. This is our family photo. After the veteran gamers obtained the family photo and a detailed map of Winterfell, they entered Winterfell from the nearest gate. Before completing the mission, Not Wearing Pants browsed the forum to check the current situation. Many gamers had entered Winterfell to look for treasures. There were gamers who posted on the forum to earn experience points. Though Not Wearing Pants didn't enter Winterfell, he was able to understand the situation in Winterfell from the posts. Not Wearing Pants was right. He got to know the situation in Winterfell after browsing through the forum. A group of ancient gods believers appeared in Winterfell. Using the teleport portal reception hall as their origin, many of the believers streamed out continuously. The believers consisted of gnomes, orcs, and werewolves that were very different from the strange ancient gods' army. No matter what, they were monsters, and that required caution. Not Wearing Pants had to complete the rescue mission and not the killing of the boss mission, so it would be beneficial to evade the boss. After formulating their strategy, the gamers followed the mission tips and set out for the kindergarten Winterfell gang leader kindergarten. There was chaos, fresh blood, and bodies filled with grotesque wounds. In the camp at the northern part of Winterfell, an intense battle raged. The hasty formation made by hundreds of gamers was dispersed by the 1,000 charging ancient gods believers. After that was a wave of massacre. The gamers had an unyielding trait and an unlimited number of revivals from the rune mana formation. The ancient gods believers had only killed the first wave of gamers. The gamers who wanted to fire the magic cannons were prohibited by the system. The mana usage of a magic cannon shot was equivalent to the gamers reviving 10 times. Since the battle didn't require them to be revived 10 times, it wasn't beneficial to use the magic cannons. Moreover, the cannon shots would damage the equipment on the ground. To the gamers, the 3 intact magic cannons were in the prohibited condition. The gamers felt it was a shame that they couldn't fire the cannons. After Dragonborn revived for the 3rd time, he wielded a short sword and fought all the way to the location where he perished. The Winterfell garrison guard captain's long sword was on the ground. It wasn't easy for him to obtain a piece of superior equipment. If he were to lose it, it would be painful for him. Dragonborn stabbed an exhausted orc to death. Then he did a roll and evaded a werewolf's attack. He recovered from the roll beside the piece of superior equipment. He picked up the long sword and wielded both swords at the charging orc. However, he was stabbed to death by Takia Spirit's pike from behind. Dragonborn stood up. The battle was coming to a close. The ancient gods believers had dwindled in numbers. With heavy casualties, their combat power became very weak. Chapter 193, Scouting for Intelligence. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. On the battlefield were corpses of 1,000 ancient gods believers. The gamers were salvaging the battlefield happily. A group of gamers was stripping the equipment from the ancient gods believers. Most of the equipment was green excellent equipment, but the quality was varying, unlike the Winterfell's standard equipment, which was like school uniforms that had a fixed quality. Some gamers were unfortunate to obtain white standard equipment. Shucks! 3 pieces of white standard equipment? Are the ancient gods believers that poor? Takia Spirit threw the equipment to the ground. It wasn't easy for him to bring back the 3 pieces of equipment, and they looked cool, but they were white standard equipment. This was no longer a matter of luck. He felt he was being blacklisted by the gamer producers. I have a piece of white standard equipment. Sealhead Ling Chong consoled him. But you have 2 pieces of superior equipment. Seal, you're inhumane. Takia Spirit shouted at Sealhead Ling Chong. Dragonborn watched both of them bicker. Then someone shouted from nearby, all the guild leaders, please come for a war conference. Who's our guild leader? Takia Spirit asked. Gosh, you don't know who our guild leader is. Sealhead Ling Chong said, slapping Takia Spirit's head. Wait a moment, let me check the guild website. Sealhead Ling Chong was taken aback. He looked at Dragonborn and said, the guild leader is you. Me. Dragonborn was stunned. Dragonborn had unwittingly become the guild leader of Springfield Flower Kindergarten. The original guild leader was employed by Dragon Raja's guild leader because he was very capable. So the previous guild leader brought his loyalists over to Dragon Raja and passed the guild leader position to Dragonborn. Dragonborn became the guild leader of the 30-member guild and attended the war conference. The contents of the war conference weren't complex. Those guild leaders who were good at writing posted the details of the war plan on the forum. They were surveillance, tempting of the enemy, target confirmation, the siege of the enemy to entice enemy reinforcements, bluffing to full-scale attack, and enticing the enemy to attack into deep territory type of tactics. A total of 36 tactics and tens of war plans were posted. To the guild leaders, this kind of war was too simple. But it was a good beginning. Each guild leader gathered the gamers under their guild. As for other gamers, they would be asked to join in. For the gamers who weren't interested, there was no point in forcing them. After a series of discussions, they decided to act according to Leatherbear's suggestion to scout for enemy intelligence. Cruel Malevolence sat outside the Winterfell teleport portal main hall. The teleport portals behind him were still open, but the number of believers that came out from the portals had dwindled. They had about 10,000 believers, which were gathered from locations near Winterfell. To prepare for the return of the ancient gods to the Underworld, they made ample preparations. With the opportunity of the time and space gap at Ancient Ruins number 85, the ancient gods' army enticed all the Underworld's troops and controlled most of the dungeon lords and representatives, including some noble devils. Most of the combat power of the other dungeons was focused on the front line and for the repair of the time and space gap. Cruel Malevolence imagined that once he occupied Winterfell, which was to become the ancient god's stronghold, he would invade the northern underworld and become the new superior devil. He would be the great marshal of the ancient god's army and lead the army to cleanse the... Wait, what was that? Cruel Malevolence stood up and looked at the corner of the distant street. A few half-naked gnomes walked towards him. And there was a hound-head man. Who would expect Winterfell to have hound-head men? They were neither fearful nor affected by the murmurs of the ancient gods. Were they believers of the ancient gods? Cruel Malevolence couldn't be sure whether a hound-head man could be a believer, but once they got close, he was sure they weren't believers. Capture them! Cruel Malevolence ordered. This was the third wave, and they were unaffected by the murmurs of the ancient gods. The gnomes who came to Winterfell the 2 previous times were tortured to death. But they would be happily chatting while being tortured. They also mentioned strange encounter mission, modeling is realistic, AI interactivity is awesome, and death being slow. Cruel Malevolence felt he was being looked down upon. Those half-naked gnomes and hound-head men would be captured immediately. They didn't resist. When captured, they would chat enthusiastically. Gosh, I'm exhausted. Finally, I've arrived. Bro, why aren't you salvaging equipment? Why are you here trying to trigger the strange encounter mission? Yes, Leather Bear triggered a strange encounter mission and her reputation level upgraded by a level. She also received other miscellaneous rewards. So I want to scout for intelligence too. 666, fortunately, it's all AI. The game is free and making losses. At least, you're making good progress in the game. Why are you laughing? Aren't you making progress in the game? A few gnomes and a hound-head man chatted jovially. Cruel Malevolence raised his hand and killed the hound-head man, whom he thought had the lowest intelligence. He didn't give the hound-head man a chance to speak. The gnomes were shocked. They looked at the werewolf for a long time before a gnome laughed out loud. D*MN, this is cracking me up. Is this game that realistic? Is the NPC discriminating against the hound-head man? The gnome had just finished laughing when he was killed by Cruel Malevolence. Two gnomes started laughing too while the rest tried to restrain their laughs while maintaining their expressions of suffering. A gnome smiled and shouted, D*MN, I'm too tickled. What kind of an AI has the coder monkey coded? Gosh, it's so realistic. Isn't that immersive? Being killed for laughing out loud. Ha 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 ha. The two laughing gnomes were also killed immediately. If Cruel Malevolence didn't have fur, the gamers would have noticed his grave face turning green. After 4 gamers were killed, the other gamers restrained themselves. Who are you? Why are you immune to the murmurs of the ancient gods? Cruel Malevolence asked fiercely. It's Mana. I don't know Mana, a gnome said. Wrong, according to the forum, it shouldn't be said like this. A gnome tried to correct another gnome but was killed by Cruel Malevolence. A few gnomes tried to restrain themselves from laughing, and their faces turned from green to red. It was difficult for the gnomes not to laugh. D*MN, I can't control it anymore. We agreed to scout for intelligence and obtain the strange encounter mission and rewards, but you kept making me laugh. And the silly NPC doesn't allow us to laugh. Why doesn't he just give the information to us? Ha ha ha. He was killed after laughing. The rest of the gnomes couldn't help laughing and were killed. Cruel Malevolence's hands and mouth were stained with fresh blood. He was so infuriated that he was about to have a stroke, but before he recovered, another group of gnomes ran towards him. Like before, they weren't wearing any clothes. When the gnomes got close, they raised both their hands to surrender. Cruel Malevolence shouted, "Kill all of them!" Chapter 194, Cruel Malevolence's Determination. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Cruel Malevolence killed all the gnomes, goblins, and hound-head men that he saw. But these creatures were like pests that infested the entire place. At every interval, a group of half-naked creatures would run to him and shout various things. "Don't kill me! I promise I won't laugh, ha 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 ha! I can't help it! D*MN. We trained for so long not to laugh." All were killed by Cruel Malevolence. Cruel Malevolence felt he was insulted by the same group of creatures. They would run to him half-naked and ask to be captured. After being captured, they would defect and claim to be ancient gods believers, but they weren't believers. They even tried to obtain information from him. The most despicable thing about them was that they spoke nonsense, then they would laugh hysterically. Even if their comrades were killed and Cruel Malevolence used the most sadistic methods against them, they couldn't stop laughing. Those ha 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 laughs were like ridicule against Cruel Malevolence's ignorance. Why were they not afraid of death? Did he not kill a few hundred of them? Why were they immune to the murmurs of the ancient gods? Was it really Mana? Why did the 1,000 believers not return? Cruel Malevolence was worried about the 1,000 ancient gods believers, but there was no news. Cruel Malevolence couldn't help thinking that they had perished. Wait, could those creatures who were always laughing and wanted to be captured be bait that released false information? Perhaps there were 20,000 enemy troops instead of 2,000. Cruel Malevolence became more worried. Logically, there shouldn't be 20,000 enemy reinforcements near Winterfell. However, the numerous creatures that came to be killed made Cruel Malevolence very anxious. The worry was short-lived. The gamers tried many times to obtain information, but it was in vain. Besides seeing the countless believers occupying the teleport portal main hall, there was no other intelligence. Planning and strategies were discussed on the forum for tens of pages without any conclusion. The keyboard warriors' tactics were just empty theories. Finally, Dragonborn couldn't control himself and said, "Why don't we attack directly? Why don't we use the three-step combat strategy and finish the battle?" Everyone was taken aback, but they decided to give it a try. They gathered 1,000 volunteers for this combat legion. The rear included hundreds of longbow and short bow archers, the first row consisted of shield-wielding gamers, and the second row consisted of pikemen. They looked like a formidable legion. However, their numbers were far inferior to the ancient gods believers in the Winterfell teleport portal main hall. Cruel Malevolence saw that the enemy was attacking, so he gathered his forces and attacked preemptively. The archers opposite the street attacked with arrows, but they weren't familiar with the bows. They could have fired 2 volleys, but they only managed a single volley. On top of that, most of the shots were off-target, with only a small portion of the arrows causing some damage. The gamers miscalculated the running speed of the ancient gods believers and weren't versed in the range of the bows. It wasn't practical to expect the gamers to master archery in this short time. The ancient gods believers charged at them. Cruel Malevolence saw that it was a one-sided massacre and smiled cruelly. Yes, massacre, bloodshed, and grotesque deaths. The battle ended in less than an hour. They only suffered slight casualties, but the ancient gods believers were shocked by the 1,000 gamers who could move freely even though they were subjected to the murmurs of the ancient gods. All the gamers were eventually annihilated. Cruel Malevolence waved his hand. He decided to lead 2,000 of the ancient gods believers to attack the camp located at the northern gate. If the 1,000 gamers were the last batch of resistance, then Cruel Malevolence would be able to exterminate the despicable laughing goblins, gnomes, and houndhead men. The group of ancient gods believers set off immediately. On the way, they encountered the strange goblins, gnomes, and houndhead men. They would ransack chests, counters, and trash cans. Each of them was laden with equipment. They would also drag the Winterfell inhabitants who were trapped in the nightmare into small alleys, the side of the streets, or the shops. When they saw the 2,000 ancient gods believers, they weren't afraid, they would even gather and watch while shouting, "Gosh, the NPC Legion is attacking! Post it on the forum! A new wave of benefits and equipment is coming! Shucks! Is that the commander of the ancient gods believers mentioned on the forum? Yes, that's the werewolf. The strange encounter NPC. The goblins and gnomes were captured and tortured to death, but they were still smiling merrily. There were some gnomes who hid in the shops and fired arrows at Cruel Malevolence and his troops. Cruel Malevolence didn't understand why they weren't counting their blessings when he didn't attack them. Instead, they revealed their locations by jumping out. Some even shot arrows at him. Cruel Malevolence captured the gnome that was hidden in the shop. He ignored the gnome's ugly face and strangled his throat viciously. "Why? Why did you shoot the arrows at me? If you stayed hidden, you wouldn't die. Tell me the reason. Why?" The gnome was suffocating, and his bones cracked, but he smiled and said, "Wow! The game interactivity is so awesome. I thought they were bluffing. I'll create a post on the forum after I die." Then the gnome perished. Ah! Cruel Malevolence wailed in pain and led the ancient gods believers to charge in the direction of the northern gate. He had to kill all of them. In Winterfell, which was shrouded in grey mana, a tall figure wasn't affected by the murmurs of the ancient gods. He walked on the street and stared at a 3-story building. This was a location far away from the Dungeon Core main hall and the Dungeon Lord main hall. Compared to other places where there were nightmare-infected inhabitants, there was nobody around. Sherlock stood in front of the building. He pinched his chin as he walked one round and muttered, "This should be the place. Lord Sherlock, why didn't you join in the exciting battle and do some plot killings and plot animation? Instead, you're wandering around in Winterfell for such a long time? What are you looking for? Are you looking for the Winterfell Bank?" Brew asked, puzzled. Finding the source, Sherlock said. "There are so many ancient gods believers in Winterfell, and even the Dungeon Core was corrupted. I don't believe that the sealed ancient gods have the power to affect the underworld." "You are saying that someone planned everything?" Brew asked. "That's right. The murmurs of the ancient gods didn't appear initially at the Dungeon Core. If it originally started in Winterfell, the believers wouldn't make the abandoned sewers their stronghold or excavate the sewers to create their base." Sherlock walked up to the building and placed his hand on the door. He said, "Using the time and space gap of ancient ruins number 85 to connect the location of the ancient gods' army, they enticed all the troops of the dungeons to the time and space gap. Then they occupied the Winterfell Dungeon Core. I suspect that it wasn't an accident for the gap to occur at ancient ruins number 85. It was pre-planned. They pushed all the blame on the Black Dragon's appearance. Even without the dragon, they would use other reasons to create the false impression of an accident to prevent suspicion. Oh, this is a long-term plan. The creature who was able to open up the time and space gap and spread the murmurs of the ancient gods must be extremely powerful," Bruce said thoughtfully. "Who knows?" Mana ripples emanated from Sherlock's hand. The mana shield on the outside of the building rippled twice and vanished, and Sherlock opened the main door and entered briskly. Chapter 195, I Feel You Are Timid. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Cruel Malevolence felt he hadn't awakened from his sleep, so he was feeling emotional. Not long before, he was still standing at the teleport portal reception hall, imagining himself as a dungeon lord and a transformed superior devil with pus-filled blisters. Soon, he was harassed incessantly by many goblins, gnomes, and houndhead men. They weren't affected by the murmurs of the ancient gods, and they spoke like nutcases. When 1,000 fully armed creatures who weren't affected by the ancient gods appeared and were killed, the ego of Cruel Malevolence exploded. He charged towards the location of the Winterfell northern gate with 2,000 of his troops. Then there were none. In the camp, Cruel Malevolence scorned the green-skinned creatures and houndhead men who couldn't even operate the magic cannons. He charged and annihilated all of them. He thought he had seen the last of them and would be spared from listening to their laughs and nonsense. From the airship, numerous green-skinned creatures who were half-naked smiled, grabbed their weapons, and attacked. Were they reinforcements? Perhaps, but Cruel Malevolence would just kill them as usual. The second wave came and was killed, the third wave, wiped out, the fourth wave, destroyed, the fifth wave. Something wasn't right. The airship looked huge, but it was only reasonable for accommodating 3,000 to 4,000 creatures. How could it accommodate that many creatures? He had encountered at least 10,000 creatures. Like torrential waves, the continuous streams of half-naked green-skinned creatures wore down the ancient gods' believers. Cruel Malevolence noticed something wasn't right. After slashing a goblin, Cruel Malevolence started to retreat while fending off his enemies. He intended to escape the battlefield. The green-skinned creatures charged at him excitedly. They knew that the werewolf in superior equipment was the commander. Cruel Malevolence fled with his werewolves, who had fast-running speed. They escaped, leaving the orcs behind to be engulfed by the endless stream of green-skinned creatures. He heard them shouting, "Chase after them! The boss is escaping!" Don't chase the boss. We can't catch up with them. Kill the monsters. They have equipment. Aim for the legs. What are the archers doing? Shoot at the legs. D*MN. Which archer hit me? I'm shot. After that, Cruel Malevolence escaped and no longer heard any shouts. He returned to the Winterfell teleport portal main hall with the hundreds of panting werewolves. Then he organized his defenses. Before the Winterfell dungeon core transformed, he had to guard the teleport portals, which were the only way for his troops to arrive. However, the rate of replacement of his believers was inferior to those of the green-skinned creatures. He was no longer relaxed. He was sure that the creatures outside the northern gate were inexperienced, but they were fearless, in large numbers, and unaffected by the murmurs of the ancient gods. If he wasn't confident that they were non-believers, Cruel Malevolence would have believed he was fighting against the ancient gods' army. Cruel Malevolence didn't expect that the streaming green-skinned creatures would charge at him when he had only just returned. Cruel Malevolence grasped his weapon tightly. No matter what, he had to persist and defeat these terrible green-skinned creatures. For the ancient gods. When the gamers and the ancient gods' believers were embroiled in combat, the veteran gamers had arrived at Winterfell Gang Leader Kindergarten, according to the map. They looked for Yoda's kids based on the family photo. This wasn't a difficult task. Yoda's kids had permed hair, large gold chains, and dragon and tiger tattoos, so they were extremely prominent. The main point was that their hairstyles were prominent. The gamers found Yoda's 20 kids and arranged for them to be carried back, receiving a card with 100,000 magic stones from Yoda's wife. The 20 small gnomes had recovered quite a bit from the effects of the ancient gods. The veteran gamers completed the series of missions easily and returned to the camp. That was when they saw the gamers pursuing Cruel Malevolence's troops and salvaging equipment on the battlefield. From the forum, they got to know that there was another wave of attack from the monsters, one led by the most powerful werewolf boss. The boss was beaten back, and he retreated to the teleport portal main hall. After the veteran gamers submitted the magic stone card to the rune mana formation, they joined in the battle against the boss. It was the same tactic as fighting Kramer. They would kill the minions before attacking Cruel Malevolence. Then the equipment on the boss would be auctioned. The large trident that shot down the airship was still stored in the warehouse. Simba accidentally divulged that the trident would only be reforged once the large furnace was ready. Incited by the prospect of obtaining Cruel Malevolence's equipment, the gamers were in high morale. They launched another fierce attack at the Winterfell teleport portal main hall. Sherlock walked into a dark room, his superior eyesight allowing him to see clearly. A large rune mana formation was placed in the middle of the room, and the walls were filled with symbols and imprints of strange evil gods. Seems like this is the original stronghold of the ancient gods' believers. Sherlock squatted down and examined the rune mana formation carefully. These runes look expensive. Tisk, tisk, I didn't expect the ancient gods' believers to be richer than us, Bruce said sarcastically. Because someone is sponsoring them, Sherlock said as he stood up. He turned and looked behind him. A figure with an octopus face was behind Sherlock. That was Octopus Ball. Sherlock, Octopus Ball looked at Sherlock and said maliciously, "Why didn't you lie down over there like the other dungeon lords? Then I can torture you slowly." "So, it's you." Sherlock was shocked. "Is that strange?" "Sherlock, if you kneel down and plead for mercy, I will ask the ancient gods for leniency." "I guess a superior devil won't obtain leniency though. The ancient gods hated the new superior devils like you. I will replace your position in the future. I'm the real superior devil." Octopus Ball looked crazed, the tentacles on his chin waving menacingly. "It's pretty strange." Sherlock pondered and said, "During our school days, I thought you were timid. I didn't expect you to do such things. Honestly, I'm changing my opinion of you." A powerful mana filled the entire room, followed by a loud booming sound. It felt like a strong wind had torn the room into shreds. The original three-story house had become a pile of ruins. Sherlock stood intact on the pile of ruins. In front of him was the transforming octopus ball. Die, Sherlock. Chapter 196, It Hasn't Ended. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Cruel Malevolence had never fought such a sullen battle before. He was once a courageous and capable werewolf commander. He was well versed in the three-step battle tactic and had never lost a battle. Even if the enemies were giants, he could lead his troops and defeat them. In order for the ancient gods to descend upon the underworld, he sacrificed a lot. Only he knew the extent of his sacrifices. But today, a group of goblins, gnomes, and houndhead men charged fearlessly in endless streams. Their combat power wasn't strong, but he couldn't fend off the repeated attacks. The number of ancient gods' believers wasn't large to begin with. After less than an hour of battle, the number of ancient gods' believers increased, but the injuries on his body also increased. Though he was strong and could easily kill those green-skinned creatures, they sacrificed their lives in order to inflict wounds on him. Cruel Malevolence lost count of the smiling creatures who sacrificed themselves to create a chance for their comrades to injure him. When Cruel Malevolence was feeling exhausted, he looked at his sides. He didn't see his comrades, only the green-skinned creatures who gazed at him fanatically. They were ugly and had green words above their heads. Even if their comrades were killed, they didn't bother to take a look. They only looked at him. Cruel Malevolence knelt down while bearing his injuries. He vomited blood and looked at the green-skinned creatures as they howled and swarmed over him. Ding! The gamers have completed the phase mission Occupy Teleport Portal Main Hall. Please escort Brainiac to shut down the teleport portals and connect the portals to Eternal Kingdom. Triggered the next phase mission. Mission title, Occupy the Winterfell Dungeon Lord Main Hall. Mission description, we cut off the teleport portals of the ancient gods' believers. It's time to shut down the Winterfell anti-mana shield and clear the path for the airship. For Eternal Kingdom. Mission reward, grab whatever you see if you can carry it. Dragonborn looked at the large werewolf as he stabbed him to death. The werewolf fell to the ground. The black-armored Arthur glanced at Dragonborn and retrieved his weapon. Then, he followed the veteran gamers to the Dungeon Lord main hall located deep within Winterfell. Gosh! You're good! Takia Spirit patted Dragonborn's shoulders and said, You're very strong. Arthur seems to be inferior to you. What shall we do with the commander's equipment? Sealhead Ling Chong asked a practical question. He had just finished asking when a system notice appeared before their eyes. The werewolf commander's equipment will be auctioned in Eternal Kingdom. Please return the equipment to Eternal Kingdom and receive full service rewards. Gosh, don't think about it. Only the rich can obtain the equipment. Takia Spirit spread out his hands and said with grievances. We'll obtain benefits too. The money obtained from the auctioned equipment will be distributed to all combatants. The more the rich gamers pay, the more we earn. It's only equipment and a few digits. Why are you so concerned? You're right, but I'd like to be as cool as Arthur. Takia Spirit was envious of Arthur. You're trash. Don't you understand the essence of the game? The most important thing is personal capability. Equipment is secondary. Look at Arthur with his superior equipment. Didn't Dragonborn, who has inferior equipment, inflict more damage than Arthur? When fighting the boss, the other gamers didn't last more than 10 seconds, but Dragonborn lasted for a minute and was able to inflict severe damage. That's awesome, Sealhead Ling Chong said with envy. Veteran Arthur's equipment isn't that superior to ours. After 3 months of beta testing, our equipment is only slightly inferior. Don't exaggerate. Veteran Arthur is very strong, Dragonborn quickly said. He's strong, but I feel Dragonborn is stronger. Takia Spirit looked with respect at Dragonborn as he said, Bro, when we meet offline next time, you'll teach me full armor combat. Ah, we'll talk next time, Dragonborn said reluctantly. Let's stop chatting. We'll gather the loot and salvage the dungeon. We'll take the loot of the ancient gods' believers and visit the blacksmith shop. Let's hurry! Sealhead Ling Chong shouted excitedly. Dragonborn and Takia Spirit followed Sealhead Ling Chong as they collected the loot. Brainiac, who was in the camp at the northern gate, nodded and looked at the goblins who conveyed the information to him. The green-skinned creatures said, "Lord Sherlock orders you to the teleport portal main hall. You'll connect the Winterfell teleport portals to the coordinates of Eternal Kingdom." Though Brainiac wasn't interested in the battles, he had to follow Lord Sherlock's orders. After packing his things, with the escort of a group of goblins and gnomes, he walked in the direction of the teleport portal main hall. While the gamers were fighting, Sherlock was on a pile of ruins watching Octopus Ball transform. The body of the devil Octopus Ball had become ugly after being strengthened by the corruption of the ancient gods. His body grew tentacles that had large suction pads. His body expanded as his muscles wiggled and increased in size. He became taller, but his head didn't change. He gave off a strange, unnatural feeling. "Sherlock! Sherlock! I'm going to kill you, the devil who always bottomed the examinations!" Octopus Ball roared, and his voice changed. "Lord Sherlock, what is the connection between your examination results and your feud with him?" Brew asked curiously. "I don't know." Sherlock pondered for a while. "What's that?" Brew asked, bewildered. "It's nothing, just a personal interest." Sherlock looked at the fully transformed Octopus Ball. Then he walked to him and clenched his fists. "Sherlock! I'm going to kill OOO!" Octopus Ball raised his arms that were growing tentacles. He shouted excitedly as Sherlock walked forward and delivered a punch to his stomach. Sherlock's fist landed on Octopus Ball's stomach. The surrounding muscles wanted to block Sherlock's power, but they disintegrated as the fist's power swirled and focused on a spot before exploding violently. Boom! Octopus Ball flew out and created ditches as he slid along the ground. After knocking into many buildings, he stopped in a pile of debris. "Has it ended?" Brew asked. No. Sherlock walked towards the pile of debris. Chapter 197, Our Luck is Really Good. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In the pile of debris, there was a bundle of flesh that belonged to a creature. More than half of the body was buried in the debris, with 2 legs sticking out. Half of the body melted, and it was emitting green smoke while it convulsed. Under normal circumstances, it would be a confirmed death. But Octopus Ball didn't die. His flesh healed rapidly. As Sherlock walked slowly towards him, Octopus Ball moved his convulsing body and pushed away a large pile of debris. Octopus Ball's body was full of tentacles, though the face looked faintly like his own. "You've sold your soul and flesh to the ancient gods." Sherlock walked in front of Octopus Ball, who slowly stood up and grew larger. "Tisk, tisk. He looks disgusting." "Lord Sherlock, you have the courage to beat up such a disgusting creature." "I'm in awe of you," Brew said. "Octopus Ball should have a way to connect directly to the ancient gods." "Lord Sherlock, do you think that Octopus Ball will become a superior devil with the help of the ancient gods?" "I don't know, I didn't do any research." Sherlock shook his head. Octopus Ball had already stood up. Sherlock felt quaking underneath his legs. Pom, pom, pom. Numerous tentacles broke out from the ground underneath Sherlock's legs. Each tentacle was as thick as a giant, and they wrapped tightly around Sherlock. Octopus Ball dragged his immense body and walked to the group of tentacles that were tens of meters tall. He clenched his fist as he enjoyed the feeling of controlling the tentacles. He could feel Sherlock's bones being crushed by his great strength. Before long, the smell of burning came from the tentacles, and sizzling sounds were heard. From top to bottom, tens of mana formations appeared around the tentacles. Then, the tentacles burst into flames after a violent explosion. The tentacles wiggled and released their hold while being swallowed by the flames. They were burnt to ash. When the flames extinguished, the emotionless Sherlock was left standing with his burnt tuxedo. Is there anything else? Are you only able to enlarge your small tentacles to large tentacles? Octopus Ball was dumbstruck when he saw the intact Sherlock. After a moment, he shook in shame before laughing loudly. Ha 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 oh oh oh. Before he completed his laugh, he was punched in the stomach by the charging Sherlock. This time, Octopus Ball wasn't sent flying. Sherlock's fist stuck to Octopus Ball's stomach while Octopus Ball's legs were lifted off the ground. Then, Sherlock changed the direction of his fist as his body inclined forward. His fist was in a hook position while a series of monoformations appeared on Sherlock's wrist. Strengthen. His strengthened fist hooked onto Octopus Ball's stomach as Octopus Ball was smashed onto the ground. Boom boom boom. With Sherlock and Octopus Ball as the origin, the ground cracked open, and fissures snaked out like spider webs. Sherlock stood up and looked down at the pool of blood that was seeping into the cracked ground. Let's go and take over the dungeon core. Sherlock turned and walked towards the dungeon core main hall. Meanwhile, the gamers charged wildly into the Winterfell Dungeon Lord main hall. The ancient gods' believers guarding the hall were unable to provide any resistance. With 2,000 gamers charging in like floodwater, who could survive such a calamity? The ancient gods' believers weren't like the ancient gods' army that had endless streams of attacks. The believers were raised up as underworld natives who weren't accepted by the mainstream inhabitants. Hence, there weren't many of them. The first thing that the gamers did wasn't shutting off the anti-mana shield. How would they know about the shield? Their priority was to look for loot. Though they didn't know what items were valuable, they went for the equipment first. Then they went for things like wooden chests and furniture. Once the Winterfell teleport portals were connected to Eternal Kingdom, their efficiency in clearing out the Dungeon Lord main hall became higher. They carried their loot directly to the teleport portal main hall and returned to Eternal Kingdom. The situation was a bit out of control. After Brainiac set the coordinates of the teleport portals to Eternal Kingdom, he walked without emotion to the Dungeon Lord main hall. Lord Sherlock was conveying instructions to him via the green-skinned creatures. He was to shut off the anti-mana shield. As a lich, he wasn't affected by the murmurs of the ancient gods. The living and the dead had a fundamental difference, just like the spirit world and the underworld. Brainiac stood at the teleport portal main hall entrance. He looked at the green-skinned creatures, who could revive an unlimited number of times, as they transported various pieces of equipment and furniture. There was a group of gamers carrying a devil with an unknown status. That was definitely not a superior devil. Wait a moment, what are you doing? Brainiac asked as he stopped the gamers who were carrying the devil. Ah! We're unable to strip his equipment. We'll carry him to Eternal Kingdom first, one of the gamers explained to Brainiac. Though the devils and underworld inhabitants were trapped in the nightmare, it didn't mean they wouldn't wake up. The situation was under control by Eternal Kingdom. Brainiac had no objections to looting, but abducting a devil lord was too much. What if the devil was sent to Eternal Kingdom and then woke up? How was he going to explain that to Sherlock? In order to prevent a diplomatic conflict, Brainiac examined the equipment and discovered the seal binding the equipment. He spent some time to dispel the seal before saying, "You may strip the equipment now." The gamers were taken aback by Brainiac's actions. The gamers tried to remove the devil's breastplate, and it was successful. As long as they could strip the equipment, the gamers would do it. They immediately stripped all the devils of their equipment and threw them aside. Brainiac looked at the leaving gamers, who were extremely happy, and then walked towards the Dungeon Lord main hall. When Brainiac walked into the Dungeon Lord main hall, all the devils who were trapped in the nightmare were naked. The critical areas were covered with mosaic. Besides equipment, the gamers also looted the furniture. The gamers also went for the tuxedos in the closets, kitchenware, some practical tools, magical items, and scrolls. They looted everything that looked valuable, regardless of its function. The gamers were extremely efficient. Before long, the 2,000 gamers cleared the Dungeon Lord main hall. Brainiac was in the mana control room of the Dungeon Lord main hall, where he found the magic chargers for the anti-mana shield. It was a floating crystal ball within the magical machines. The gamers watched Brainiac at work as they thought it was a plot animation. After Brainiac finished shutting down the shield, the gamers asked, "Has it ended?" "It has ended." Brainiac nodded. The gamers were dumbfounded. They charged in and carried off the magic machines and the crystal ball. They said, "Gosh, our luck is really good. We triggered the hidden mission while watching plot animation." Chapter 198, Prepare to Fire the Cannons. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In the camp at the Winterfell Northern Gate, Yoda was on the airship, watching the gamers as they transported the equipment to Winterfell. According to them, they were transporting the loot back to Eternal Kingdom via the teleport portals. It was an eye-opener for Yoda. From what he heard from Moros, the citizens of Eternal Kingdom could revive endlessly due to Lord Sherlock's power. They were fearless legendary warriors. Yoda thought Moros was bluffing. He saw the green-skinned creatures covered in blood, but they were without fear. During the Area No. 10 battle campaign, he saw the courageous goblin who was laden with bladders, but he was skeptical of the creatures having unlimited revivals. Was Lord Sherlock the Hades Lord? Or the son of the Hades Lord? Even the Hades Lord wouldn't allow that many creatures to have unlimited revivals. Today, Yoda witnessed the unlimited revivals of Sherlock's warriors. He decided that once he returned to Eternal Kingdom, he would apologize to Moros. He sat in the airship, looking blankly at the gamers carrying the loot. A goblin who was laden with bladders ran to him. "Yoda! Fly the airship to bomb the Winterfell dungeon core. The anti-mana shield is gone." The gamers who were carrying the loot below started shouting. "Make haste! Find some houndhead men or gnomes to operate the magic cannons." "Wait a moment, where did you obtain the information?" "Brainiac just entered Winterfell. I don't think he can send the information back that fast." Yoda was taken aback and quickly asked. "There's no time to waste." I mean, we have a special way to obtain information. Prepare to take off. We'll talk once we arrive at Winterfell." The goblin that was equipped with bladders looked very excited. Previously, Yoda wouldn't listen to the nonsense of such fools, but the goblin before him was called Veteran Hemprope. He wasn't a normal goblin but a genius. Most of the design of the airship was created by Veteran Hemprope. Though he always said, "It's not me, it's a group effort on the forum." Yoda took up his post at the helm. The large airship magical core activated and made buzzing sounds. 200 houndhead men, gnomes, and some goblins ran up to the airship. It took off while everyone cheered. "Gosh! Wait for me! I haven't boarded the ship." The gamers on the ship shouted towards the gamers below. "Too bad. The ship has taken off. We're not bringing you. Hurry and transport the equipment. We're going for a ride." The gamers below started shooting arrows at the airship. The previous lousy archery of the gamers became extremely accurate. All arrows landed on the airship. Some gnomes who were on the deck were even hit. Those shot gnomes disintegrated into glittering mana. Soon after, new gnomes appeared from the rune mana formation. They cursed as they put on their equipment. Below the airship, many gamers committed suicide. Many gamers made use of the rune mana formation to appear on the airship. The green-skinned creatures started chattering. 666, you've done well in order to let the airship make haste towards Winterfell. It's awesome, this free game is losing lots of money. It's hilarious, don't you want your equipment? D*MN. I told you to wait for me. Yoda focused his attention on controlling the airship. It was impossible to use logic to understand the green-skinned creatures. The airship arrived in the sky above Winterfell. Yoda steered the airship higher to prevent the grey mana mist from affecting him. The visibility of Winterfell from the sky was low. It was as though a layer of grey clouds was covering the dungeon. At least he was able to see the road ahead. Yoda controlled the airship and flew towards the dungeon core. Sounds of fighting were heard coming from the old district. Then, there were booming sounds and buildings collapsing as huge tentacles broke out from the ground. The gamers didn't want to miss such an exciting scene, so they flocked to the sides of the ship to watch. Is that Shirley? Where? It's really Shirley. He's powerful. Who is that big octopus? Should be the previous octopus face who was always against us. Gosh. He's finally part of the instance dungeon. Yoda couldn't understand what the gamers were saying. The battle at Lord Sherlock's location ended after a series of booming sounds. On the road from the Dungeon Lord main hall to the teleport portal main hall, there were many gamers transporting loot. Up in the sky, the gamers looked like a continuous line. The dungeon core main hall is straight ahead. Yoda shouted as he looked at the building behind the Dungeon Lord main hall. The gamers looked in the direction pointed out by Yoda. The grey mana shrouding Winterfell became thinner and thinner. To be exact, the grey mana gathered towards the dungeon core. What was the situation? Yoda wasn't sure, and he had an ominous feeling. Prepare to fire the cannons. The magic cannons are now active, the gamers shouted on the deck of the airship. Peasant ran to a magic cannon and said, "Brothers and sisters, let me try firing a cannon. I'll let you have the cannon after trying once." Everyone smiled merrily as Peasant was earnest. There were only 3 magic cannons. They were more than sufficient to bomb a building. Yoda adjusted the airship's position to allow the magic cannons to aim at the dungeon core main hall. The 3 operators of the magic cannons assumed their posts and aimed the barrels at the dungeon core main hall. Prepare. Fire. Chapter 199, Because We Are Collaborative Partners. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The 3 magic cannons on the airship aimed at the dungeon core main hall. After accumulating mana, the magic cannons fired at the dungeon core main hall below. Massive explosions ensued, and towering flames licked the sky. The magic cannons flattened the dungeon core main hall within moments. In the middle of the incinerated ground was a prominent red-hot dungeon core. The surrounding grey mana became thinner and thinner. Sherlock walked on the burnt ground and looked at the huge Winterfell dungeon core. He extended his hand and pressed on it, and Winterfell quaked. I didn't expect that one day I'd be able to swallow the Winterfell dungeon core. What level is the dungeon core? Level 3? Level 4? Brew asked excitedly. I estimate it to be level 4. The grey mana is starting to disperse. Sherlock continued to transfer his mana to the Winterfell dungeon core. Was the place that you destroyed just now the actual stronghold of the ancient gods in Winterfell? Brew asked. No, it should be Octopus Ball. His body was contaminated by the ancient gods to such a degree, I suppose he had even betrayed his soul. After using the Winterfell dungeon core's power, if he couldn't broadcast the murmurs of the ancient gods, then he was really useless, Sherlock said. Tisk, tisk, Lord Sherlock is indeed resourceful to be able to dispose of Lord Octopus Ball like trash. Lord Sherlock indeed has the makings of a hero, Brew said thoughtfully. Sherlock had the bright red dungeon core in his hand. Soon, Winterfell would descend into darkness when the mana-simulated sunlight vanished. The gamers took some time to adjust to the darkness. Only a few magical vines were providing some illumination. Sherlock had the Winterfell dungeon core firmly in his hand. He extended his bat's wings and took off towards the airship. Sherlock flew in front of the airship while holding the ball-shaped dungeon core. Then, he landed on the bow of the airship and said, "We imprisoned the ancient gods for tens of thousands of years." He walked towards the rune mana formation and exiled the ancient gods from the underworld. Sherlock wrapped the dungeon core with an anti-mana cloth and threw it into the rune mana formation as he said, "They dared to invade our territory. They're tired of living. The gamers cheered wildly. For Egg Face. For the cleansing of the world savior. Awesome. Surely. Isn't that the dungeon core? Are we going to have the third beta or the open beta? Yaaaa. When Sherlock sent the Winterfell dungeon core to Eternal Kingdom via the Rune Mana formation, some gamers received missions to bring the dungeon core to Bru's location. In the dark Winterfell, the dungeon lord Onion Head, who was wearing an onion wig, opened his eyes slowly. He saw a goblin with green words taking his wig. The goblin didn't expect Onion Head to wake up. He was taken aback and said, "Bro, you're awake? You have no more equipment in your home." Onion Head saw many goblins, gnomes, and hound-head men in his home. Only Eternal Kingdom had hound-head men as servants. When Onion Head was wondering if he had been robbed by Eternal Kingdom, Lord Sherlock appeared before him and explained solemnly, "Aya, I saw ancient gods believers broadcasting the murmurs of the ancient gods here. I gathered my servants to rescue Winterfell, but it was too late. Winterfell had already sustained many losses." Sherlock didn't lie. He brought many witnesses like Yoda, Yoda's wife and children, and other dispersed inhabitants on the outskirts of Winterfell. They witnessed Eternal Kingdom flying an airship to Winterfell and fighting with the ancient gods believers at the northern gate. There were various booming and explosion sound effects. After that, the grey mana dissipated. The underworld inhabitants who were affected by the murmurs of the ancient gods were saved. Of course, Winterfell had to pay a price. For example, the Dungeon Lord main hall, equipment shops, and the Winterfell dungeon core were looted. It was a small price for being saved. Wait a moment, the dungeon core is gone. Onion Head grabbed his wig, and his mind went blank. Yes, the ancient gods believers were using the dungeon core to summon the ancient gods. I didn't think you would want the ancient gods to descend upon the underworld, so I had my airship blow the dungeon core to bits. Don't thank me, this is what a righteous dungeon lord should do. Onion Head knew that Sherlock was most likely speaking the truth. Ancient gods believers did appear in Winterfell, and the murmurs of the ancient gods engulfed the entire dungeon. If they didn't use the dungeon core, it wouldn't be possible. Eternal Kingdom waged a difficult battle against the ancient gods believers, and more than tens of thousands of troops perished on the battlefield. Onion Head was overloaded with information and needed time to assimilate it. Sherlock wasn't in a hurry. He patted Onion Head on the shoulders and said, "You have to take notice of internal administration. Later, I'll cooperate with you to investigate. I'll bring the airship back. Yes, I'll calculate the death compensation and military expenses at a later date. Don't worry, I'll give Merchant Alliance a 1% discount because we're collaborative partners."